Which is also kind of ironic considering she's the spell.
Well, hello there.
What's up, y'all?
Welcome. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to SSG's first ever Riftbound stream. I am one of your commentators / hosts / people going to be talking, Mike Skinner, and I'm joined by
Ghosty.
Mr. Ghosty himself. You might know us, maybe you don't know us somehow, but you might know us from the Lorcanaverse. But we are very excited for Riftbound, which is a new League of Legends card game that's coming in October. So China will get it first. We will have it in October here in the States. And people have already been hot on the heels of this game, just downloading the cards essentially and printing them out and just trying to get as much Riftbound as possible, even though all the cards have not been revealed yet. So people are really loving it. Yo, Jack! We got shout out to Jack in the chat. And today we're going to be doing a little bit of just demoing the game out. We have some players that have been wanting to learn the game or just get more practice with the game. This will just be trial decks. So
right now we've just got proxied copies of all of like the starter decks basically.
Mm-hmm.
But we just wanted to get some games going and let people get a chance to check out the game. Feel free if you have any questions while stuff's happening on screen, let us know. We're going to do our best to kind of like explain sort of mechanics and how things are unfolding. But if there's anything confusion, just please do not hesitate to let us know.
Yeah, so we're gonna give you like a top-down, overview of the game. You think they would print Turner Dogs in Riftbound? They pretty much did. His name's Victor. He's kind of
Victor is a go wide deck that is just.
He's kind of like a Turner Dog. There's no dogs, but close enough. But yeah, so again, not all the cards have been revealed. We're just doing trial deck stuff today, so you're not gonna see anything super uber meta or competitive. It's just going to be really to kind of get a grip on the game and get the players more familiar with the mechanics and whatnot. Jack and I will be doing our best to just give you kind of like a high level understanding what's going on. It is going to be a little hard to explain every single card since we don't have a way to put the images on the screen, but Jack and I will do our best to kind of keep you in the know of what's going on. You're welcome to pull up the card gallery on your end as well. I know that Riftbound's website, riftbound.leagueoflegends.com, Jack and I do have it open here, and they have really nice, high-quality pictures of all the cards that have been revealed. So if you're a little curious about, what card was that? You can definitely look it up there and see it until the future when we'll hopefully have a card previewer, which will show the cards on screen. So,
I want to respond to two things. One, Tilt City Flip Club saying 100% reason why I play Lorcana. So thank you for that. I'm glad that you play Lorcana. But I see another question below. Is it a living card game? Are all the cards available upon getting into it, like Game of Thrones? So, I'm not super familiar with the Game of Thrones card game, but
so the living card game, essentially you buy something and you have the whole pool of cards.
Okay.
And then you buy something else and it expands the pool of cards. But it's not like traditional
booster packs
sets and stuff like that.
So this Riftbound will have booster packs. So you won't get the entire thing when you buy, but they are coming out with some really nice like starter things. There's the starter decks, and then there's also what's called Proving Grounds, which is sort of a starter kit that comes with 4 decks. And those cards are available only through the Proving Grounds set.
Yeah. And the leaders as well, which is very important. So it's not just like random cards. It's actually 4 different leaders. So, those are going to be like your commanders in this game. So it's very important. I think it's they are a little weaker on they're supposed to be kind of like lower entry level characters to learn the game. But
some of them do seem pretty
some of them do seem pretty decent. For sure. So, we're going to swap over now to some gameplay. I believe we have Mustache and Mr. Ray on the table playing some. I don't know who they're playing, what decks they're playing yet, but we will see.
I know Ray is playing Jinx because Jinx is one of the red-purple legends in this game. So Ray had to just continue his love of red-purple, carry it right on over from Lorcana into Riftbound.
Right.
So.
I feel like a lot of players are just playing whatever they were playing in Lorcana, regardless of the character. They're just
it is funny. My favorite deck so far is Timo, who's Blurple, and I do love me some Blurple in Lorcana.
For sure. So
I wonder.
And green-yellow is Yasuo, so there's a bunch of cool stuff out there. But Yeah, production, whenever you're ready to send us over, we are ready to watch some Riftbound be played here. Oh, all right, there we go.
We're gonna swap scenes over so you can.
We got a message from production saying we are cutting over shortly. So hope you guys are excited. Here we go. Yay! And we've already got everything set up here. So you can see, for those of you who have never experienced the game of Riftbound, you have a legend, which is essentially a hero power. If you've ever played Hearthstone, it's not a card you can interact with. It's not like a character that you can target. It's just a card that essentially has a power that you can use throughout the game to your strategy, and it determines what color your deck will be. So you'll see Ray does have Jinx at the very bottom left there, which is red purple. As Jack mentioned, that's the color of this deck, and you're allowed to play any cards in that color in your deck, right? So we do have Volibear versus Jinx here. Jinx, more of an aggressive strategy, right? She's just trying to empty the hand as fast as possible. That way she can draw 2 per turn, which is very, very powerful for aggro decks. If you've ever played any deck ever, drawing 2 is pretty good.
Yeah, it's very strong.
And yes, 4 card hand for somebody who did ask.
And the mulligan in this game works very similar to Lorcana's, where you get to pick cards to send back. They go to the bottom of the deck. The difference being 2 things. In Riftbound, you can only send back 2 cards. You can't send back all 4 if you would like. Only 2 as a max. And then, unlike Lorcana, you do not shuffle after you bottom those cards from the mulligan. So cards you send to the bottom are pretty much going to be gone for the rest of the game, unless you have some sort of like searcher effect.
For sure. And so far, from all the cards that have been previewed,
we haven't seen any, right?
Nothing has search and nothing says shuffle.
Yeah.
Everything is pretty much wherever it goes in the deck is where it stays. I think that's pretty interesting. It's like one of the first card games.
I think they're trying to be very different from, say, a game like Pokemon, where you can shuffle your deck 7 times a turn.
So Ray played him ready there, which Ray's already messing things up here. But characters all come. There you go. Mustache has got
so Mustache has quite a bit more experience than Ray so far. So
there we go.
But we're all here to learn and just kind of figure out the game. So
so the concept for those of you who have never seen a game of Riftbound, just so you guys understand the win conditions, you can see in the middle there are 2 sideways locations. One is provided battlefields, correct? Yeah. So one is Mustache's battlefield, and the other is Ray's. When you build your deck, you have 3 battlefields that are off to the side, and we're not sure whether it's randomized or chosen, but you do put one in play, and that's going to represent your battlefield, right? And the object of the game is to try to score 8 points, and you do gain points by either conquering a battlefield, which we will see shortly, and then the other way to score points is to hold a battlefield at the beginning of your turn. So if your opponent's not able to conquer, passes it back to you, and you still have control, you gain that point as well.
And we should probably clarify that while both players come bringing a deck of the battlefields, which Skinner said, there's just 3 in there. But once the game starts, the owner of the battlefield really doesn't matter. Both battlefields are there to be engaged with by both players. They can conquer and fight over either one. But the ones that you pack in your deck are generally going to be more synergistic with what your deck is trying to accomplish.
For sure. Yeah, you definitely want to be playing battlegrounds that are going to be part of your strategy, and your opponent's going to do the same. So you both have kind of like an equal playing field of, whose strategy is which. In this game, you can take over either battlefield by tapping a character or exerting it and moving it in, as you see Raymond making the first move here. This is a game of responses, so unlike Lorcana, where everything is on your turn, you do have reactions, which are like instant speed spells. If you've ever played Magic, where you can respond to things, which I really love, being able to interact with your opponent a little more than some other games where pretty much it's just your turn and their turn. So this is a little bit better in my opinion. But Ray does score the first point here by taking over that location, since Mustache had nothing to defend with. But Mustache snapping back here. So this is the snap vine. When it comes into play, it deals damage to a character, and they deal damage back to each other. So you'll see. Oh, are we taking it back?
Oh, he doesn't have the orange.
Oh, he can't pay.
So that's probably a good time to mention. In Riftbound, you can see they've got these different things. Those are called runes. They're basically your resource system. And the runes tap for energy, and the energy is what you spend to play cards. But some cards have what's called a power cost, and the power cost is color specific. So that Snapvine that he tried to play requires an orange rune to get recycled, which means sending it to the bottom of the deck. But he didn't have an orange rune to play it, so he was not able to play a Snapvine.
Correct. So in a way, there's no like uninkables or anything in this game like Lorcana, but there is a color system similar to Magic where you could technically get mana screwed, as they say, you know, not have the right color available. Yeah. We do see Ray playing these seals, which are very powerful. These seals in play allow you to pay that power cost without having to bottom deck your mana, which is very important. You know, not having to set yourself back a few turns. How we doing? Did you good? Yeah, okay. Sure. You're good. There's a little bit of a chop, but it's the same as always. Yeah. Yeah. So, sorry, so production staff was coming in here just to check on everything. So, this unit that Ray has an ability where whenever it moves, you can discard a card and draw a card. So Ray's moving it out of the location here back into his base, which may seem kind of weird, but it's because it does protect it from being attacked, right? So if Mustache decides next turn he wants to try to take over a base, you know, Ray's unit is now protected back at the base. And yeah, he's just trying to get as many draw effects as possible here and just kind of cycle through the deck. But now Ray has a decision of whether he wants to. He can't conquer. Yeah, you'd have to go here. You can't score a point on a location more than once per turn, right? So beginning of his turn, because he controlled that location, he gained a point, and now he's choosing to conquer the other, which will score him another point. So Ray getting a point here, and once you have control of a battlefield, you are able to play units directly to that battlefield,
which can help you not score more points on that turn, but just sort of reinforce the battlefield and potentially protect it from being taken back by your opponent.
For sure, yeah. Every card has a number in the top right corner that is called their might. So that is essentially their attack and defense. Like that is their one number.
Yep.
And you use that stat to determine who's winning the battlefield, right? So when you have combat, you know, you compare numbers. Whoever has the most numbers usually wins. You choose to deal damage however you choose based on that number. So it's not like some games where specific units deal specific damage to other units. Instead, it's more of a sum, right? So all the numbers versus all the numbers, and then that's how you determine, you know, who's the stronger player at that battlefield.
Yep.
So you see, obviously, we didn't get to mention, we're going through a lot of different rules, but you do get 2 resources per turn, very similar to One Piece, if you guys have ever played One Piece. If you're the second player on that first turn, you do get 3 runes. So that's nice. A little bit of incentive to go second. I know some games going second doesn't feel great, but in this game, I think that it's very powerful.
Yeah, you get an extra rune on your first turn, and you get to draw a card where the player going first doesn't get either of those bonuses.
For sure.
So
which is really good because it allows you to get to turn 5 before your opponent, because you get 3 on the first turn and then 2 more on the second. So you get to hit that 5 mana character before your opponent hits theirs, because they only can go to 4 on the following turn. So there is, like I said, some incentives to going second, but I do think that there's merit to both strategies depending on, you know, what deck you're playing. So yeah, we see Ray here choosing to spend his.
Also, it looks like we need to get our scores updated. Mustache should be at 1 and Ray is at 4.
Ray's at 4. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Mustache should be at 1. Ray should be at 4. If anybody in production hears us over there. All right. So what's going on here? Ray's going to discard a card and.
Oh. Wait. That guy is Death Knell, not on play.
Oh, it's on Death Knell.
Yeah, which is kind of like Death Rattle from Hearthstone.
Let me go tell him.
Yeah.
All right, I just let Ray know he's a dirty cheater, and Mustache, he's been getting a lot of flack rather for making up rules, as they say.
Yeah, but
we've all been learning together, so it's been an experience. But you see, there is an ability in this game very similar to Hearthstone that had Death Rattle.
Yep.
This one is called Death Knell, and essentially it's an effect that happens once the character is banished or killed in this game. I'm so used to saying banished.
Yeah. We kill.
I get to go back to killing stuff again. Yeah,
ain't Disney friendly.
Yeah, we don't have to be. Isn't this Lorcana? No,
he said this isn't Lorcana.
This isn't Lorcana. I think he said, "Isn't this Lorcana?" No, too sick. Today we were doing a little bit of Riftbound. A lot of players have been interested in this game, and we're just trying to we did some demo deck stuff. We printed out a bunch of demo decks, and we're just kind of letting the players experience the game. We decided to stream it today in case people have been unfamiliar and never seen a game happen. So yeah, we're definitely here at SSG trying to push Riftbound.
Yeah, we are all super excited about this game. It's so fun. A lot of us are big fans of the League of Legends IP.
For sure.
A lot of us have also played the original Legends of Runeterra, the first League of Legends card game. And yeah, so a lot going on the screen and stuff. But if anyone has any questions or confusions, please let us know. Because
essentially what's happening here right now, Mustache is moving in his Volibear, which has a massive 10 strength to it, right? Or they call it might in this game. So 10 might. So he's moving it in, and now there is a combat happening between the 10 might of Volibear and the total sum of the might that Ray has.
Which Ray looks like he's rocking 13, I think. 8 plus 8 plus 5, right? Or 4 plus 4 plus 5.
So Mustache gets to choose how he wants to distribute his 10 damage here.
Did I?
Maybe they're... Oh, I think it's because when he moves in, he does a bunch of damage to stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so when Volibear moves in, he damages a bunch of stuff. So I believe he was able to clean up. And because he was able to take over that location there, as you see he's pointing at it, he does get the point. So Mustache should be up to 3 here. And now you can see Mustache controlling both locations or both battlefields here. So now it's up to Ray, essentially, to try to take it back. Every time that he passes back to Mustache and Mustache has control of those locations on the beginning of his turn, he will score a point, right? So you don't want your opponent to get too many points because it's only 8 in this game. So it's pretty quick. And, it could get to 8 pretty quickly.
So, yeah, you see Ray just tapped that seal there. That allows him to not have to recycle one of his red runes for that Jinx. And then he can pay the Flame Chompers there. When he discards that card, he can pay a rune to play it from the discard.
Correct. Yeah.
And then
go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's also able to pay an additional cost on this Jinx, the Accelerate, which is kind of like haste almost. You pay an extra cost to have it come in untapped rather than tapped.
Right.
So it can act right away.
Right. Yeah. So that's very important. Like I said, everything normally comes in tapped or exhausted. So you're not usually able to move to a location the turn it comes in, but some cards do have this effect, as Jinx does, and Jack was explaining, allowing them essentially to just rush into the location on the same turn that they were played.
He needs to recycle one more, though, because Jinx has a power cost of 1 red, and then he paid the other power cost for the Flame Chompers effect. But the Accelerate actually costs 1 plus recycle.
He played 2 seals.
Yeah,
and
so
he didn't recycle.
he didn't recycle 1. He needs to.
All right.
To do that.
Mikey, tell Ray to recycle another room.
He did? Okay.
Cool. All right, Mikey's our middleman. He's delivering the message back and forth here.
Mikey will be jumping in some games,
aka Mr. Hayes, Mr. Blurple, which I believe you're going to keep playing Blurple, right? You're going to.
Well, he
doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He might be a set gamer. All right. Well, he thought about being a Blurple gamer, but Timo.
I got 2 decks I'm looking at.
Okay. Yeah, Timo's very popular right now, which is a blue-purple deck. And a lot of people rocking the Timo, which is obnoxious because I hate Timo in every way, shape, and form.
That is the big thing that I don't want to play Blurple because I hate Timo.
I hate Timo. I have zero minutes on Timo in League of Legends. I refuse. In all the years I've played, I refuse to play that damn character. But yeah, as Jack mentioned earlier, this game used to have a digital form. It was a different rule set. But as some of you may know, Legends of Runeterra was a League of Legends digital card game. And a lot of players wondering, like, what happened? Did they just quit and then decide to make this? And not necessarily the case. The game was very successful, but the only problem was that the game was very free-to-play friendly. And without monetization, the game is not making any money.
Demon Timo.
So, yeah, Demon Timo's right. So essentially what happened is the game still exists online, but it's kind of been, production on it has kind of halted. And what they're doing instead is making this physical TCG much easier to monetize. Obviously, we're selling packs and things like that, so that's great. And then we're able to use a lot of these art assets that you had from Runeterra, which allows them to really get this game out pretty quickly because all the art's already done, right? We just have to essentially rework the mechanics. So you'll notice if you played Runeterra, a lot of the card art might look the same, but the card may do something completely different.
Yeah, there's a few cards that have been essentially transferred over one for one, but almost every card it is more so just art asset. being shared.
Yeah, it's a whole different strategy. There was no location or battlefields or anything like that in Runeterra, so they did have to rework the game. So you see Ray using an effect here. So Jinx's Rocket's effect is that whenever you discard a card, you can choose to put that rocket back into your hand, which does deal 5 damage, kind of like what we call a signature spell in this game. So every character has a spell that only they can play in their deck.
Yep.
It's kind of like their ulti.
So even if you were to play a different red-purple legend, right? Like say Annie, she's also in the game and she's the same colors as Jinx. You can't include that super mega death rocket. You have to be playing Jinx in order to include that.
For sure. And then Annie obviously has her own, which is Tibbers. So like every character has their ultimate from the game.
Oh man, Mustache just dropped Tryndamere. Tryndamere is a really cool card because he has the ability to score a point via his ability rather than through traditional means. So you're able to steal some games sometimes when you can just grab some extra points off his effect.
Yep,
which you see he just did. So when Tryndamere goes into a showdown, which is a fight basically, and deals at least 5 excess damage, you score an extra point. Right. So Mustache just got 2 points off that conquer because of the Tryndamere effect plus the point for conquering the battlefield.
For sure. Yeah, Tryndamere's cool. And like we mentioned earlier, you can pour all of your resources, like you distribute the strength as you want. So even if your opponent has 10 might worth of characters in play, you can choose to deal all your damage to one specific character, triggering Tryndamere's essentially like overwhelming or however you want to, like trample damage, if you want to call it that, which will activate his effect. So Tryndamere currently in control of that battlefield as well as the dragon at the other. So right now, Mustache pretty much in control here.
So you'll see Mustache is now at 7 points. You need 8 to win. So Ray is going to have to address both of these battlefields in order to stabilize.
For sure. And you see Mustache just loading up here because he knows he just has to hold on here. So something worth mentioning, we did mention over and over, first to 8 does win. However, there is a little bit of an exception for that 8th point, right? So the only way to score the 8th point in this game is either
did Ray grab his runes? I don't think he did.
There it is.
There you go.
The only way to score that 8th point in this game is either to A, hold one location at the beginning of your turn that takes you to the 8th point, or B, when you're the attacker, conquering both locations in the same turn will allow you to score that 8th point as well. So there's a couple of different ways. You can't just score 1 point and then call a game. You do have to kind of hold on, which I think is a cool method to kind of give the other player a chance to kind of stick around. Isn't there a must control both fields to have? Yeah, exactly. Somebody just mentioned in chat.
So basically the easiest way to sort of boil it down is you need to either, like Skinner was saying, hold a battlefield going into your turn or score a point off both battlefields in a single turn to get that final point.
Right.
And so what that means is you could hold one battlefield that brings you up to 7 going into your turn, and then you conquer that other battlefield, and then you get your 8th point.
Yeah, because you scored both. You scored both, right? So as long as you score both, you can win, whether it's a hold or not. And then if you're at 7, just a hold will do it.
Yeah.
So that's another way to win. Yeah.
So basically that's how Mustache is looking to close out this one. He's holding both locations right now. So Ray needs to prevent him from holding either location going into that next turn.
It's going to be tough here because even if Ray does clear off this dragon, we still have Tryndamere and this other dude in the other lane, which is huge. And all Mustache has to do here is just survive any one of these locations. So we see.
Oh, that's very good.
That's good. It's Rebuke.
Yeah, Rebuke will let him return one character to the owner's hand.
Right. So he will choose. He's deciding what to choose here. He's going to choose Tryndamere. I think that's a good choice. Mm-hmm. So he will essentially return Tryndamere, which really slows down your opponent in this game because not only are you returning it to their hand, when they replay the character, it has to come in exerted, right? So like it really sets somebody back when you bounce something back to their hand. They have like 2 turns essentially in order to get that character back online and ready to combat again. So
I think I see Ray can stabilize here actually if he can rocket Oh no, he's one short. That's unfortunate.
He has the rocket, so he is going to clear that.
But he's going to need that Jinx in his hand to come in readied, and he doesn't have the other rune to accelerate it.
Did he just played it, no?
Yeah, but it should be tapped.
Oh, because he can't pay the one and the rune.
He can't.
Let me tell Ray also. You also don't have enough, Ray, because you paid 3 for Jinx, but then you get to pay 1.
Yeah.
Or on your attacking phase, you can take over.
I do not.
So that doesn't matter if you have 100 guys. As long as you're holding in the beginning of your turn,
I didn't think that was the case. I thought you had to have both.
All right, so everybody learning today. Everybody's learning. Some of the rules, this game is deceptive because it looks very simple, right? You move your guys into the base, they move their guys into the base, you guys trade spells and damage back and forth, and that's the end, right? But there's so many little intricacies as to how the game works in terms of the chain. So something we haven't really got to explain yet is the chain in this game. So if you played pretty much any game but Lorcana, there's usually a chain, right? So whether it's One Piece or whether it's Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic, there is a chain. So there's different kinds of speeds that these cards have, right? So for example, the rocket that Ray played is just it's a main phase card only. What happened?
I think he has to have both points controlled.
No. As long as you're holding a battlefield going into your turn, that can score the other point.
That scores the 8th, yeah.
And then if he was at 6,
he
would go to 7 off the hold, and then he could conquer the other battlefield and still win both, because he scored off both.
So what I was saying was that the Jinx rocket that Ray played earlier, and I apologize, guys. I know it's hard to explain cards without having them on the screen. We'll do our best for the next one to kind of get a card viewer up there for you. But essentially, there are 3 different speeds to a spell, right? If it doesn't say any kind of additional text, it's just during your main phase. So anytime on your turn, not in combat, but like just during your main phase of your turn, you can play it and do its effect, right? So that's very similar to the Jinx rocket that Ray had. Then we have spells that say action on them. And the action is a different speed, right? So action can be played during your main phase, but also can be used to start a chain, only start the chain in combat, right? You cannot react with an action. And then there's a 3rd speed, which is a reaction. And reactions can be used
I think Joey cheated me.
Joey cheated.
Sounds about right.
What else is new?
Yeah.
What else is new?
So, Paul, to answer your question, how do you conquer? You conquer by moving a unit into a battlefield and then winning the showdown. Now, the thing is like you point out there, is if you move into an empty battlefield, there is a showdown, but there's no damage dealt, right? Because you have nothing you're contesting.
But it still gives your opponent a window.
Yeah, but they still have a chance to react, but you score the point, assuming they have no way to stop you, right? So moving into an empty battlefield is very, very powerful.
And you see Ray's been playing too much Lorcana. He plays this guy readied again. So let's see if Mustache corrects him. Normally, guys, everything comes in exerted. Ray's making it hard for me to teach you.
Joey, we're just messing with you.
Yeah, we love you, Joey. It's okay. Oh, look, now he's exerted. Yeah, there we go. That'll do it. All right, so Ray draws here. And as you can see, Mustache got 3 of those runes on the first turn because he's going second. Volibear is a ramp deck. So Volibear essentially wants to just get to the biggest guys possible as fast as possible. And Jinx is the opposite strategy, right? Jinx is just trying to hit the ground running, discard cards from your hand in order to play other things for reduced cost, and essentially just try to jam in as fast as possible. All right, so let's see here. And I will post. I'll post a link as well on my social. Yeah, after this round, I'll make sure I post something out there because I did forget to do that. So, so if you move a unit into a field, get a point, self-kill it, then move another unit into the same field.
No, you can only score a point off each battlefield once per turn.
Correct.
Meaning, if you hold that battlefield going into the start of your turn and gain the point at the top of the turn, you cannot further score points off that battlefield. You can score off the other battlefield. Right. But you can't just keep going in and out of the same battlefield to win the game.
Right. And as he mentions the self-kill, so like if I send 5 power worth of stuff in and you defend with 5 power worth of stuff, we both trade, but I do not conquer unless there's a character sticking around after the combat's done, right? So if both characters knock each other out, they're both dead, but they does not count as a conquer.
Yep. And so you could stop your opponent from holding going into their next turn, but you wouldn't score a point yourself.
Correct. That's actually correct, yeah. No concept of drawing in this game, if I remember correctly. It's just things until you're exhausted, and they can't be used to do things that require exhausting. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, some can pay extra cost to come in ready and be used that turn. That's exactly it, Regalia. That's exactly how the game works. Yeah, everything comes in tapped. Some cards are the exception, as usual. But otherwise, yeah, everything comes in tapped. So
I wonder why Ray didn't discard the Flame Chompers there. That would have been a really good play.
Right, yeah. So as Jack mentioned, there's a card called Flame Chompers, which Jinx's whole identity is discarding cards from your hand.
Self-discard, yeah.
Right, and then Flame Chompers allows you to...
I'm sure a lot of you Lorcana players are excited about. Instead of a discard your opponent archetype, we have a self-discard archetype. So it's like, cool, you like discard, you do it to yourself.
Which is insane when you look at Jinx Loose Cannon at the bottom right screen. Yeah. That's like your hero, right? So that character has an effect at all times. It's a passive effect. And essentially every time you start your turn with 1 card or less, you're drawing 2, which if you played any card game, that's pretty crazy. Drawing 2 with an aggro deck every turn, you could just empty your hand essentially every turn and just keep on getting gas. And that's what Jinx is essentially trying to do here. Something that's also very interesting that we have not mentioned yet. So you'll see that there's a leader, right? Which is your legend, which is abilities that you see at the bottom corners of the screen.
So your legend decides your colors of your deck, as well as gives you like a sort of a hero power akin to like something from Hearthstone.
For sure. And then the other thing you can do is play a champion, which is a unit in the game that matches the same name as your leader. And essentially that's like your commander. So you'll see next to Jinx at the bottom, there's another Jinx card. And then up top next to Volibear, there's another Volibear card, right? So the champion does have to match your leader. You can't like play Jinx as a later and then play Darius as your champion. It has to be matching. But essentially it counts almost as a card in your hand, right? You can't discard it, but at any time in the game you can play it as long as you can pay for the cost. So it's essentially considered a card that you always have available until you played it. Once the card's been played, if the card does happen to die, it dies. Yep. It just dies like a normal card. It's not like Magic where the commander keeps resetting back to the commander zone. It's a one and done.
Exactly. So it is very similar to the commander in that way of like it's sitting out there for everyone to see and you can play it at any time you could normally play the card. But the key difference, like you said, is that it never goes back to that champion zone, right? Once it's been played, if it gets bounced back to your hand or shuffled into your deck or whatever, that's where it is, right?
Exactly. Exactly, yeah. So we see, Ray putting, he's got this guy in here right now, but we have that Snapvine coming in next turn, and Ray recognizing that. Yeah. So what I've learned in this game, when I first started playing, I was all about just jamming as many guys as I could into a battlefield. Right. I'm like, okay,
he should be at 3. No, he was holding that battlefield.
During the beginning of his turn, he was holding. So yeah, he should be at 3. But what I was saying is that when I first started playing this game, I was just like jamming as much power as I could into a battlefield because I figured, yeah, that's the way you win the game, right? You just have a huge battlefield. But what you start to learn is there are a lot of cards in this game that target characters that are at battlefields, right? So you leave your characters susceptible to that, as well as if you know your opponent's going to push in a giant unit the next turn, you might want to just get your guys out of there, right? You don't want to trade. You don't want this guy to come in and clean up your guys. You're going to lose the battlefield anyway. So you might as well get out pull your units out and allow them to kind of live to fight another day. I do know also that the Jinx deck has a lot of characters that have an ability where when they're on the attack, kind of like Challenger, they do more damage, right? So if you have them in your base, you're able to get that buff once you move them back to the battlefield. So right now, Mustache.
Let Ray know. Well, hang on. Actually, we can just do it here.
right, so Snapvine moving into the battlefield here. Ray has no responses, so he will allow Mustache to score a point on that location. And we see him thinking about it here. Okay, so we've got it. All right, Ray's up to 3. Or wait, is he supposed to be a 4 because he had the location?
No. So he conquered the 2 locations and then held one going into his turn. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's at the right score. Okay, perfect.
But yeah, Scott, it is kind of similar to the Magic Companion keyword, where it is like a card that's just sitting there, ready to be played. In a way, yeah,
for sure. Yeah, and this game is like a dance, right? Because like what happens is if you jam all your guys into a battlefield and your opponent happens to take them all out, you have no guys waiting in the wings, right? Because everything comes in exhausted. So you're going to have to play the card. It's going to have to sit there, and then you're going to pass, which means your opponent's going to score again because they're going to hold, right? So this game is kind of a dance of, taking over battlefields, but also knowing when it's time to retreat and have guys waiting in the wing for the following turn to reinitiate a new attack. So there's really a lot. Like I said, the game seems simple, like just moving guys into a location, but there's really a lot of thought. And like I mentioned earlier, there's cards that are called reactions. And these reactions are instant speed, right? You can react to anything with them, and a lot of them are very powerful, right? So you need to just make sure that you're not playing into your opponent's reactions, because that could be very detrimental for trying to win the game here. And Ray plays this guy here. Says when it dies, you discard 2 and draw 2. It does come in exhausted.
Yeah, he had it tapped, and then he's not playing.
Ray's learning, guys. Ray's learning. Mustache has way more games in than Ray does, so Ray's still kind of getting his bearings in this game. And okay, what are we doing here, Ray? Ray's like, play this, take it back. Play this, do that, take it back. What's going on here? All right, we're moving these guys in. All right, so we're gonna go to 4. All right, we're going to pay a bunch of ink or mana, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, there we go. Now he wants to play it directly to the battlefield.
Right. so great play here. Go ahead, Jack. You explain it.
So when you play a unit in this game, you can play it to any location that you currently control. Now, your base is kind of like your home location that you always control. The battlefields are locations that you sometimes control. So when you are currently controlling a battlefield, you can play a unit directly to that battlefield to help reinforce it and hold that location going into your next turn.
Exactly. Yeah, very powerful. Obviously, when you don't control a location, everything has to go into the base, which makes it wait in the wings for a turn. But like Jack mentioned, controlling that battlefield allows you to just go ahead and drop any unit that you could normally play directly into the battlefield, which helps it, get a little boost if your opponent's going to try to attack it next turn. Gives it a little more strength to hold on to it. So both players holding 1 location each. That's a big one.
Yeah.
So challenge essentially says 2 characters deal damage to each other. So Snapvine will go ahead and take out this other guy. Is it a May effect on the discard 2?
No, it is not.
Ray, discard 2. All right, so Ray has to discard the 2 there. He gets 2 more. And again, something that you have to be careful with, right? Like cards. Well, I think challenge hits anything, but there's certain cards that only hit characters at locations, right? So you putting that character there is definitely a risk. But in this case, I think it's just anything. Jack's doing a quick scroll to make sure, but I think I just played it a little earlier, so I think it's what it does. All right, so as Jack looks that up real quick, Ray will go ahead and get 2 more runes for his turn. He does gain a point because he's still holding that top location there. So both players essentially holding.
So challenge can actually hit. Choose
anything.
a friendly unit and an enemy unit. They deal damage equal to their might to each other.
Yep.
So it doesn't even matter. That guy would not have been safe no matter where it was.
No matter where, yeah. So some cards will allow you to target anywhere, which is really good because you can hit characters at your opponent's base, which usually is like their safe zone, right? So that's really powerful. But then some cards will specifically, reference the battlefield as a location that it has to be at to have the effect. So is Mustache still at 0?
No, he should be at 2 right now.
Or 3, right? It looks like 2 or 3.
2.
Is it 2? Okay. So Mustache at 2 right now. You can see the dice at the very top, even though Ray's is off screen. But all right, so Mustache at 2, Ray at 3 right now. Again, it's first to 8, so we want to make sure. Let's see, Ray thinking about it. Oh, we got some cameos. The SSG crew coming in, hanging out. Appreciate SSG for allowing us to come hang out today and show y'all some Riftbound. Again, I know you might know SSG for being the Lorcana spot, but we do run all sorts of games here, and we really definitely want to make sure that we're pushing Riftbound on its release. I think there's a lot of hype behind this game. A lot of people are afraid to play it if they don't know League of Legends. I think that this game is still a great game if you don't know the characters. Obviously, when you know the characters, it's even cooler because a lot of the characters are very similar to what they do in the video game, which I think is really nice flavor. But definitely don't be intimidated if you've never played League of Legends or watched Arcane.
Yeah, no, I think anyone can get into it. It's like Arcane, where Arcane is an incredible show, even independent of the League of Legends. Like my mom loves Arcane, never played a day of League of Legends, right?
It's just a great story.
Yeah, and same with this. It's just a fantastic game. Sure, if you have the character recognizability, there will be some things like Skinner was saying where you go, oh, I recognize this attack from the game, right? But as a card gamer, you can just recognize, good cards and stuff, and get affiliated with the characters.
Kind of like Zach Bivens. He's one of the best Lorcana players, and he doesn't watch Disney movies.
Yeah, he thought Sisu was from How to Train Your Dragon, which isn't even a Disney movie.
So
I love that guy.
And Tusig, you were asking, when does Riftbound launch? October this year.
Yep.
So we still got some ways to go. China gets it now in the summer. So China will get it first. And then we will have our release towards the end of the year in October. But
and
we're very excited.
The current plan here at SSG is the day of release. We are going to do a starter deck tournament here to
super excited.
Yeah, it'll be a sealed product as prizing, so that you come, you play with the starter deck, and then can hopefully walk away with some nice sealed product to start cracking packs and get ready. For 2 weeks after launch, we will be doing, I believe, a cash tournament for Riftbound.
Awesome.
So
I'm so excited for that. All the tournaments that come out from there. And if you guys haven't already seen the art and stuff, I know it's a little hard to see on the stream, but again, riftbound.leagueoflegends.com. They have a full card gallery of everything that's been revealed so far. And I highly recommend you just take a look, man. Some of these cards are so gorgeous. If you've ever played League, you know that skins are a huge part in that game of customizing your character. And this game is no different. There are a lot of characters that have an alternate version and a different skin. And I think there's going to be a lot of collectability. We haven't even seen what the foils look like yet. And I'm sure they're going to be awesome foils. So the cards look really beautiful. And I'm super excited to start opening packs and seeing what they look like in person.
That actually is my biggest worry right now. Right now, I'm planning on going to Italy and Milwaukee. So I'm really hoping Riftbound launches right in between there, because we don't have an exact date yet. We just know October.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to Milwaukee. I'm going to be right here. So I'll definitely be here for some Riftbound. But hopefully it doesn't coincide with that, because I know a lot of players that are most likely going to be traveling are definitely going to want to be involved as well. So, and thanks, chat, for hanging out. I know this is a little bit different of a stream. I know most, like I said, Lorcana is usually what we put on here, but we really think this is a great game. And I think that a lot of people, once they realize the mechanics of the game and how it works, are really going to be into it. I feel like it's a fusion of just so many other games put together. It's not quite like any specific game. But you'll definitely notice different elements from other games put together. But I think Riot did a great job of designing the mechanics of the game. The cards feel fun. The cards feel flavorful. There are some pretty strong, cards and interactions, but nothing feels, at least up until now, super overpowered, which is really nice. And it's been a lot of fun to play, and a lot more thought, in my opinion, than some other games I've played. You have to decide, which location am I going to? Am I going here? Am I going there? How am I going to hold? How am I going to attack? So there's a lot of thought that goes into every turn. And I really love the skill. What is it? The representation of skill that is in this game. I feel like there's a
skill
lot
expression.
That's what I meant. Skilled expression. I think that's definitely a game with a high ceiling if you know what you're doing. And I'm looking forward to that.
No, St. Marcus, neither of those people are in the room or even work here anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, neither of those people work here, but shout out to them. And let's see here. Ray trying to put together a big turn here. Ray is up to, what's he at?
I believe he's at 4. We have not had our scores updated in a moment, so.
Yeah, Stefan doesn't like us. He doesn't want to update our scores. Stefan, update the scores. Oh, we got a Mega Death Rocket coming in. Mega Death Rocket deals 5 damage to a unit at a battlefield. Yep, he's going to take out the Snapvine here.
Or no, Snapvine is 6, I believe. Yeah, cost 5, but
okay.
Yeah, Havoc's, Ray, he's red purple for life, even if he changes games.
Of course. That's the first thing Ray said was, I'm playing red purple. All right, let's see here. So we're going to send that down. Okay, big one, big movement.
Big move.
So 14 will go ahead and clap out. So the Snapvine in the location still has 5 damage on it. The Snapvine will still deal its normal damage back to Ray, but it does carry that damage until the end of combat, which then gets it killed. Cool thing about this game, damage does not stay from turn to turn, right? So you have the damage for the combat, and then once the combat's concluded, everything heals back up to full, which I think is pretty unique to some other games. You can still put damage on things, but once the combat's over, everything goes back to full, and you don't have to worry about lingering damage or anything like that. You can move everyone in together. Correct, So Deep. Yeah, so as long as they're eligible to move to a location, you can move them in at the same time. That is correct.
And you can do group moves, but the destination has to be the same. So like you can't go, I'm going to move Jinx to one battlefield and another character to, like if you're moving characters at the same time as one move, it has to be to the same location.
For sure, yeah. So that's definitely true. And you could, after that battle, move the other character to the other location, but you just can't do it on the same movement, as Jack's mentioning. SSG is learning Riftbound. Wow. Yeah,
we're going to be taking this game very seriously over here.
Yeah, we think this game has a lot of legs. I think it's a lot of hype behind it. Obviously, League of Legends a huge IP here. What are we figuring out? How to win? Did Ray win?
He's certainly close, if not. Okay, so it looks like we are going to go to game 3.
Okay. Ray went from 3 to 8 somehow? Or did we just not have the score updated?
Again, Stefan's just not been updating.
I got you.
But
I've been grinding, so if there's anything technical, I got you. We appreciate it.
We have a lot of people here that have been playing.
There are definitely some technicalities that come up with the chain from time to time, like how things resolve and all that. But I think for the most part, we've got everything cleared up. I know there's always some question that comes up. Like Jack and I were playing the other day, and like we both understand the game at a pretty good level, and we were still like, wait, let me reference that.
When you stunned my character, and so we finished Showdown, and we both had characters alive. So there's a little confusion.
Did you tweet? Cool. All right, guys. Wants. It's a little bit of a looser stream today, guys. We're not playing like super concrete.
No tournament or anything.
Yeah, this is just people kind of swapping in and out. I'm trying to teach players the game. We had some players locally come in today that wanted to learn the game.
Hey, Skips. Yeah. So we have a few tournaments planned right now. The exact dates are not set in stone because we don't have exact release date yet. But release day, or maybe the day immediately after, depending on what works best. But either way, essentially immediately on launch, we will be hosting a starter deck tournament that will have a sealed product as prizing. And then 2 weeks later, we will have a constructed tournament with cash as prizing.
For sure. And I'm just doing a quick tweet, guys, so I apologize. I'm just making sure let people know we're live because I didn't do my part this morning. I'm a bad representation. Bad Skinner. Let's see here.
And another thing I wanted to mention now that we're going into game 3. So battlefield decks, when you're constructing your deck, your battlefield deck has 3 battlefields in it. And each game in a best of 3 match, each game, the battlefield that gets used is like taken out of the pool, essentially. So game 1, you randomly pick between all 3 of your locations. Game 2, you randomly pick between the 2 remaining. And if you go to a game 3, both players will just use their last remaining battlefield. So that way you work through all of them in a match, and there's no repeats, unless of course your opponent has the same battlefield in their deck. Then you could have a repeat there, but
for sure, yeah. So, and I think it's really cool. Like, there's also going to be a sideboard that's been mentioned for this game. I don't remember if it's 6 or 9 cards. I forget which one.
Sideboard. Okay, that I didn't realize.
There is a sideboard in this game, yeah. So there are some cards. Like, I think there was a new one preview that says when you do something or when it enters play, you can recycle 4 cards in any discard. I think cards like that are great against like these Jinx decks that are recycling rockets, or maybe Kaisa, because Kaisa has an ability to replay spells from the discard. So I think that's like cool that we have cards that can tech.
Yeah,
we can bring.
Yeah, like that gear that makes a recruit when you play it, and then you can kill it to recycle 4 cards.
That's the one I was talking about.
That one will be great against Jinx. You tech that in, and you go, I'm going to shuffle all your rockets back in, or not shuffle, but recycle, put them to the bottom.
Exactly. Yeah. Another question: can I stop by the store and pre-order some game product? Any limits on how many boxes?
So we haven't started pre-orders yet. I think just because we're not 100% sure on our full allocation.
Right. We've requested a ton.
Yeah,
but it just depends on what they're going to give us.
So as soon as we know the numbers for that, I'm sure that we will put out the call for pre-orders and stuff.
For sure.
So
what's good about this game, actually, which I think is really nice, if you look up online, there are sites doing pre-orders, and the boxes are cheap. The boxes are like $92. Depending on despite the hype behind this game, it hasn't been like, at least at this point. Maybe when it gets closer to release, there might be an influx of product being harder to find. But as of right now, boxes are fairly priced, under retail. So I definitely think if this is a game that you're looking at to potentially be a part of, definitely get your pre-orders in. And I'm sure SSG will have them in no time. Just like Jack mentioned, just making sure we have allocation. We are doing tournaments here. We have a lot of local players that are interested, so we just want to make sure that we have enough to go around. But we definitely should. If you know SSG, they go hard. So as long as the allocation is given to us, we definitely will have enough product to go around. So. You see Ray controlling both locations here, so he was able to score those 2 points. And that Snapvine coming down, as we mentioned earlier, Snapvine, when it comes into play, deals damage to a character, and the character deals damage back to it. So he was able to take out that Jinx without even having to move it into the location, right? So that's really nice. However, it does open up this location now to be reconquered if Ray has a character with Accelerate that could just run in there and conquer it again.
Oh, wow. What an insanely good draw for Ray.
Yeah, that's crazy. Really good draw here. So he has this dude who makes him discard a card, and then he has a card that when you discard it, you can play it for free.
Yep.
So yeah, it's definitely good draws here for Ray.
It's sometime in October. We don't have an exact date yet for release, St. Marcus, but as soon as we know the release date, we will start to make exact announcements on the tournament and such.
Yeah, and I see from So Deep, I don't know if I got that one exactly answered earlier, but yes, you can move as many characters as you want that are untapped, but you can only score on a location once per turn, right?
Yep.
So you can't just move a guy, move somebody out, move a guy, move somebody. You can't just farm a location. It's 1 score per turn, either hold or conquer, and that's all you can do on that turn. You can choose to put more units in there if you want to stack up some strength for to hold or defend it. But it will not reconquer or regain you any points. So, but yes, as long as they're, and another thing that's very important is a character can only move from a battlefield to base or from base to a battlefield, right? You can't hop from battlefield to battlefield unless you have an ability called ganking, which I think is a really cool concept. If you play League of Legends, you know all about ganking. So that'll allow you to move from battlefield to battlefield, right? So that's really nice. You'll be able to,
and there's even
sneak in there.
That monastery location that gives all characters there ganking,
For
so
sure.
they can, and I've seen some very funny games where both players are rocking that battlefield and it gets put out, and
they're just ganking each other.
They can just gank back and forth.
Yeah,
it's very funny.
It's super, super good. And there are characters also that have ganking. And then as Jack mentioned, locations, man. Locations sometimes will change the game on their own. Yeah. For those of you, maybe not everybody, but if you've ever played Marvel Snap on the mobile phone on your phone, most phones are mobile these days. If you play Marvel Snap,
I played it mostly on my landline.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sometimes I play it on my typewriter. So yeah, that game is very similar in the sense that every game the locations are randomized, and then you have to play your strategy based on the location's effects, right? Yeah. So this game kind of borrows that in a sense, where you have these locations that obviously, you want yours to benefit you, and you want your opponents to benefit them, and that's how it goes.
And so, yeah, Scott, you can't do that. You cannot hold a location going into your turn, pull the character out, and then just put him back in to score another point. You can only score 1 point per location per turn.
Right, exactly what Jack said. Yeah, so you can't. No sneaky stuff. There are cards that allow you to score multiple points. Like there's a card called Ari. Ari will allow you to score an extra point if you're holding at the beginning of the turn if she's there. So there are exceptions, right? Like every card game, you know, do what the card says. There are cards that break the rules. But generally speaking, no, you cannot double conquer the same location or score twice on it in any way. So just one per turn. And we see Mustache. Again, Mustache's deck is just more of a ramp deck. Volibear just wants to ramp up and play big dudes.
Yep, and that Volibear hero power really helps with that. Basically, every time he plays a mighty unit, which is a unit with at least 5 might, he can exert the hero to ramp an extra rune that turn.
I wonder if Kamal will play this. I'm sure he will.
Oh yeah.
Kamal plays everything. He's good at card games, and this card game, like I said, has a lot of skill expression.
Shouts out to Kamal because that dude, he really is.
He's a grinder.
A beast at every card game he plays. He's currently qualified for Pokemon Worlds and is still in the running to be qualified for Yu-Gi-Oh Worlds as well in the same year. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah, he's a hardcore grinder and definitely a frequent flyer here at SSG, one of their team members. So yeah, I definitely, I'm not going to speak for Kamal, but I would definitely see him playing this game. And I see a lot of players playing this game. And I know there's a lot of fear, like everybody's saying, oh God, this game's going to replace Lorcana. Everybody's going here. Guys, people can play more than one card game. Yep. I definitely still plan to play Lorcana, but I mean, I'm not going to turn down the opportunity to play something really exciting just because I'm already committed to another card game, right? I think this game's going to be a lot of fun.
Diversity is great.
Yeah, and you learn things, right? From playing different card games with different mechanics, you learn things that you wouldn't know in other games. Talk to me.
Clarification real quick.
Yeah, we're getting a roll check real quick. Hold on.
All right, so he's attempting to play Disintegrate as a reaction, but I don't think he can because it's action, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You could only start a chain.
Yeah, you cannot interact with a chain with it. Yeah.
All right, so I just want to
All right, so yeah, the rules coming in, it's a little bit confusing for players, right? Like I said, there's 3 different speeds to a spell. There's no additional speed where it's just on your main phase. There's action speed, which can only be used to start a chain, right? You can't use it to respond to something. You can only play it when the chain is empty. And then there's a reaction, right? And reaction spells are the fastest spell in the game. You can use them as a regular action, or you can use them to respond to something, right? So in this case, the chain happened. Mustache tried to respond with a spell, but that spell is an action, not a reaction, so it's technically an illegal play. So he had to take that one back. So yeah, it's a little bit confusing at first until you see them all, but essentially, one starts the combat and the other ones can be played at any time.
That purple Jinx kind of popping off here. So that Jinx on the field, whenever Ray discards a card, she gets +1 might and then readies. So he was able to play her, move into the battlefield that causes him to discard and draw, and ready her, and then now conquer the other battlefield as well.
Exactly. Yeah, Jinx.
Really, really good play by Ray.
Really strong. So as you can see, as long as you can ready the characters, you can send them into both battlefields over time, as long as you can keep readying them. But again, you just cannot score the same one twice. But you can definitely do what he did, which is really good play here. So now he has Jinx in one location. He's got a bunch of dudes in the other, and Ball's pretty much in Mustache's court to defend here, or rather to attack here and get back into the game. If Ray goes unchecked here, he will score 2 points at the beginning of his turn, putting him up to 6, which is pretty high up there considering the Mustache still hanging out at 1 here. He's thinking about moving his Snapvine in, but Snapvine, okay.
Yeah, Snapvine's 6, so that will Jinx is 5, I believe,
right,
without the buff. Because unfortunately for Ray, that buff only lasts on
that turn. Yeah, that turn. So
Snapvine might increase because buff is an actual.
Yeah, you got to be careful in the wording because there's other words that mean different things that you wouldn't think of. So yeah, Snapvine is a 6 power. Jinx was only a 5. Therefore, since there's no kind of spells that change that, Snapvine would win the challenge, and therefore he takes over that location, and Jinx would die. So now he gains that point. As we mentioned, he's at 2. So now both players both control a battlefield here. So yeah, Ray just realizing he held that battlefield at the beginning of his turn, so he gets to go up to 5 here. And yeah, and this is just pretty much the way the game works, guys. It's a lot of back and forth, trying to conquer. Unfortunately, the starter decks don't have a ton of spell interaction. Like some of them do have some spells, but I find that when you play with real decks or like modified decks, there's a lot more chain and there's a lot more like things going on that it can kind of like stifle your opponent conquering. But the trial decks are pretty cut and dry, right? Just move in, do this, move in, do that. But it's still a great way to learn the game for sure. And you see a seal come down here. Ray does have to recycle. So recycling is a big part of this game. And recycling it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? It allows you to play stronger characters, but you do have to send that that resource to the bottom of its pile, which does mean that you lose essentially resources, right? Because the next turn, you're going to have one less resource. So those seals that you see at the bottom next to Jinx there, those 2 cards, allow you to pay that resource without having to recycle. And really, really strong, right? Because now he can pay that and not have to lose his resources every turn. So he's loading up a bunch of guys in play here. They can't quite attack yet because they all come in exerted. But you can see that Ray definitely... he moved them all out.
He retreated. Yeah.
He retreated them all out, right? I gotcha.
Paul, I see asking how does the mulligan work in this game? It's very similar to Arcana, but a little bit smaller scale, you could say, because you draw 4 cards for your opening hand, and then you can send up to 2 of them down to the bottom of the deck and then replace them. You can't send your full hand like in Arcana. And then the other slight difference is that those cards getting bottomed, you do not shuffle afterwards. So they are pretty likely to not be seen for the rest of the game.
For sure. Yeah. As we were mentioning earlier, some of you guys might not have been in here yet, but there are no shuffle effects in this game up until now. Everything that goes to the bottom. Up until now. Yeah. There might be new ones eventually, but everything says bottom deck it, but nothing says shuffle or search. So whatever goes to the bottom, that's pretty much where it's going to stay, at least until they print something else. So you see Ray starting the turn drawing 2 cards, even though he had 0 in hand because of Jinx's leader effect, which is very, very strong. And Ray debating how he wants to attack here. So Mustache holding down the point with 2 really big units here. So Ray has to figure out what's the way he wants to do this. We see Rebuke in Ray's hand, which does allow him to bounce something back.
Very good.
Very strong card. So, as I was mentioning earlier, bouncing something back to your opponent's hand is very tempo-based because not only does it go back to their hand, they have to play it again, right? So now it's exhausted, and then they have to pass, and then finally back on their turn, they get to ready it and use it. So yeah, bouncing something back to the hand, incredibly powerful. And that's why that card costs 2 runes, right? So if you look at the card Rebuke that Ray has in his hand, you have to pay its cost, and you have to recycle 2 runes, right? Again, Ray can use those seals at the bottom to pay that cost. That way he doesn't have to worry about recycling. But in normal situations, you would have to send that much resource to the bottom of its deck here. So Ray's thinking about how he wants to spend this Rebuke here. I believe Rebuke is an action, right? So you can't respond with the Rebuke, but you can use it to open up a chain here, which is what Ray's doing.
How many cards in the deck? Paul asks. So in Riftbound, your deck is actually comprised of 3 different decks. You have your 40-card main deck, which contains all of your units and spells and stuff like that. Then you have a 12-card rune deck, which is your runes for your resources. And that can be, that allows you to kind of set the ratio how you want. Maybe you are just right down the middle, 6 of one color, 6 of the other. Maybe your deck is very heavily leaning one color, so you're only running a few copies of the runes for that secondary color. And then you've got your battlefield deck, which is 3 battlefields. And so your 40 card main deck is the one that you'll be dealing with the most, but at the start of each game, you'll pull a battlefield from that battlefield deck to be the battlefield you're fighting over. And then every turn, you're pulling some runes from the rune deck. But what's nice about this is it makes it much harder compared to, say, like a game like Magic, where your resources and spells and characters and stuff are all in the same deck, right?
For sure.
So every turn you're going to get those runes, and every turn you're going to draw a card that does something.
For sure.
So,
and then to make things a little more tricky, all the things that Jack said are correct, but technically you have 39 cards in your main deck, because one of them most likely is a champion that matches your leader, which gets to start in the champion zone at the beginning of the game.
And so that does count as part of the 40 from your main deck. So yeah, you are actually only shuffling up 39 cards.
39, and then the 40th one would be your champion, which is already on the field there. Can you explain how conquering the last point works? My friends get confused. Okay, yeah. So we went over it a couple times, and even the players that are out there are a little confused. So it is best way I can explain it is this: you need to score. There's 2 ways. If you're at 7 or 6, technically, at the beginning of your turn, if the hold point gives you game, you win the game, right? So if you're at 6 and you're to put in passes and you have both battlefields, that puts you to 8. Right? If you're at 7 and you pass and you own 1 battlefield, that puts you to 8, right?
So right now, Ray being at 7 points, if he can hold either of these battlefields, which Mustache just prevented him on the Zon location, but this other one, if he's able to hold this, he will win.
Right. And then the other way to close the game out, if you don't hold, is to conquer both battlefields on the same turn, right? So what happened in this game, if you conquer a location and you can't score that 8th point because it's not allowed, you would just draw a card instead. So you can actually conquer one, draw the card, and then conquer the other, and then that would be your 8th point because you conquered both. So
Alternatively, too, if you're holding one location and that brings you up to 7, conquering the other location will get you that 8th point as well, because you essentially just need to score both battlefields in that turn, whether it's holding one or conquering both.
So either one hold or a double conquer will win the game, essentially, or
a hold
and a conquer. So scoring both locations will also get you the 8th. So a little complicated as you get used to it. It's not so bad, but it is a little.
Also, we alluded to it earlier, but things like Ari or Tryndamere, who say on them score a point via different means, right? Those can win you the game too, because if you're at 7 and you fulfill the requirements for Tryndamere to score that 8th point, you win. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Correct. Like most games, the cards can break the game rules, right? So if the card gives you an extra 1 point, it gives you that point.
This is Mustache's worst nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Is he going to do possession?
So Ray's thinking about possession here. Possession essentially mind controls the character. So he will go ahead and yoink the only character here. It does stay exerted.
It has to be from a battlefield as well, so he's able to. You can see Mustache has been burned by that card so many times.
So now Ray could just conquer both and win, right? He didn't he score on the first one this turn?
No, he got his. He got wiped by.
He got wiped. I got you. Sorry, I lost track there. I was explaining stuff. Yeah. So hypothetically, if Ray had stolen that and then moved like 1 unit each to each battlefield, Ray wins, right? Because he scores both. But if Ray only moves 1 character in, that can't put him to 8 because that's only 1 battlefield conquered. So he would just draw a card instead. So hopefully that helps. I know it's a little strange of a mechanic. I think it's a pretty interesting. Mechanic for this game that a lot of other games don't have. Usually you just win if you win. But now there's like a little bit of an extra thing. I'm not sure if Raven did it, but acceleration is also an additional energy. He may or may not have paid for it.
I'm not even sure what was the last thing he played with accelerate, but to accelerate a character, you have to pay an additional energy and an additional power. It takes both. So you have to recycle one of your runes and pay it. And granted, you can do it with the same rune, right? Like if it's a red character that you're trying to play with Accelerate, you can pay the 1 energy cost with a red rune and then recycle that same red rune.
Right, exactly. Very good point.
But he also has a bunch of seals out, so he can pay the Accelerate cost, at least the power side of it, with the rune.
For sure. And now we see Mustache does clear off.
Seal, rather. Sorry.
He is able to clear off that character there. So now both battlefields up for the taking here, and we see Mustache the only one with a character on board right now.
Wait, how did he clear the? Oh, it must have.
He did. I didn't miss what he did.
Probably challenged.
It's underneath the character. Yeah. Mustache can't use Snapvine on a unit that isn't on a battlefield. I think because he didn't play Snapvine though, did he?
Maybe
he might have. I don't know if production can learn. I mean, again, we're learning, guys, so I'm sorry if there's any misplays. He did? Okay. All right, we'll make sure to let him know. He's a known cheater here, so I'm just kidding, guys. That's how he cleared the unit. Did they deal damage to each other? All right.
Oh, well, no, but it was... Oh, okay. Oh, so they just cleared. Okay. Yeah.
Stefan, if you're in the booth listening, you can let Mustache know he's a filthy cheater.
Yeah.
And that you cannot.
Mustache, do not be reading his cards.
I think we're back. I think we went backwards here.
Yeah.
I think they figured it out. Good catch, guys. Thank you again. We're trying to explain everything best we can, and both these players are still learning. Everybody is here today to try to learn the game, get more reps with the game. Many of these players haven't even played this game, so we appreciate your patience, and we'll do our best to keep everything correct and get all the abilities errated and things like that. Or not errated, but make sure we follow them correctly. Yeah, so he realizes Snapvine is only on the battlefield. So he's like,
oh no, you can accuse Mustache of cheating. It's fine.
Okay. Of course, not accusing anyone of cheating. No, we appreciate it. It's a good call out, and it's something that we missed, obviously. So yeah, it's a great call out. And again, this isn't a tournament or anything, guys. This is just for funsies. We just wanted to showcase the game for a lot of players that have not seen it in action yet. Maybe you've heard about Riftbound, but you've never seen what the heck the game is.
Wait, how did Ray get a second Stormclaw?
Ray, I think he used another possession. I think he had 2 possessions. That's why all his purple's gone.
Oh, yeah.
So, as Jack insinuated earlier, everything in this game is colorless, right? So there's a big difference between a power cost. Yeah, it was
but he didn't have the purple this time around. Okay.
Or it wasn't on the battlefield. It has to be on a battlefield. I don't know what's going on. They're trying to figure it out amongst themselves right now. Use the second possession. Yeah. Explaining it to them now. Okay, cool. Yeah. So once again, yeah, we're just trying to teach these players how to play the game and kind of get them familiar. And Ray, right now both players kind of figuring out what things do. Again, game deceptively complicated, right? Not doesn't look complicated, but definitely reading the card
for yourself. There's a lot of words on these cards.
Reading the card explains the card for most part, but there's a lot of little things that could be missed, as was mentioned by Mark. There are certain cards that could only be targeted if they're at the battlefield, right? So you can't just hit cards at somebody's base unless it says so. So. All right. So
more so often it will just not specify if it can hit anywhere.
Sure.
It seems to be all the cards that are, but I'm sure they might have cards at some point that can only target at the base, maybe.
Probably. Yep.
So
Yep. Totally cool.
Very important.
We still see Volley Bear hanging out on the wings there. Very top there. Mustache hasn't played his champion, right? So at any point in the game, whatever character's in your champion zone, as long as you can pay for it, you can play it. Right. So, Mustache hasn't found an opportunity here to cast his giant Volley Bear. So it's just kind of hanging out, right? It's not a card that could be targeted or anything like that, but it is a card that's always available until it's been casted, essentially. So right now, looks like he's got a bunch of cards in his hand. He's got a thick stack here. So I'm wondering what the move is here. Ray is at 7, and as you can see, it's not so easy to end the game sometimes, right? Like 7 and 8 seem so close together, but sometimes that 8th point is really hard to hang on to if your opponent gets some momentum. So, yeah, it looks like Mustache probably drawing extra cards. He's a dirty cheater. So, all right, so he's in a challenge.
Okay, and that can hit units in a base.
Right. So that card states both characters deal damage to each other. So that's what happened there. So that's how he was able to take something out without actually going into combat, just by the effect of the spell. So he is able to take out one of those characters, which gives Ray one less character next turn to move in, right? So that's really good. And there comes Big Bambino, the Volley Bear. As I mentioned, can be played straight from the champion zone. He'll use Volley Bear's ability, which every time he plays a character with 5 or more, you can tap Volley Bear to essentially ramp.
Yeah, and all of his characters come in ready right now, thanks to that Magma Worm that you can see. Mustache, this is a personal playstyle of his with that Magma Worm. Whenever he plays it, he will never move it into a base or to a battlefield because he wants it to just sit there and provide him with all that value of essentially accelerating every character he plays.
All right. I guess Mustache was at 6 already? Because I see maybe we weren't up to date on the scores there.
Yeah, probably.
Because he did take both power fills cutting to you guys. All right, well, cut to us. We're beautiful. Stop hunching. Wow, dude. Wow, calling me out on my hunch, dude.
Yeah, sorry we got bad posture. I got scoliosis, bro.
I have scoliosis too, dude. Being discriminated against here at SSG's production team. He used a second. Okay, so we're caught up on chat here. We're gonna probably swap players around. Let some other players get.
Yeah, I think Mikey will jump in there, and I don't know if we're swapping out just the loser or if we'll swap out both players.
Yeah.
But I know Ken, aka Rooster 5 Man, is here, so he'll be jumping in on some games as well.
For sure.
And then, maybe at some point Skinner and I will get in there.
Hopefully, man. Hopefully we get to do so. I thought I was going to get to stay. They pitched this to me as you're going to get to sling some cards and teach people, and then they're like, "No, we're throwing you in the booth." Which I'm happy to be in the booth with you, Jack. But I would love to get my hands there. I want to get out there. I want to play some Riftbound. I've also been hooked on the game. I know you have as well. Yeah, you're always texting. Anybody want to play? Anybody want to play?
I want to play so bad because we've got a few methods right now of being able to play the game. Obviously, since it's not out, we don't have any of the real cards, but we have these printed proxies. We also have Tabletop Simulator where we've been able to upload cards and mess around there, and then also. Pixelborn. I don't know if we're allowed to.
Yeah, why not?
Pixelborn has a Riftbound as well.
We're not playing Disney anymore. So
yeah, there's a couple ways to play, and I'm just literally always asking who wants to jump in because if no one wants to play with me on TTS, then I'll jump on Pixelborn. But Pixelborn doesn't have all the cards. TTS, I get to play with my beloved Timo.
The TTS, the team that works, the community that does the the fan made stuff. They're really good about uploading the same day that cards get revealed. They end up on tabletop, which is a really nice ability to play test with new stuff.
Oh,
yeah. Why don't you talk while I go to the bathroom because I need to go to the bathroom.
And Rerez, to answer your question, yes, I do. I love some aggro decks in this deck or in this game as well. So far, the two decks that I've been playing the most of are the Jinx deck and Timo, and they are both fairly aggressive. I love playing these low to the ground decks where I can just.
Can I raise my sheet up? I'm short, man.
Ray.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we got Ray here. So how did it go? How did it feel? Did you win that in the end, or did he?
He did.
Okay.
Because I should have conquered.
He was 1 point lower on our score counter, so we weren't quite sure if he actually closed the game out. But
a Timo player, we are not friends.
Yeah, dude. Timo is amazing. He's just adorable little Vandal scout. Anyone that hates on Timo hates cuteness.
Stop hunching. Okay, my bad. Game is cool. Game is fun. It's a lot more deep than I originally expected it to be. There's a lot of value.
They have to shave their mustache.
They have to shave their mustache. I can't shave this. It actually just grows back. It's
like the Santa Claus. As soon as you shave, it's just already back.
Is that the movie when he does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like Tim Allen.
I mean, neither do I, but I still liked that movie.
I don't like Adam Sandler either, but that guy stinks. Game is cool. Game is fun. I do like the red purple Jinx a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, right?
That purple Jinx is way better than you guys gave credit.
No, I made you had a really nice play.
I made a grave error of not putting another character there that they just give the free point.
Yep. Yeah. No. When you played that Flame Chompers, I was so surprised you didn't just drop it right in the location. You know.
All right. The guy is staring me down.
No one's staring.
Giving me the Ed stare.
But yeah, well, glad
I get to hear it. You like it?
Yeah. He said it's much more in depth than you thought.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought behind it. A lot of thought provoking things. Ray just wanted to run out of here. He didn't want to talk to us anymore, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, damn.
No, I love Jinx though because like her hero power is just so strong. Of like, okay, cool, vomit out your hand, and then what's that? I'm drawing 2 cards at the start of my next turn. Like, amazing.
Sure. And there's a lot of cards that are missing, right? These are the trial decks. So there's a card, for example, called Immortal Phoenix that you can play from your discard pile that most likely will slide right into the Jinx deck because you can discard it and then play it. So there's a lot of cool cards that are not in the trial decks. Remember, these are just the basic decks to learn how to play. There are a lot more cards that have been revealed. If you go on Riftbound's website, you can see all of them there in high quality, and they are beautiful. A lot of the cards, the art is so good. So we're going to get to see Mustache coming back, him and his cheating ways. And he will be battling it out with Mikey, a.k.a. Hazed, which you guys may know as well. Immortal Phoenix is a scary card indeed. Yeah, Mark knows what's going on here. That card is insane. Yeah, that card is very insane. So, and I had to experience the new hype, which is Teemo Nocturne. Very dumb combination. Teemo essentially says when you attack into his base, he gets to look at the top 5 cards, and he deals 1 damage for every hidden card, which we haven't explained hidden cards yet. Which
none have come up yet.
We'll have to
it's
explain.
Like trap cards.
It's almost like Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards. And so not only does Teemo already annoying because you try to attack him and all these mushrooms come out and start hitting you, but
he summons a shadow demon.
But if you reveal a Nocturne says whenever he's revealed for any reason off the top of the deck, you can pay a rune, which is not even tapping a resource, just recycling a rune, which means putting that rune at the bottom of your deck, and he comes in for free, right? So he's just like, oh, hey, you revealed me? Fly into the battlefield. So very, very strong. You think you're attacking a Teemo, and all of a sudden you've got to fight a demon. So
yeah. But all right, well, let's jump into this other match and see.
Let's see what's going on.
Maybe Mikey can dethrone Mustache.
Yeah, and I see Yami asking, what do you think are going to be the tier 1 decks? It's so hard to say right now.
Yeah, we still have so many cards.
There's a lot of cards that have not been previewed.
But I think Teemo seems really strong. I think Set seems really strong.
Yeah, a lot of players are high on Set. I think also Victor seems like a dominant one. I don't know who's better than who, honestly. Like, there's just so many cards yet to be revealed. And again, we're only playing with only a piece of the collection right now. So we won't know for sure eventually. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game that's, again, really, really cool. Jinx very strong too. Yeah. Jinx seems very strong. She just hits the ground running. Misfortune seems like a really good deck. So there's a lot to play with, and I think as more cards get more support, it's going to be determined what's really strong. I know some players have liked playing Leona. Leona's all her mechanics revolve around stun, which stun in this game essentially makes it so that the character does not add its combat to the turn, which is really strong. Essentially, if you have a 10 powered guy, you could just be like, nah, that guy's not participating. It's really strong. So, but yeah, we've got all sorts of stuff, guys. Like I said, if you check out the card pool on Riftbound's website, I highly recommend it. We're looking at it literally right now, and there's just so many cool cards here, and so many possibilities for decks and stuff. So we shall see what the future holds for that. But Mikey here, he's still rocking the Jinx, so he's going to go ahead and jam these 2 guys down, and they will be waiting in the wings for a Conquer next turn, potentially. We have Mustache deciding what he wants to do here. Okay, he's going to play this Dragon. I believe it does have Accelerate if he chooses. All right, so you're going to use Volibear's ability. Volibear says you can exert him once per turn when you play a unit with 5 or more might, and it allows you to essentially ramp. Yep.
So he's going to accelerate.
He's going to use that extra rune that he got off the volley essentially to pay for it, which is a great idea.
Yeah.
And then he gets to move that same turn. So again, normally a unit cannot move the same turn, but there is an ability kind of like haste or rush where you can pay an additional cost to move it that same turn. So that's what Mustache did. Played it, readied it with the ability, and then ran it into the location there. So how many cards in set 1? A lot.
400 something?
Yeah, a lot. And then there's like promos and alternate arts that are like even past overnumbered. Yeah, they're called, and they're like, let's say the set goes to 340. I'm just throwing a number out there. The alternate arts go like 341, 342, 343, even though they're not part of the initial set. So
okay, Mark actually here with the 298 mechanically unique cards, and I think the overnumbered ones are included in that like 400 number.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's there's a lot.
So there you go, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for keeping us honest here. I knew it was over like 300 or 400 total, but yeah, 298 seems to be without any kind of alternate arts or anything like that. So yeah, a lot of new locations have been revealed. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. What's cool is that they're releasing a lot of locations. I know when I played the Star Wars game, the first set only had like one really good location, and then like the rest of them were kind of bad. I love that this game has like a ton of options. That way you can really, get creative with how you want to approach your strategies and stuff like that. I think that's really cool. So we have here Mikey. He did get his runes for the turn. Did he discard that Gust, or did he use it? I missed it, but I think he might have discarded it.
Look at who you're talking to. I'm of course going to chase the foil runes. I want foil everything.
Yeah,
I'm not a rarity max.
I'm not a max rarity guy. I like simple stuff. But I mean, I'm not going to turn down a sick alternate art Victor foil or something. I'm not a psychopath. But no, I'm not gonna be super worried about.
Oh my god! I just realized Aspirant's Climb has chip in the art. My boy.
Oh, it is cool. And you see what the ability is. You need one more point to win the game. That's crazy. So yeah, there's Jack and I are looking at a battlefield that's on the website that says you need one more point to win the game. So like I said, these battlefields really change the way the game is played. And all of a sudden, you need to get to 9 instead of 8. So really, really cool that the battlefields change the way the game is played. I love that.
Yami asks, if a hidden card holds a battlefield, do you get a point?
No.
Also, because a hidden card cannot exist on a battlefield you do not control. So if you lose control of the battlefield, your hidden cards there will go away. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, if something would cause you to lose control of the battlefield, you have an option to react with those hidden cards. But if they don't do anything for you in that moment, they will be gone.
For sure, yeah. And the good thing about hidden cards, for those of you who have not seen a hidden card yet, because we haven't had a deck that deals with hidden cards, but hidden cards, essentially, they are, you could play them for their normal cost, like a regular spell, or if they have the hidden keyword, you can recycle a rune of any color and place it face down into a location you control, right? You can only have one hidden card per location, unless the card says otherwise. And essentially, it's a trap card, right? It's a card that's in play on that location. And when your opponent does something, you can respond with that reaction for no cost, right? So let's say a spell costs 3 normally, but it has hidden. I can choose to just pay 1. Yeah, okay, so he's doing
but actually, he doesn't even need to do that, because isn't that Reaver's Row? I believe.
It is Reaver's Row.
So Reaver's Row is a battlefield with a really cool ability where when you defend there, you can retreat a friendly unit, essentially saving them from a fight that you were going to lose anyways.
I'm going to know. Read Reaver's Row. Is that Reaver's Row?
I think it is. I can't quite see the art because Mustache is covering it. But.
Is that location Reaver's Row? Oh, you want to. Yeah. He said it was intentional. Okay. He's big braining it. Mikey's got a big brain here. I was trying to help him, but he doesn't want my help.
What did Hayes use the seal on? I'm not sure. It's a great question.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And Scott asks, do we know if every card
is going to have a foil version?
We do not at the moment, but I assume so. I hope so.
I know they said every pack has 2 foils and something. So I'd imagine if they're going to put 2 foils in every pack, it's going to have to be every card.
Yeah, it would be weird. Otherwise, you're just like guaranteed to get like high.
Yeah, it's just like we're going to jam 2 legendaries in every pack.
Yeah.
So to my knowledge, it looks like every card will be at some point a foil. I hope so, at least the way that I'm understanding it. But yeah, there's some sweet card. Like I know I keep mentioning it, but if you haven't looked at the card art, look at the gallery that's on their website. I mean, there's going to be some really cool foils. If by foil you mean just the effect on top, then every card can be a foil. Just the effect on top. Every card can be foil. Oh, because you mean there's different kinds of foilings depending on the rarity, Mark? Is that what you're saying? Because I haven't heard any. I know there's different rarities, obviously, but I didn't know that the foiling changed based on a rarity, which would be cool actually if there was like a different kind of foiling on the rare cards on the really good ones. But yeah, I'm not sure there. There's a lot of information that it's not out yet, or maybe has been mentioned, but if you're not like super following the game, you may not have heard. So yeah, I appreciate Mark for keeping us updated. Each pack has at least 2 rare plus and 1 foil slot, which can be any rarity. Also, all cards have rarity or foil by default.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay. REB wants to know what Hayes is using his seal on. I don't know. When I think of seal, I think of Kiss from a Rose.
Yeah, I think that turn looks like he used it for the Flame Chompers.
Perhaps. All right, so we see Possession come into Mikey's hand here, which is actually really good against Mustache's decks. His Mustache's deck is just full of beefy dudes. So Possession does allow you to kind of mind control it and take advantage of it, and it doesn't go away at the end of the turn. Like you just completely take the character away, which is really cool. But it is a very expensive spell, as you can imagine.
8 to play and 3 power cost, all purple. So you need to send back 3 runes.
All right, so Mikey's going to double check the Snapvine ruling or correct ability.
Yeah, unfortunately, if he steals it, he will not get the Snapvine ETB effect.
Yeah, maybe that's what he was checking for.
Yeah. But it's still very good here because he can essentially rip the character off the battlefield and then just conquer it.
Another cool thing in this game. Me or Jack? Jack? All right. Another cool thing in this game is that you can actually float energy, right? So if you guys have ever played Magic, there's like a imaginary pool of your resources, right? When you tap it, it produces that resource. So you could actually produce that resource, have it float there, and then get rid of that resource for a recycle or whatever it may be. And that resource that you produced is still floating there, right? Waiting to be spent. Which is also a really cool, intricate ability that you can do in this game. So you could, like, for example, tap 4 runes, create 4 energy or 4 mana, however you want to think about it. Play something that gets rid of your runes, but that 4 mana or whatever you created is still there, and you can use it throughout your main phase there. So I think that's a little something extra that's pretty cool in this game as well. And we do see Mikey now has control of the Snapvine. And he's going to choose to move it in. Dead Bloom Predator has Deflect. Which one is the Predator? A little hard to see. So Deflect is another keyword in this game. There are lots of keywords, and we won't see them all right away because some of them are not included in the trial decks. But Deflect is a really good one. So Deflect says, it's almost like Ward from Lorcana, but it's like fair Ward. You can target the character, but in order to target it, you have to recycle a rune each time, right? So essentially, every time you target that character, you're losing a resource to the bottom of its deck. So, it's the one that you were calling Snapvine? I'm so sorry. I haven't learned all the art yet. I haven't learned, it did look like a Snapvine, but I appreciate you, Mark. Mark's like, dude, this guy doesn't know anything, dude. Why is this guy talking? I promise, I am decently knowledgeable on the game, but I definitely have not learned all the art and all the effects and all that quite yet. But over time, I definitely expect to be the master at this. We're all learning, exactly. Yeah, we're all learning. Even myself. Like I said, I have a pretty good grip on the game, but there's some times where I still have to be like, let me check the rules because things are a little bit fuzzy sometimes. So, but yeah. No hard meant. No, it's all good, Mark. No worries. I appreciate you being here, like I said, and keeping us in the know if we're missing any kind of effects or anything like that. So, yeah, we love to learn the game and share the game. Well, like I said, this is just a little, learn to play day here for us, but we definitely want to continue to produce content for this game. And in October, when this game releases, you can expect many, many SSG tournaments of this game. And, we like to do things big here. So you can expect a lot of really cool reasons to travel and come play some Riftbound here with us in South Florida. Yeah, as Stefan mentions in the chat, yeah, we definitely have a lot of, my bad. We definitely have a lot of high hopes for this game, and we definitely plan to throw big events for it and really, push this game into the community. I think that this is going to be, at least down here in South Florida, and it seems like the hype is everywhere, but for sure, at least here in South Florida, there's going to be a lot of players that are interested in learning this game. So super excited for those days and those tournaments and all of that. And, after playing Lorcana for 2 years now and, really not getting any, many tournaments at all that worth playing, at least on the Disney or Lorcana side, I think that it's going to be really cool to have Riot Games behind this because Riot, they have a huge esports scene. They know how to throw a tournament. They know how to organize an event. So I hope that lends itself into this game, and we have some just really awesome big events that we could all travel to. That is, my dream. I would love to be able to travel to these big events and play and celebrate.
Wait, were we getting a card wrong?
Yeah, we weren't Snapvine. It wasn't Snapvine. It was that thing, Death Blue Predator. Yeah, I forgot I thought that was Snapvine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, their art looks very similar.
It is very similar. One has 2 heads and one has 1 head. All right, we're good. Now I'll know for next time. 1 head is Predator, 2 heads is Snapvine. So both players just going back and forth here, conquering. We see Mustache up to 6 and Mikey already at 7. So Mikey currently owns no battlefields. Nothing is conquered. So right now, as long as Mustache is able to hold it down, Mikey cannot score the 8th point on his next turn. So look, there he is. He's going to pay the accelerate, and he's going to jump in there.
Mustache jumps to 7 now, holding both battlefields.
Super huge.
Yeah.
So Mikey has to clear both this turn in order to win the game. One will not do it. And if Mustache gets his turn back, double seal. That's the thing with the seals, right? Like I feel like they're so good, but they could be dead, man. You draw them later, and it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. So, hi, how's it going, guys? We're back. Oh wait, let me move here. You squeeze in here. We got one big guy and one thin guy here. So we're getting over to the next game now. But I hope you guys are enjoying everything so far. Again, we just wanted to hang out today. This is nothing, no stakes involved. No bloodthirsty, no takebacks or anything like that. No sharking. Just to learn the game, spread the game. Again, a lot of players are interested in the game, but maybe have never seen a game played. Or when you have seen it played, it's on Tabletop Simulator and you don't know what the heck you're looking at. This is a way for us to kind of show you just the basics. Obviously, there are more intricacies, there are more effects, there are more keywords, there are more complications that we won't be able to go over everything today. That's just something you have to experience as you play the game yourself.
This will not be the last time we do something like this, I'm sure. And in the future, we will probably have more proxies printed out than just the starter deck. So we'll start to, we can get a chance to see some more complicated interactions and stuff like that.
For sure.
But right now, we're just rocking with the starter decks to keep things kind of simple.
And as Mark mentioned, seals are 100% the biggest deck building challenge in this game. Yeah, seals, and again, just for those who didn't understand what the seal does, a seal is essentially a free card you can play.
0 energy, but it costs 1 power. So
you have to recycle a rune to play it, but you don't have to tap anything to play it. It's free. And then for the rest of that game, as long as it's in play, it produces the power, right? So you can't use it to pay the cost of a character, but you could use it to pay its additional recycle cost. That's what you would use the rune for. And that's great, right? Because if you're using that, it means you're not recycling your runes, so you're not losing resources. However, as you can see in that last game, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because when you draw them late game, it's zero mana, do nothing, essentially. So that's the only kind of struggle. Do you play the runes? Do you play some runes? Do you not play the runes? So there's some...
It's been an interesting decision whether which decks need them and how many you run. Because I've seen some people have built decks where it's I actually, in my custom built Jinx deck, I'm running the red seals, but not the purple ones.
Which is totally fine.
The deck I built, it's mostly all red. But I find, especially in red, the seals are really nice because in red, there's a keyword called Legion. where it has an additional effect that only triggers if you've played another card this turn already. Sort of akin to like combo from Hearthstone, right?
Sure.
And those seals are super nice in that case because it lets you go, I'm going to, play a seal, trigger my Legion, and then play the Legion card, and you don't have to spend any extra mana to do that.
Definitely, yeah. And like you mentioned, I think some decks are going to need it. Some decks aren't. It's going to remain to be seen which decks benefit more from it, which decks can probably do without it. I would guess the more aggressive strategies might not care because maybe your curve is lower, so you don't mind so much of losing a resource. But however, if you're trying to ramp to 10, you probably don't want to be sending your ink or your resources back into the bottom. It's so funny because when I started learning how to commentate Lorcana, I would just say mana or lands all the time, right? And then now that I'm learning Riftbound, I keep saying ink. It's like I'm always using the word from the other game. Can I bring in some proxy decks with some updated cards, recent release, and teach play with peeps? Absolutely. Yeah, we do plan eventually to get all the cards printed so we can do just that. You're always welcome to come through if you want to play. Again, we're only working with the trial decks right now, so I can't guarantee it'd be a fair fight. If you have multiple decks, that would be cool. But yeah, you're always welcome to come through. Everybody here is really getting into Riftbound. The owner of the store, Devin's like super into it. Kylie, the manager here, and all the staff, really everybody here has been really interested in learning and getting into this game. So you're always welcome to come through, and we will have future events like this where we kind of just get grouped together and learn to play and have people come out and hang with us. So definitely, if you have both battlefields and you're at 6 points, do you win?
If you hold them going into your turn, yes.
If you're at 6 and you conquer both, yes, you win. If you're at 6 and you're holding both at the beginning of your turn, yes, you win.
Yeah.
So that would work. If you're at 7 and you have nothing conquered and you attack and you conquer 1, you don't go to 8, right? You have to conquer both. But when you do win, you draw a card because that's the alternative. When you conquer it, right? So when you conquer, if you can't get that 8th point, you draw a card instead.
Yeah. Looks like we're ready to swap back over. Mikey's switching to Victor.
Which is Victor, my favorite character in the game right now, at least the one that I have the most experience with. So Victor's a different strategy here, right? So up until now, we've just seen Jinx and Volibear. Victor is all about playing tokens, right? So Victor's ability allows him to exert himself and pay 1 of any color just to go ahead and make a 1/1 token in play, which is really, really powerful. It doesn't seem powerful right now because you're like, oh, it's just a 1/1. But the ability to play units to the board without having to spend cards from your hand is very powerful. And the deck plays a lot of ways to buff these units and kind of swarm these locations, right? To play a bunch of characters to it and just make it kind of difficult. And then when they die, they're just 1/1 units, right? So you don't feel like you're losing any big characters. So I really enjoy this deck. There's different ways to play it. I've seen more controlling ways, and I've also seen more like just pressure and just send a bunch of dudes in. Victor versus Volley on the trial decks is a massacre. Yes, I agree. I played Victor earlier against Mustache, and Mustache could not do much about me being in play. So you see Mikey here. He plays his champion straight from the champion zone, right? So he had the 4 available. He cycled the 1 yellow that Victor requires, and now he's able to play Victor straight from the champion zone. He can't play him to a battlefield unless he controls it. So technically, he could have played it to the battlefield that has the bird in it. But Victor is a card that you kind of want to keep in your base protected, because what he says is every time one of your characters that's not a token dies, you get a token, right? So you don't want to expose him. You want to kind of just use him as a almost like a passive effect in the background, and just keep creating these tokens and sending your other guys out to combat. So Victor's like like the leader of the clan. Like he sends all his dudes out to do his dirty work, but he just kind of hangs out in the shadows, doesn't want to get involved in the combat. Of course, you could move him in if you need to for 4 power, or for might rather. But most times, unless you're trying to close the game out, he is better hanging out in the base for sure. Volley is unplayable against Victor. Yeah, Victor tends to swarm. And then the good thing about the Victor deck is the Victor deck plays a card called Call the Week. Is that what it's called? I think it's Call of the Week or Call of the Week.
You each sacrifice a unit.
Yeah, so the problem is that the Volley deck builds up all this resource to play a bomb, and then you're just like, okay, well, since you only have 1 character, I'm going to play this spell that says we both get rid of something. You get rid of your little 1/1 token, and your opponent has to get rid of their giant character that they just ramped into. So Yeah, the Victor deck is kind of a landslide against Volley here, so we most likely won't get much of a competition here. With the cards they've revealed recently, it looks a lot more playable, but with the trial decks, it's very hard. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and again, we will eventually add the cards that have been revealed, and every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, guys, they do reveal new cards. So every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
I think we have like 2 more weeks of reveals until we'll have the full set.
Which is super exciting. I can't wait to see the full pool. And then once that pool comes out, you better bet your noggin that we're going to be testing, and everybody's going to be trying to grind games, try to find the best deck. And it's going to be interesting because we're probably going to have like a meta before the game even drops. The game comes out in October, and we're most likely going to have decks long before that tested. Obviously, there won't be any tournaments or anything until October, but you better bet that players will still be able to enjoy the game, play the game, and get their feet wet, which I think is really cool. So it's pretty rare when you get a full card pool so many months in advance. Hey, there's the boy Devin, aka owner here at SSG. Let's see if he pops in and says hello to us, or if he doesn't care about us. Oh, it looks like he doesn't care about us.
He's gonna keep moving.
He doesn't care about us. All right. But yeah, as I mentioned, Devin also super into this game, learned the game. He played League of Legends, so he's like super all in.
He's also gotten back into League after this
game.
Yeah,
so have I, actually.
Not me.
It's a gateway.
I haven't played League since 2013, I think.
It's like a gateway drug, dude. You start learning the characters here, and you're like, ooh, I want to play League. The first thing I do when I take a break from League and I come back is open the shop. And there's like so many cool skins, man. They have like, and that's what I'm really excited about as well. Is
this game, yeah.
They have not only the skins, which is really cool, but the splash arts, right? Like these splash arts, a lot of times are so sick, and the fact that they could just use them now for their card art is like
these 2 misfortune cards,
like the misfortunes, and there's ones that are even sicker than that. I mean, there's really cool ones out there. We see Mikey just kind of swarming the board here. That Predator is in the other location, holding it down. And Mikey only has 2 power worth of dudes to move, so he's just going to load up everybody into the other location, right? Doesn't have enough power to contest the one that Mustache is holding, so he chooses instead to load up. Cool thing about Victor is, like I mentioned earlier, every character has a signature spell, which is like their ultimate in the game. And Victor's cost 2 energy, or excuse me, 2 runes, or 2 resources. Yeah, Warwick is nuts.
No. Oh. Look at Warwick.
He's a dog.
He's a dog type. They have a dog type in this game. I actually might have to play a dog deck.
I don't know why they made him a dog, but he's got that dog in him for sure. But as I was mentioning, there's a Victor spell that says for every unit you have at a battlefield, give it +1, and for every unit your opponent has there, give them -1. So by swarming this location, if your opponent does try to get cute and move in, you can always hit them with this surprise, like huge buff.
Yeah, that's
Wolf
Victor's,
dog, same thing.
Signature spell.
It is his signature spell, which is really
what
powerful.
is a wolf but a dog?
It's just an untamed dog.
Pre-dog.
Yeah. So, and there's also some for those of you who are coming from the Lorcana side, we have cards that are like friends of the other side. We have a draw 2. We have also essentially a whole new world, which is a wheel that says discard. Both players discard their hands and draw 4. Which if you've come from from Lorcana, you know that card can be quite good, especially when you're playing Teemo, like Jack has been, where you can just empty your hand with 1 cost hitting cards and then just cycle back 4. It's really good card. So
first time I hit Skinner with that, he's like, "Oh, I see the kind of game we're playing now."
Yeah, we're back to Lorcana. I guess. So there's a lot of cool effects, and again, if you play League of Legends, you'll really get extra kicks out of this game because they really did do a good job with the flavor of these cards and making them feel like what they do in the game. Which is really, really cool. So you see here, we did a little swapperino. So now the Predator owns the other location, and Mikey's trying to put some bots into the bottom location here. Mikey's up to 3, to the best of my knowledge, even though it looks like they're both at 3. Okay, they're both at 3. Cool. Just making sure. I was looking at the dice. The dice looks like it's at 4.
Mikey's at 4, yeah.
Okay, he just went to 4. All right, so this is the card we talked about, Call of the Week. So good. Both players have to sacrifice a character. Obviously, Victor does not mind.
So Mustache sacrifices his 8 might unit, while Hayes gets rid of a 1.
He uses one little robot, and it's pretty powerful. And again, that's why this matchup is kind of a landslide here, because it just counters Volibear so well, at least in this form, right? As Mark mentioned, there's probably a way more improved Volibear deck out there. But in this trial deck form, it is pretty hard to win against Victor with that deck. So Mikey will move in here. Can't do that. He can't pay. Is that the one that costs 6? Can't pay as an additional cost and move into it. Hold on. Let me let him know. Mikey, is that the dude that sacks the guy when he comes in? Exactly. You can make a dude then do it.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because as part of playing the character, you need to remove the unit, and then once you remove that unit, he no longer controlled that battlefield.
So you can't play straight to it, yeah.
But this little workaround is great.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing with Victor, right? You just pay 1, make a dude, and then it's the same thing. But just worth noting that, yeah, you can't, pay the unit as a cost and then just jump in there without owning that battlefield still. So, but yeah, that unit's really good. Doesn't cost a resource, so it's doesn't cost an energy rather to a rune. I gotta get used to what to call these things, right? Because they're runes, but they produce power.
Well,
but they
the runes produce energy, and then recycling them produces power.
Sweet.
So the
so
the
runes
cost is the energy cost, and then the pips below it are the power costs.
Got it. All right, I'll do my best to try to remember all that.
Yeah,
I know how it works.
Ink again. I'm kicking you out.
I know how it works. I just don't know. I'm like they're resources and they're mana, but they're not mana. They're runes, and because there's mana in League of Legends in the game, at least not in this one. But you spend mana, so these could be mana. I don't know. It's. I got to get all the terminology down, but
yeah, I still to this day will use Magic terms because that's what I grew up playing.
That's that's my go-to.
I basically learned to read off Magic cards, so like even in Lorcana, I'll still say tap instead of exert.
Well, I think tap is a pretty general. I mean, even though it comes from Magic, I think most card game communities understand tap. Yeah. Like it's pretty universal. Obviously, some use exert, some use exhaust. Some use activate or whatever they might use. But, tap, you get it. Turn it sideways. All right. So this character that Mikey just played has Legion, which means if you played a card before it this turn, it gets a Legion effect, which Mikey's just realizing now he can't play until he has another card played. All right. So there he goes. He plays this big Groot-looking guy that says when he's banished, he makes 3 1/1s in your base, which is very powerful. Allows those 1/1s to be pretty much set up for the next turn to come in battle. And thanks for the raid. I just see we just got raided. Trying to get information from our producer here to see who raided us. But thanks so much for raiding us, guys.
Yeah,
and if you're just coming in, it's Ghosty and Skinner in the booth, and we are just kind of chatting with you guys while we do some Riftbound, doing some Riftbound content. SSG, we really want to push Riftbound here. The game doesn't come out till October. Spessy, wow, my man. Thank you, Spessy. Hope your stream went well, brother. And Spessy, another content creator who has been doing a little bit of every game, but he's really been into Riftbound, and I don't blame him. This game has been very, very good.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for other Riftbound content, definitely check out Spessy. One of my personal favorite creators from Lorcana, and I'm assuming he's going to make great content for Riftbound as well. So very excited for that. So thank you for the raid, Spessy. We appreciate it.
And yeah, if anyone coming in, has any questions or anything, please let us know.
Yeah,
we are doing our best to answer.
My producer's talking crap about me. So again, it might be a little tricky if you're just coming in right now and you don't really know what's going on. I know there's a lot of stuff happening on the board.
I'll tell you what's going on right now. Hazed is wiping the floor with mustache.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't even think you need to understand the game to be able to look at this board state and understand.
Well, hold on here, because Mustache, he has Double Dragon in play, but can he play Double
The problem is he needs to clear both battlefields in order to stop Mikey from winning here. Mikey is at 7, meaning that if he holds either one of these going into his next turn, he will get that last point.
And answering a question in chat, I wonder how expensive Riftbound is going to be compared to Lorcana. As I was mentioning earlier, as of right now, Riftbound is very cheap, right? The boxes are under retail, about $92 for a box is the last time I saw, which I think is a very fair price for a booster box, considering what other boxes can cost in other games. So I think that's totally fair price. So as of right now, I would say the game is very affordable. However, as the game gets closer to release, always the possibility that the hype increases and the demand increases. So
and then we'll have to see like sort of where single prices
of course
settle and stuff. You know, I know for sure there are going to be some very expensive cards. The overnumbered cards, as they're called in this, are sort of comparable to Enchanted's, where they are alternate art with full arts and going to be always foil and stuff like that. And then on top of the regular version, there will be signature versions of them as well, where the artist's signature is like engraved onto it, basically. So those are going to be pretty pricey, I imagine.
Yeah, the signature cards are really, really cool. Are competitive decks expensive? Again,
we don't know.
We don't know
because the game is not out yet. Right now, we're just playing with proxies. Oh
God. Oh God, this cheating guy. All right, we got SSG's #1 cheater coming in to chat about it. You want to chat with him, Jack?
Yeah.
Okay, let's chat. Let's chat, Mustaf. How do you feel, Mustaf? First of all, before I leave, how do you feel? You feel good?
I feel like Volibear's unplayable, really.
Yeah. And the chat was saying in trial deck form, Victor versus Volibear is completely unplayable.
No, yeah, I saw.
Yeah, the chat was agreeing. Here, come on in, Mustache. Mustache's going to give you guys some thoughts and opinions.
All right. So what's the latest reason on your long list of Volibear unplayable? Talk to us about that.
So realistically, Call of the Week, you got Possession and Jinx.
Yeah.
You got all the rules I keep getting hit with every so often. And really, Victor just spams, gets points, and by the time I'm ramping, by the time I get to my units, I play one down a turn. If he has Call of Weeks, I waste 8 mana. That's really it. Or I guess runes.
Yeah.
But I did win 3 back to back.
Yeah, against the Jinx.
Yeah, and then Victor came and I lost. So what did I tell you?
Yeah.
But Call of the Week is a stupid card, especially because the token is a unit, so you can use one of your tokens instead of an actual unit.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good. But don't worry, you're not alone in this. Most of the chat was talking about how uphill of a battle that was going to be for you. And Hector, you're asking to see the match with the hamster, which I can only assume you mean Timo, who's a Yordle, not a hamster. And we don't have him right now. But trust me, as soon as I'm able to, I will make a proxy deck for that, and we'll eventually get some matches with that. But heck, I can show you how that deck works on TTS or something.
I was saying, that Timo is one of my favorite champions to play in League. My all-time favorite, which I'm waiting for a leader for, is Zach. I would love to see how he plays.
Zach is like the slime guy, right?
Yeah.
I remember
Let's
him.
bounce.
Yeah, I want to see. There's so many champions that I want to see in here. But one of the ones I'd love to see sooner rather than later is Sejuani. I was a huge fan of her in Legends of Runeterra. I'd love to see her come.
I think she's gonna be like Leona, because Sejuani stuns a lot in League.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's gonna be like Sejuani.
Yeah. I know she'll be orange for sure. I don't know what her second color would be though. Yone would be cool.
Blue, probably, because Freya.
Yeah, but blue is Mind in this, which Mind doesn't really evoke Sejuani at all. I imagine it would be like, we haven't really talked about this yet, but the colors do have names associated with them. There's Body is orange, Mind is blue, Order is yellow, Chaos is purple, Calm is green, and Fury is red. So actually just listing them all out there, I'm almost 100% sure that Sejuani will be red orange because I think Fury Body would make a lot of sense for her. She's a big angry lady on a boar. So, but yeah, I don't know. I'm super excited to see what future champions and legends and stuff look like in this game.
What's new that's been added?
Oh yeah, we've gotten a lot of previous. They did like a big old dump this morning with. We've gotten like a bunch of cards. The first ever, which is so funny. Before today, I was like, oh, we don't have vanilla units in this game. Like, there's not been a single unit that doesn't have an effect.
Yeah.
And then this morning, they preview a bunch of units with no effects. They're just well statted bodies for the cost. One of the best ones we got, in my opinion. I don't know how playable it'll be, but I love it. It's this Mountain Drake. It's a 9 cost, 10 might unit. It's a dragon, so it has some synergies there. But I just mostly love the flavor text here that says, after centuries trying to understand dragon behavior, researchers can agree on one thing. If you're seeing that behavior up close, run.
No, yeah, that's right. The Mountain Drake is one of the drakes that you can conquer in League to get its effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. They're adding like
the like critters and stuff, basically. Yeah.
I hope they make an Udyr leader.
Oh, Udyr. I mean, Udyr has got. I mean, we have a champion unit for him already, so I have a feeling that any of the characters that we're getting champion units for here in this first set that don't have an associated legend are probably somewhere on the horizon as far as release for their legends. But we'll have to just see, because I wonder if there will be some that get a champion now, and we're waiting 4 or 5 sets before they get a legend.
Swain legend would be nice.
Swain would be sick. So far, we haven't even seen any cards like associated with Swain, because some units we've seen are like minions or helpers or allies of champions that we haven't seen in the game yet. So that to me clues in that we might see him. Like, for example, Sejuani, we have a few of her like.
We don't have any shapeshifters either.
Yeah. Oh, for LeBlanc.
Well, no, shapeshifters in like Elise, Jace, Swain, Italy.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking like LeBlanc and her disguises and stuff.
Yeah, because I feel like we can get like a leader that has like your units that have shapeshift can transform into the backside of the card or whatever.
That would be pretty cool. Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever get dual face cards in this game like we have in Magic.
So these are the leaders that are coming in. What, the next?
No, these are from the Proving Grounds, which is basically like the starter set. So there's 4 legends that come in that. You've got Annie, Master Yi, Garen, and Lux. And then each of those legends will have 2 champions in the deck too. So, but they have stated that the Proving Grounds legends and champions are going to be a little less powerful than the main set stuff, but some of it does seem pretty solid still. Cool. Looks like we got the game set up here. Skinner has abandoned me to go play. So we got Skinner on the Victor deck and Hazed on Jinx again. So let's see how this shakes out.
Which I think Victor has just insane playability, because you have a mid game, which is like your Victor making your tokens. You have an early game, you have your burden, you have your tokens as well. And then late game, you have such a field that you don't have to worry about anything, because you have Call of the Week, you have that one thing that like
Peace Tinker asks, how big is SSG going in on Riftbound? We are going to be going pretty big, but that's not to say that we will be abandoning any of our other games. Lorcana is still going to be huge here. Obviously, our One Piece, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh scenes are still going to be catered quite well to. But Riftbound, we are going hard. Day of release, we will be having a starter deck tournament here with sealed product for prizing, so that we can try to help everybody get in on some new product, so that in 2 weeks after release, when we have our constructed tournament with cash prizing, you'll have some cards to start building up. And we will also hopefully be opening up pre-orders for sealed products soon as well. Once we have a better idea of our allocation on all the boxes and stuff, we will make some announcements on that. But yeah, we are going to be going hard on Riftbound. A lot of us here are very excited about it. I've been playing a lot of it, and yeah, we just we want to see this game thrive and succeed. So anything we can do to help with that, we will be doing. So,
What are you doing tonight?
Playing Riftbound, probably.
Okay, I was gonna ask. Yeah. I'm gonna buy the tabletop, and then I definitely want to play set 1.
Nice, yeah. I need Hector is asking to see some Teemo action, so I gotta show him.
Where can you catch those announcements? Most likely Instagram, if not Discord.
Also Twitter. Check out our Twitter. We
are Twitter.
Yep. I run it. Our other social media is run by Noe, but I'm the Twitter guy.
Follow that's our Twitter actually.
Yeah.
I don't use Twitter, but
so yeah, keep your eyes on our socials, and as soon as we have the information to share, we will get it to you. Because yeah, we're super excited about this game, and we want to foster a huge community here, and just make it so that the game is got a nice hub, at least here down in South Florida. Yami asks, I would love to see a gameplay of a 4-man pod. Yeah, that would be cool. I have not played any multiplayer yet, but this game is set up to play a lot of different formats. There's rules for 2v2. There's rules for 4-man free-for-all. There's rules for...
Can you do 3-man?
Yeah, I believe there is a 3-man free-for-all rules. And what's cool about the game structure is that the battlefields expand when there's more players. So you can, it can get really chaotic, I imagine, as there's more than 2 battlefields to fight over and, more players. So yeah, really curious to try that out at some point. But yeah, I haven't played any of the multiplayer.
He has a hidden card on the battlefield. I wonder what it is.
Hidden Blade. Is that the only hidden card in Stargate?
I think so.
That's funny. I feel like anytime you include a hidden card, you gotta include at least 2, so your opponent doesn't.
So Hidden Blade, you can only pay 1 to keep it hidden, and that's it. And then you activate it, and then boom.
Mm-hmm. All hidden cards cost 1 power to hide, and then they are free to reveal. But they can't be revealed until the next turn.
The next turn, like the enemy's turn, or the next turn of your starting turn?
No, then your opponent's turn. So you can't just go hide a card and then immediately flip it on the turn you played it. You need it to at least pass to the next turn. But yeah, hiding cards is pretty strong. That's why I love Teemo so much. But there's a lot of stipulations for hiding cards. You can't hide a card at a battlefield that you don't control. If you lose control of the battlefield, the hidden card goes away. It is very powerful, but it does come with some stipulations.
So what about he's at 2 right now.
Did Mikey discard for that Jinx?
I don't think he did. Why is he keeping possession, by the way? There's nothing big that Victor plays. Maybe like he wants to take... Oh, if you possess Victor, that'd be nice. Because then you can start making your own tokens.
Yeah. Oh, man, yeah. I definitely would discard both the possessions because that other Jinx gets even more powerful when you don't have to discard for it.
Yeah.
But either way, it puts him down to 1 card in hand, which means that he will be drawing 2 at the start thanks to the loose cannon, hero power.
Yeah, I think he's trying to save possession either for the Victor or the big gargoyle.
Yeah.
Type thing.
And he will actually be able to play possession next turn. He's at 6 right now, so... yeah, that probably is his thought process there.
well, possession is only on a battlefield, so we can't possess the victor at the
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would definitely have discarded that then because Skinner's never gonna move that victor there. He's just gonna let it sit back and keep
that
generating
is your
value.
engine. Like, there's no point. The same thing with Volibear's 8-drop, 8 cost.
Oh, but then he plays another one to that battlefield. Okay. That is quite scary, though, because it means if he doesn't possess it, anytime Skinner's non-recruit units get killed, he'll get 2 recruits.
Yeah.
But I do imagine Mikey is going to steal that one real quick.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think that is like the correct play.
Mikey did not draw his extra card.
You want
to yeah, you want to just let him know?
Mikey, we forgot to drop our jinx. All right. Stefan also said it. So that is tough. Oh. Yeah, I've never been back here. I've never watched streams or and whatnot stuff. So he took possession of the victor. Okay.
Yep. Seems good. Oh, he needs to discard for the traveling merchant. When traveling merchant moves, you discard and draw a card.
I think he's deciding what to do, like which one to discard. This is not. He was there when I asked. I was like, "Oh, can I just not use it?" He's like, "No, you have to."
It's a mandatory effect, unfortunately. Any effect that doesn't have the word "may" in it, you got to do it every time.
I'm not the only cheater in SSG. I promise you, I'm not the only cheater. Sean's right behind me. Okay, conquered that, which is nice. It's an additional point for him.
Seems good.
No reaction, nothing. Okay. Discard one and then draw one, I'm assuming. Yeah, he got it. Yeah, those seals, man. If Volibear had those seals, be cooking.
Yeah, I do think it was a little weird of an exclusion in the starter to not put seals for the Volibear deck, but I don't know.
They had to, or else like I'd be playing. That'd be so stupid. 1 unit a turn, I don't have to like return, and I get to ramp 1. No, they had to not put seals in. I joke around about Volibear being unplayable. It's unplayable against Victor, but I kind of destroy Yasuo. Jinx is more of an even matchup. But Yasuo, I think, is the worst of all starter decks.
Oh, no. Ain't no way, son. Yasuo is the highest skill ceiling, or skill floor, maybe, of the starter decks for sure. But he's so strong. That green Yasuo ability to just be able to move in and just instantly nuke something for 6 is...
No, for sure.
And then the hero power is unbelievably powerful to just be able to move in a character to any location.
Yeah, I love Yasuo because I love Law from One Piece. Like just like the teleporting ability is one of my favorite abilities in fiction.
Oh, okay.
So I love that. It's just that I think your ace in the hole is that green Yasuo and the Cane if you can play it correctly. The Cane that doesn't take damage when you move twice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that card is really good too. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. I was like, why wouldn't he kill the Victor? But no, the Victor's too strong now. Yeah, that signature spell of Victor's is very powerful little combat trick. Can't remember what it's called.
Something Oblivion.
Siphon Power, yeah.
No, and it's like all enemy units, not just one.
Yep, and all of your units get the bonus. Yeah, it's really, really powerful.
Teemo, you may pay one. You may tap one instead of paying a rune to hide.
Yep.
And then you can tap one and then rest this. Put a Teemo unit you own into your hand from your champion zone or the board. Why is that so good?
Because every single Teemo has hidden. So playing Teemo out of your champion zone is often not a good move because your opponent will immediately know which card you've hidden because you're taking it right out of the thing. If you use this, you can put it back in hand, shuffle up, and then play a hidden card. Now they don't know. Was it the Teemo or was it something else, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's broken.
I feel like
and then specifically the purple Teemo gets +3 might the turn you play him. So flipping him is really powerful, but replaying him with the Swift Scout ability is also quite powerful.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to play because people were joking around, but I genuinely think Teemo might be like the mascot of Riftbound for right now.
I mean, he's super fun, super strong. I've been loving that.
Because from a perspective, he looks cute. He looks like he looks like a Pikachu.
He is. He is literally
like,
the most adorable, most innocent guy ever. Any Teemo haters can fight me. I love Teemo. He's just a little Bandle Scout reporting for duty.
He's the Eevee/Pikachu. No, I'm telling you, like, because in League, one of my favorite ways to fight is burn. So Teemo, Singe, Twitch, Brand. I love burning people to death. It is.
Singed is cool. Fun character.
Six to 3 is definitely tough. Like, now that maybe the way Mikey plays, having that Jinx in the champion zone, he doesn't use it at all.
No, I am a huge hater of purple Jinx in the champion zone. It doesn't make any sense to me. The red one is so powerful, can be played on turn 1 if you go second, turn 2 with the accelerate if you go first. It's like, and it gives you a discard outlet immediately to just start, comboing off with your flame chompers and cranking out the extra cards with the hero power. I would never play that purple one in the champion zone. That's just my personal.
It's just like it's a 1-up. That's the thing. So that's why I understand having your champion zone, and it is really useful because when it comes in tapped, and then with your other abilities, you discard one. It becomes ready.
I was really impressed. Ray had a great play with it in one of the games against you, and I was like, oh, that's the power of that purple Jinx. But I still don't believe she belongs in the champion zone because I don't personally want a card that expensive in the champion zone in a deck like this. Like, obviously, like in Volibear, you've got a 10 cost champion or whatever. That's fine because you're a ramp deck, but.
Oh, I could put the 7 cost Volibear in there. I forgot about that.
Well, I thought it's 10 and 12, right? Are the two?
No, 7, 10, and 12.
Oh, there's 3?
The 7 one is one that I play that's a tank, and ramps me one.
Wow, I didn't realize we had Legends with more than 2 champions right now. That's interesting.
Unless I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure he's a Volibear.
So there's this one. That's 12.
There he is.
No, that's Stormclaw. Yeah, that's not.
That's Volibear.
No. This guy is one of Udyr's homies. Not related to Volibear at all, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's from this art's from Legends of Runeterra, the Stormclaw Ursine. Actually, I think they even took the exact name.
So is Kudo's production like the production of Legends of Runeterra art?
They're one of them that did it, but mostly it was 6 More Vodka. Oh wait, no, that's not. But this is also from Legends of Runeterra.
Bilgewater Bully, when I'm buffed, I have Ganking. Oh, that's for set. Okay. So what does buff do?
Buff is kind of like an enchantment from Magic that literally just gives +1 might, but it's permanent, right? So as long as they have the buff, they have that +1. And then you have all sorts of things that can spend buffs. in interesting ways.
I mean, you were just saying, but like Teemo has 3 different versions of himself, no?
No, 2. He's got the blue one and the purple one, and then the legend. So
that's an altar. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, it is insane how much value Mikey has gotten out of this Victor that he stole.
Yeah.
Like, so many recruits.
I mean, to be fair, he did, like, I understand now, like, throwing away 1 possession, because there's only 2 of in a 40-card deck. So there's no way he has 2 starting in. But, yeah, no, he bluffed him, which is good. Set is your favorite deck at the moment? He might be mine, too.
Yeah, Set's crazy.
I haven't played it yet. I have to buy the tabletop and play all the decks.
Yeah, Set is basically a archetype based all around buffs, and so you want to run characters that can provide buffs, and then you've got cool ways to spend them, including Set's hero power, which basically lets you remove a buff instead of a unit dying, which is like really powerful.
See, that card is crazy too, but it basically forfeits your turn.
Yep. So that is what we would call in other games a wrath, where it is essentially going to wipe the battlefields clean.
Like B Pro?
Yeah, exactly. So Mikey going to lose quite a few guys, but luckily he's still got the Victor in the background. So he gets 2 more recruits when they all die, but yeah, going to be tough to recover for Mikey.
Now, question: could he have used Gust in reaction to that, or is it an action?
Gust is an action, I believe, not a reaction. But let's see. Oh, it is a reaction. Yeah, he could have used it.
Yeah, because then he would have gone down to, I guess, it would still have been 2. He still would have had the Jinx buff, but he could have saved a unit.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, Gust reaction, rebuke action. That's what I was getting mixed up with.
Morbid return. Return a unit from your trash to your... Oh my god.
Yeah, that seems like it could be interesting. I like this guy better, though.
Like, not paying a recycle cost either, and it's cheaper. Like, it's not a unit, but I think that's gonna be strong. Also, so like the Chaos runes, like those are like the alt arts.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, every single rune has an alt art. They all look really good, except for, in my opinion, the Fury alt art, because the Fury rune, which is red, the alt art for it looks orange, which is very confusing when you have Body, which is also orange.
Can you show me?
Yeah. Right?
Okay. You know, yeah.
It's very confusing.
That's really
not a
weird.
fan of it.
I don't know why they made it orangish.
And when you look at the Body one, like, you can very clearly see, like, that looks more orange, but still, like, without that context, it's pretty confusing. All the rest are spot on, but that Fury one is just, like, questionable.
I still have to finish season 2 of Arcane.
Oh man, yeah, it's very, very good.
Ooh, I love that skin line. What's it called?
It's like the gamer one or whatever.
Yeah, right? It's like, I think it's not Battle Boss.
It's like no, for some reason I was thinking 8-bit is in there, but I don't think so. Arcade is in there, maybe, or something.
I think it might be Arcade. Because I know Final Boss Vigar, I know Final Boss Brand. What are they called? I think they are called Arcade. Arcade? Chat, help us out.
Does anyone remember the, like, sort of video gamey skin line? Is it Arcade? Ari, the green Ari has an alternate art that has that.
Ribbon has one, Sona has one.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Ari alt art. That's
But,
like
yeah.
she's got like headphones on. Yeah, it is arcade.
So
Okay,
it is
cool.
the
I
arcade.
remembered. I haven't played League in so long, but I remembered that.
I personally love the arcade skin line. I wish they made more.
All right, so what's Mikey debating here? Oh, he wants to move the merchant, but doesn't want to discard either of his cards. Mikey, just use them beforehand.
You could get it back, and then he conquers, and he gets it. Then he gets to discard one, which I think that's the right move. Yeah, I don't like that card. Yeah, thank you for the confirmation, Yami.
Wait, is this clock right? Is it already 2:39? My phone is not near me. Wow. Time been flying. Skinner's Ruins driving my OCD mad, all mixed up like that. I'm like I have a yellow pile and a blue pile. You know?
At least they're not like blue, yellow, blue, yellow. Damn. So he put Victor on the battlefield. That is a move. Oh wait, he's at 7. He's trying to go.
Yeah. He wants to just lock it up and force Skinner to have to invest as much resources as possible to clear both these battlefields.
All right, they are trying to bind rifts right now. Okay. Let's see. Now we're playing the game. Is this a PG stream?
We've been a little looser with this one than with Lorcana.
Because I have not used my regular vocabulary yet. So
I'm the same way, man. I have to like rein it in every time.
Yeah, because I don't know what this is. Because normally when I'm speaking with friends, I'm going crazy. But all
right. Production telling us we don't want to get demonetized. Hey, what's up, Stephanie? So when it says paired, that means that they're commenting in my Twitch, I think, not the SSG one.
Interesting. You know, Restream is new to me. For streaming, I've only used OBS and Streamlabs.
Yeah, I use Streamlabs for my personal streams, but I like Restream. It's got a lot of cool features.
Would it be a league stream if it wasn't toxic commentary? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Oh man.
Wait, so who won? Wait,
it looks like Mikey took that one.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. Okay.
Shuffling up. I don't know. Cutting back to us, so I don't know if we're gonna go to a game 2 or.
No, I think they're just edging us. I think this looks like. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Victor.
Oh, okay, they're gonna find someone else to jump in.
I think Victor's definitely the strongest starter deck for sure.
Nah, Jinx, baby, Jinx all the way.
Jinx did just win.
The Jinx deck is so strong, man. I just feel like one card draw is so powerful, and she has, like drawing 2 cards every turn while your opponent's drawing 1 is pretty gross. And like some of the turns that you can pull off with the Jinx deck are just insane, because you'll go like, all right, I will play Jinx, discard a Flame Chomper, play the Flame Chomper from the discard with its effect, and then follow that up with a Legion character that's reduced on cost, so you just get some really, really, really wide boards very quickly. Sometimes even wider than the go wide deck, which is Victor. But at the very least, all of your units are going to be stronger than the Victor deck, because all the Victor go wide is just going to be the little one might recruits.
Here's a question. Now that I'm seeing the card, do you think Windwall is too expensive?
No, not at all. Especially considering, so you've got Windwall, which context for the viewers, Windwall is the counter spell. One of the counter spells in this game. It's a 3 energy, 2 green runes, and it's a reaction. You counter a spell. But then on top of that, green also gets Defy, which is 1 energy, 1 green rune, and counter a spell that costs 4 or less energy and no more than 1 power. So it's they're both very powerful from my testing, because like imagine unchecked power, that massive board wipe. They go for that to lock up the game, wipe your whole, all your units at the battlefield, and you just go Windwall. Yeah. And now they just spent a ton of energy and runes on a card that didn't do anything.
Oh yeah, because you don't get it back.
Yeah. And the thing with counter spells in this game is if your spell gets countered, it doesn't count as being played. Meaning that if you have an ability that triggers based off of playing a spell, right, you wouldn't even get that effect because it got countered. So counter spells in this game feel pretty powerful so far.
So question about your not play style, but like the way that you build your decks. Are you the type of person that ults your whole deck, or do you go base rarity?
Rarity max. I'm always rarity max.
So are you going to go hard into Riftbound?
Yes. Yes. I'm going to get all the altar runes, all the shiniest versions of all the cards in my deck. I am literally the exact opposite of Zach, our, Zach Bivens, our other teammate, who is literally wants no foils in his deck, nothing. He'll trade a foil for a non-foil if it means he gets the card he wants to actually play.
Which you got top 4 recently. Congratulations again.
Yeah, man, killed it.
But no, because I feel like at least in the beginning, you have to alt out your whole entire deck because those cards are going to go up in price when set 2 comes out.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I think it is a money move, if you will. Okay. So he didn't switch it up. He just played the Jinx with him. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I still agree with Mikey. That pink Jinx in the champion spot, I think, is the correct move because it's just so good because it comes in tap, you discard a card, do anything else, you untap it, and you go in for a 6.
Yeah, no, it's a very strong card. I just don't think I don't want to be playing like that. The red Jinx, I want to play every single game on curve. It's like literally everything that this deck wants to be doing.
It gets popped really easily though.
I mean, sure, but if she can come in, score you a point, kill some other units, like she's kind of already done her thing, right?
Yeah.
She has Accelerate, so you can act with her quickly when you need to do that. She has Assault +2, meaning that when she's an attacker, she hits for 2 more. And then she makes you discard 2 cards, which can oftentimes be very good for this deck, So I'm a huge fan of that card in the Champion Zone.
Yeah, well, Skips, no one asked you. I don't know. Like I understand both sides. I guess I'm just like you only play it's a 1-of. Like I think.
Yeah, I mean, like I get that argument, but it's not a card I want to be playing as often as I want to be playing the red ones. Yeah. I don't even care that it's a 1-of.
I don't know if you couldn't hear when me and Ray were playing, but we were talking about how like it wasn't me and Ray. It was when we were outside before the stream, and I think you're the one who actually brought it up. No, it was Ray. When you like play a hidden card, he's just like, "Oh, I'm gonna bullshit it. I'm just gonna like put my driver's license there and make them think I have something crazy there."
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, well, it's funny in the Victor deck. We were just talking about it with the viewers. There's only 1 hidden card, so as soon as they hide a card, you know it's Hidden Blade. Like,
Because we haven't changed the decks. If we did, then you could be like, okay. Like,
yeah, it could be anything. Yeah. But that's why I think, as far as like deck construction, anytime you include a hidden card, you have to include at least 2 cards with that keyword, because otherwise your opponent will know what it is every time. It's kind of like in Hearthstone when you would add secrets to your deck. You always want to be playing at least 2 secrets, because otherwise it's pretty obvious what it could be.
Does Teemo have any effect where like he can make cards that aren't hidden?
No, okay. That would be crazy. Yeah. We don't have anything like that yet, but maybe one day.
I was thinking, like, would it be cheating if you were just like, oh, Clockwork Keeper hidden?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the kind of thing where, like, your opponent wouldn't really have any way to know that until it gets revealed. And then at that point, you call a judge and be like, what the hell's happening here?
You didn't see the new rules, dude?
Okay, so he plays the purple Jinx at the location and then retreats the red Jinx. I like that.
A lot harder to kill, then you have the backup for next turn.
Yeah, and the red Jinx has assault, right? So she's much better as an attacker than as a defender.
Mikey is cooking right now. I'm telling you, the pink Jinx, justice for the purple Jinx. Let's see. Okay, so he has 6 runes open. Realistically, I mean, I can't see his hand, because you can see Mikey's hand sometimes. You can't see this side's at least.
It just depends on how they hold it, because some people just hold cards a little closer to the chest, or further vertical. But
when I get back on, I'm gonna lay my cards flat so everyone can see it. I wonder what he's gonna play. Did he just Febreze the whole time?
Sean?
Yeah, he just Febreze the whole room.
He said Riftbound players stink.
Or someone destroyed the toilet and left the door open. With how much shit I was talking about Volibear too, I was undefeated, so...
no, you lost 1 game
to Victor.
Yeah.
I was undefeated, and then Victor came in, which...
Or, well, no, didn't...
Ray
took a game
yeah,
off.
I
it's like you guys went to game 3 for sure.
Damn, I lost against Jinx. Forgot about... I tuned that out because I won the set.
Yeah. Yeah, you're undefeated on the set, but you did lose a game.
I think that was the one game I lost, or the 2 game. No, I don't know, because the only way to actually just hardcore win with Volibear is if you get that 8-drop that readies all your units on play. That card is disgusting.
So I think Mikey's at 5, if I'm reading the dice correctly.
Yeah.
Trying to get the UI updated.
Yeah, I have to check that out.
Yeah, Skip. So, what are some of the cards that you're liking in the Volibear deck constructed?
Is the Warwick? The Warwick is an orange, right?
Yeah. I think so. I don't think we have any rules on dropping links in the chat, so you should be able to. Well, no, because there are some Twitch bots and stuff you can add that will literally if someone posts a link, it'll remove the message. I don't think we have anything like that though.
If you want, if you're in our Discord, you can put it in general or something, and then I can look at it. If you don't want to get banned, not saying you will, but there's always a possibility. Where can I find the Discord?
Yeah, let me see if I can have Stefan drop it.
By the way, Jack, do you read mangas?
What?
Mangas. So they're mangas, but they're colored.
No.
Okay.
I haven't read manga since I was probably 12. I used to read Bleach and Naruto mangas. But Yeah, it's been many years. I still watch anime sometimes, but
I've been deep diving into some manhwas that are just, I have 8 tabs open on my browser. I'm waiting every week for them to. Oh my god! Like, there's this one called The Carry, where it's about like this pro gamer that like it's a game like League, where he stops being a pro gamer because something happened, and then he meets these girls who want to join a team, and then he helps them out, blah blah blah. And it's one of the best, like aside from One Piece, one of the best stories I've ever read. And One Piece is just the best anime. It's not even arguable. So we can click on that, and then we'll see what pops up.
Yeah. So just dropped a Discord link, so you can jump in there if anyone wants to get in our Discord. And
the Sky Split.
Yeah, but it seems like Mark Mata is saying Anivia, so she's kind of cool. She's 7 energy, 2 body rune, and 8 might. Big girl, and when she attacks, she deals 3 to all enemy units here, so that's pretty nice. And then Gentleman's Duel, I believe, is from the Proving Grounds. That card is pretty cool as well. Let's see, where is it at? Yeah. So 6 energy, 1 body rune. It's an action speed spell. Give a friendly unit +3 might this turn, then choose an enemy unit. They deal damage equal. Oh, so it's like challenge basically, but just with a buff added into it. So that's pretty nice. Or I say buff. I keep doing that, but might increase. I don't want to say buff because buff is an actual other mechanic, like with set.
You know, so. They know what we mean. If they don't, then they're losing. What's going on with defender? Play a spell that costs 5 or more. Give me 3. Ooh, Do we have a Riftbound chat in our Discord?
Yes, we do. In both Discords, actually.
Wait, do we have a separate one for Lorcana?
No. Well, we just have the South Florida Lorcana Network. That's kind of like a coalition of multiple stores and teams and stuff. And then we've got our SSG specific Discord as well. So, yeah.
Wait, what's Pixelborn?
Pixelborn is a program created by Pavel, who's an old Hearthstone pro. He built it initially to be a Lorcana simulator, but it got shut down by the mouse. And now he has expanded it to play multiple games, one of those being Riftbound. So right now it has a Riftbound client. You can boot it up and play with some of the decks and stuff.
Yami put it in the League of Legends chat for
Okay, cool.
Link expired, it says, but there's a player named Mo in the Riftbound community. It's a very skilled volley player, and this is his updated list.
Okay, let's take a little look here.
I'll click on the Google Chrome one. Oh, Expert's Climb. Increase the points needed to win the... Oh, that's gas.
And then you got both the ramp battlefields, or well, I guess Sigil of the Storm is a nega ramp, but it's very good when you can ramp, right?
Yeah.
But man, yeah, Mikey is crushing it points wise, but it seems like Skinner's making a nice swing back.
First mate when you play me running a unit.
Yeah, cards.
It's like a misfortune when she moves. Dune Drake. When I attack, you can +2 because here. Okay, Kiana, that's a new one. When you conquer, draw one or channel one. Oh my god!
And she's got deflect.
Stormbringer Sky Splitter. This is the other one he was talking about. The spell energy cost reduced by the highest might among units you Troll, deal 5. Damn. And then Magma Worm has to be a 3 of. Yeah, I knew it. Has to be.
Oh, and he included the Mountain Drake. Let's go. The card's just strong. It hits like a truck.
Yeah. If it had shield, bust. Let's see.
Oh, wait, is that true? I honestly thought that they were the same. Pavel, that's wild to me. Okay, I've just been corrected. My bad, guys. I'm out here spreading misinformation. Well, they're both awesome people, so.
Interesting. I think he's. Oh, wait, never mind. Is that two? It's 1 unit on the battlefield, just like the screen is split. So
Yeah.
Okay. Not using Super Mega Death Rocket. Okay.
Accelerates the Jinx.
So it's 6, and so it's 9 against.
Yeah.
6 and 1. So 3, 3, and 1. So 7. 7 against 9. I think Mikey's gonna win if he has nothing open.
Yeah, he might have this one locked up.
Wait, what's the battlefield say? Battlefield gives unit. Oh.
Okay, so that changes the math a bit.
Well, it shouldn't, right? So he gets an additional point. I don't think it changes anything.
So he's got 11.
So that becomes 10.
Yep. Skinner packing it up.
Oh. I feel like we should, like, as a joke, when it comes back to us, we should have like a mask on our face or something different. It's like they don't expect this. What if you guys want to jump in? I mean, you should definitely play.
Yeah, I guess let me go get in there. I'll cook some people with Jinx.
I need to stretch my legs. Oh my god. Okay, you good?
I guess we'll get Skinner back in here.
The Skinzoids. Alright. And you guys have me for now. You're in danger. Alright. So, how are you guys enjoying the stream so far? I think we've, been having a lot of fun commentating, listening to each other, appreciating the commentators. I know. Thanks, guys. Thank you for appreciating me. Thank you very much. But no, I mean, honestly, to give my takes, I think Riftbound is going to be probably one of the best competitive scenes. I genuinely think that it's going to pass Kama. Magic's a little tougher. Pokemon, I think it's going to pass. One Piece, I think is going to be the biggest obstacle, and it's not because I play it. It's just because One Piece, I believe, is the best competitive scene right now. It is consistent. It's loved. The best anime ever, period. And you can fight me on that. But no, yeah, I think Riftbound is going to make some massive waves. Now, who is joining me? Hello. I'm commentating for Riftbound.
We're commentating Riftbound?
Yeah. Ooh, that was clean.
That was a crispy dap to the camera. What's up, chat?
Yeah, I was just playing. I was undefeated. It's King of the Hill, so whenever someone loses, they move. You should definitely get into the game. I was just saying it's going to be like probably one of the best competitive scenes.
Yeah, I agree. Is Riot like?
Riot is like
Riot's
Walt
funding
Disney.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they.
Well, don't say like Walt Disney. That's like. What's up?
I mean, it really, like Riot is the Walt Disney of games, in my opinion.
Are you commentating too?
I am.
Oh, cool. I just stole your spot for a second.
Yay! It's all good, brother.
Hey, man.
Oh, sorry, bro. he literally
Caught
I
in
was
4K.
staring at him, nothing happened, and when I looked away, he's like,
Yeah, caught in 4K would have sucked if I got left on that dot.
I think everything for TCG is cleaned up, like Sean said. So if anything, there's just like some listings.
Yeah, it's just buying time.
Okay, bet.
Quick, everybody in chat, some of your cards. Get out of this other Garbo game that you're in.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
So you
Switch
guys,
over to-
yeah,
You need Riftbound money, of course.
yeah, get ready for Riftbound, guys.
Come to Southside Gaming, and we will make sure you have Riftbound money.
Perfect. I'm gonna get rid of all my Larcana cards today.
Hell yeah.
So I have a question.
I'm not actually.
Don't you need them for October?
For October?
Yeah, the next big event.
Well, October is when Riftbound comes out, so yeah, I will need to get rid of them.
Yeah.
I will need them for October so I can spend money.
How did you feel about the purple jinx in the champion spot?
I don't think it's as good. Mikey really likes it, but I know that Jack has a different interpretation of the deck. I think that they're both fine, but I think the 3-drop's probably better, just because it's more aggressive. The big one is good, but I don't know, situational.
It's just that, like, I feel like, because it's a 1-of, that's my biggest offense.
Right.
Other, when you already have the 3-cost jinx on the field, if you found it, you then play that one. You have other things that make you discard, so then you immediately go active. You get the +1, and then you can move. Like, I think that is just such a big.
I'm also curious. Maybe Mark in the chat could answer this because I know a lot of tournament rules haven't been released yet, just game rules. In between games, so in best 2 out of 3, are you allowed to change? Obviously, your leader cannot change, but are you allowed to change the champion that you put depending on? Because like maybe one is better on the play versus the draw because like that jinx costs 5.
Yeah.
So if you're on the draw, it might be better because you can play her on turn 2. But if you're on the play, you would need to play her on turn 3. So yeah, I'm curious. Maybe maybe not Jinx in particular. I don't think we know yet, but I'm expecting us to be able to. Yeah, it hasn't been announced, but yeah, I think that would be cool. Like certain characters are better on the player draw, so you can kind of decide which one you want to put out there. But I got schooled by Mikey. My opening hand was like the 7-drop, remove everything. The 6-drop, when something dies, you draw 1. It was like, and then seals, a bunch of seals. It was like the slowest start ever, and yeah, he just punished me for that. So that sucked. There was a turn, like turn 3 or 4, where I was just like, make a dude go. Pay 1, make a dude pass. It's like not the way I want to be playing the deck. So.
Question: I don't know if you remember, but when Mikey discarded one of his possessions, like I think 2 games ago, you must have thought like, oh, he doesn't have another one in hand, and then you put your Victor in, and then he possessed it.
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
I don't think Possession's a great card. I think it's I think it's good in this trial deck format. I haven't played too much of the regular format, but I feel like it's just probably too slow. But yeah, I just totally blanked on it. I forgot that he could do that. I moved Victor in, which I probably shouldn't have, just because I had a backup Victor. So I was like, I could throw one away because I have, but I wasn't expecting him to steal him. So when he stole him, it became a big problem because he was able to start getting dudes. And I was like, oh shit. Excuse my language, but yeah, I was like, oh crap. I didn't mean to, give him access to that. So it's just something I overlooked. But yeah, definitely don't give your opponent your Victor. Don't recommend.
Yeah, because obviously he is your engine.
Yeah, he has a lot of, and the yellow version that I've seen online only plays 1 Victor, and it plays him in the champion spot.
Yeah.
That way, once you play him, that's it. Like he's not, because he is a little clunky when you draw him in your deck. You're just like, okay, I already have Victor in play. I don't really want another Victor in play.
So you just have the 1-of.
So you have the 1-of, which is good because you always have it.
Okay.
Because it's guaranteed.
And it's not that Victor; it's a different one.
It is that Victor.
Oh, okay.
It is that Victor.
We also have this down here, so we can look at cards and stuff.
Yeah, the other Victor that's out is the blue Victor. If you're playing blue, might be okay. I personally am not a big fan of the blue Victor, at least not in this deck. There he is, right there. 4, go down, right there, Victor.
Oh, this one. Okay. When you play a card on your opponent's turn, play your 1 recruit unit token in your base.
Right. So if you play a bunch of cards like Stupefy or anything like that, whenever you're reacting, you get a dude. So like in a more control-y build, I would think they'd be really good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad, but like I just don't.
He must work really well with him, with Echo, because you recycle all your runes when he dies.
Right. And then you can use him to play all the spells and stuff like that. Yeah. So there's a bunch of stuff that remains to be seen how it's best going to be used, but that's the alternate art. Yeah. I love the alternate art Ari. I wish we could show cards on the screen so you guys could see, but that alternate art Ari is sick. The team of alternate art is sick too.
I was saying that I love I think one of my favorite skin lines is the arcade skin line.
Yeah.
Which has like the final bosses as well.
Yeah. Arcade Sona and all the arcade
I love those. So when I saw them, it was pretty hype.
I would love to get the Corky, the one that's in like the spaceship, the Galaga spaceship. Yeah, Heimerdinger.
What does this mean? I have
all exert abilities from all friendly legends, units, and gear. So anything that taps to do something, he has all their effects.
What?
Yeah. So he can tap for the hero power. He can tap for anything.
Okay. I thought he takes them and he can use them. Like he could like, oh, I want to use your leader's ability, and then he taps himself.
He could, but not. It's friendly, not your opponent's.
Oh, okay. So he can do that, but with a friendly.
Anything on your board that taps, he can do it.
Like he can do it instead. Or he can.
Like your character could. He doesn't steal it away.
Oh, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, no. He also can use it.
Okay.
So like if you have a guy that says tap, deal 1 damage, he can also tap, deal 1 damage. But if you want to do like Victor's ability, tap, make a dude, he can also tap, make a dude. He copies all the tap abilities. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, and you see Ken, also a good friend of ours here. He's been really adamant about learning the game and getting more reps in with the game. So he came through. So shout out to Ken for coming by and getting some reps in. And you see him playing the Victor here. Victor does come in sideways. And yeah, hope you guys are having a good time. I know trial decks, there's only so much interesting stuff that can happen with the trial decks. They are pretty simple. But again, we just wanted today to be kind of a entry level, kind of just see the game from a top down view. I do make content on my YouTube channel. I'm going to do a selfless plug here. Shameless plug, not selfless plug. Yeah. Shameless plug. First to 20. I usually make Lorcana content, but I definitely plan on making Riftbound content. So if you're not following me, check out First to 20 on YouTube. And I know there's a few learn to plays online, but I do want to make one myself, just kind of explaining the rules of the game and stuff. So if you guys are interested in learning or following some more Riftbound creators, definitely check it out. I appreciate Stefan plugging me in there. Thank you. I hate to just mention it, but I just want to say
you got to do it for yourself,
because I know that it is a little hard to learn the game in this form, right? You're seeing how the game works, but you can't really see the card abilities and stuff. So I know it's not the easiest way to follow along. So we'll do our best to keep bringing you guys content, and like I said, in time, we should have the technology to be able to populate card images on screen as they happen, in which case it'll be a lot easier to follow for sure. So,
yeah. I was gonna say, I forgot. Oh yeah. What are you doing tonight?
Whoa. What am I doing tonight? I mean, why? You gonna take me out for a drink or?
I mean, maybe after some Riftbound.
Tonight I'm supposed to be recording a podcast for Lorcana.
Okay.
But that's not super soon. Why? What did you have in mind?
Well, Jack and I were thinking about playing online on things, so I was going to invite a lot of people so we could do 4v4, because apparently you can do 3 free-for-all as well, right?
Yeah, so you can do, there's definitely 4v4
2v2.
And 2v2, yeah, or 4 against each other.
Yeah.
I don't know all the rules to the 4v4 because like the chain doesn't work differently, but like only players that are involved in the battle can chain to each other. Like a third person can't chain or something. I don't know. There's different rules for the multiplayer, which is really cool. I love that this game can be played with multiplayer because I know some players do prefer that kind of fun, crazy, everybody kind of attacking everybody. I know there's more locations involved when you play with 4 players. Yeah, I think it's 3 locations.
And then the person that doesn't put their location in when it's random, they go first.
Gotcha. So there you go. You already know some of it. Yeah. So I haven't really paid a lot of attention to the multiplayer rules. So, but yeah, I'd be down. Yeah, I should be home. I'm going to record a little podcast. And then if I'm available after, hit me up. And we can definitely jump in on that.
Are you in the SSG server?
I am. I'm also in the Lorcana, South Florida Lorcana Discord, which you might not be in because you don't play Lorcana. But you can hit me up. Look for Skinner on the SSG one. I should be in there as well. But anyways, guys, sorry to hit you with our side combo. We're just making some plans, getting some more Riftbound games in later. We're already addicted, so we could see Jack in his typical Churda-dog fashion, just jamming as many dudes in play. I love that. Yeah, you could keep moving. You saw Mikey do it against me, just moving this little guy around. He just keeps getting gas for you, right? Like you're discarding and you're drawing, and he's very good. FFA is my free-for-all is mad fun. Cool. Yeah, I got to check it out. I've only been a 1v1 guy so far. I was never a huge multiplayer guy. Even in Magic back in the day, I just felt like the games were so long. When you're playing like a multiplayer game with friends, like Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to lose. Everybody just keeps hanging in there. What did you do, dude? Did you break the chat?
No, I didn't. It said this, and then I clicked it, and then boom.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Mustache just broke the chat, so now we can't hear you. Now he's gonna break the whole stream. Here it comes.
I'm so worried.
Here we go.
Reload, and it's gonna. One of you guys ban the spam. Yeah, but when you ban the spam, I think
when you ban the spam, we lost chat completely. So I don't try to hit a reload. Hit a reload here, okay, guys. If we disappear, we'll be back. Chat's back. Everybody's back. Okay. Cool. Nobody panic. Everybody relax.
Whole place
there's a lot of stuff on the board right now.
Yeah.
Like if you just walked in and you've never seen this game, you're like, oh my god, this game is complicated.
That is a big problem because if I'm looking at this as a first player, I'm like, I don't want to play this. This looks so messy.
It's really not though, guys. Once you start knowing what the cards do, it's really not that complicated. I promise. But yeah, I definitely right now it doesn't look like the simplest option for sure.
All right, have a good one,
Mark. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming in and lending us your knowledge, and I hope to see you around, brother. I really do, and thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, I'm just like, because I remember when I first started learning this game, it was a lot of knowledge, like just like everything hitting me all at once. It wasn't like Lorcana where it doesn't feel as there's not that much happening on the field.
Yeah, Lorcana is your turn, and then my turn, and then your turn, and then my turn. Here, there's a lot of decision making, like on your opponent's turn and stuff like that. So, it's definitely, I don't want to say harder to play than Lorcana because I don't want to be like offensive to Lorcana because Lorcana can also be hard to play. Yeah. But it's definitely more intricacies, more windows to think about, plays and stuff like that. Which location do I move to? Which units do I move to that location? Do I use both guys? Do I use another guy? There's all these micro decisions in this game that are very important, and they all kind of add up. And I think they're all super important. Hi, guys. How's the gaming going? What's going on, Jim? Welcome. Everything's going good. We are doing a little bit of learning to play here today. We're just kind of getting the people here at SSG familiar with the game. Some of us have more reps than others, so you may see some accidents or some takebacks and stuff, but we're just looking at a simple day. We're not trying to do any kind of competitiveness. All these are trial decks that have been printed out, so these are just proxies, and we're just trying to teach the game, spread the community, and really, get people's feet wet with Riftbound because I think it's going to be a very, very big game and very successful come October when it comes out. So the good news is, in only a couple weeks, we should have all the previews, and once we have all the previews, we can start really, really brewing. Yeah. Which I know people are already brewing, but personally, I kind of like to wait till we have all the options so I know exactly what we're doing.
Because the same thing just happened with the Teemo Nocturne thing. We were like, oh, this is Teemo, blah, blah, blah. And then Nocturne came out and you're like, oh, well, now
it's like, everything up. Right. Which is fine. Like, it's still fun. Like, I don't mind playing with half decks, but definitely there's some decks that are missing support. And it's not that they don't have it. It's just it hasn't been revealed. So,
but I do like that they are giving us stuff slowly. So we are getting used to it before everything comes out all at once. Boom.
For sure. For sure, yeah. I love that they're trickling it out, but I also love that they've been giving us with a lot of really good cards. Like there's some cards obviously that are not that great, but I find that there's not a lot of bulk, in my opinion, in the reveals. Like all the cards may not be for every deck, but I feel like all the cards have some kind of effect that could be used in some kind of form. Obviously, you're still going to have those vanilla cards that don't do much, but I see some games, and I'll call out Lorcana where. They release 200 and something cards per set, but then people only get 20 of them. And then those are the ones that are good, and the rest of them go in a binder or a bulk box. And
same thing with One Piece.
Yeah, that's how it is for most games. But in this game might be the same. Like eventually people might just get the meta and then everything else sucks. But at least from my perspective at the moment, it feels like every card has some kind of cool use, right? Whether or not it's the best use, we don't know. I did mention earlier also, this competitive game will have a sideboard, which is something really exciting. I know, does One Piece have a sideboard?
Like a side deck.
A side deck, yeah.
No, the only one I know of is Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic has one too.
Pokemon, I think.
Pokemon doesn't have a side deck now.
Okay, so just Yu-Gi-Oh! And I guess Magic.
Magic has it too. Yeah, so essentially for those of you who are unfamiliar with a sideboard or a side deck, essentially I believe in Riftbound it's 6 cards, but I could be wrong. But I believe it's 6 cards that essentially you put in your side deck, which allows you in between games to bring them into your deck and switch out another card for them, which is really nice because, like, let's say your deck has a weakness to a specific deck, or maybe there's a card in your deck that you want to play, but it's only good against a certain leader. You can put it in your side deck. That way, it's not clunky every single time you play it, but like when you need it against your opponent, you can bring it in, and then obviously it's good. So I think that's really awesome, and that brings in a whole nother level of creativity. You know, what's going to be in the side deck, what's going to be in the main deck. So yeah, I think this. Look at all the tokens that Ken has right now.
Which, me personally, I don't like side decks. I feel like side decks makes it too sweaty.
It is. But this game is sweaty. League of Legends is sweaty. You know, the real League of Legends, it is. That's a sweaty game. It's a sweaty game. We need a good sweaty game. I mean, we have Lorcana, friendly game. You know, we need something. We need something for the sweats. And I think this game, although it will be very easy to get into, I think that there's definitely going to be a very sweaty community involved with the pro scene up here. Yeah. But what's cool is that Riot's already announced that they have all these tournaments and circuits they want to do, and championships and events, which is what every gamer wants to hear, right? I mean, and I know I keep bringing up Lorcana because that's the main game I play, but like that game, it's been a year, and we just now finally got announcements that over the next year there will be 3 events. Yeah, so essentially 3 events in 2 years. So that's rough. It's rough. Obviously, there's other stores that do events too, so it's not not that bad. But I do like seeing that Riot Games seems to be willing to really invest into some cool tournaments and stuff for this game, which is awesome. Especially,
they themselves didn't like when they saw all the support coming in. They didn't expect everyone to be welcoming it so much. Right. So now they're even more confident that this is going to do well.
Oh yeah, and if you saw the original art did you see the concept art of the cards before? Yeah, it was really ugly. I'll be honest. The cards were white bordered. They have really ugly text boxes, and look at him jacking over here. Jack is jacking the big 6 cost dude here, which is huge. Pulls him off the battlefield, and now Jack has access to this giant 6 guys. I said pause. Yeah, no, I said he's jacking. I didn't say something else.
I told Jack earlier that I had to, because I have a vocabulary that is not PG-13, so I've been holding myself back.
It's hard. So every once in a while, the word slips. The other day on Lorcana, I said the F word, I think, or S word. Stefan didn't catch me, but now I just gave myself away. It happens. I try not to. I mean, I try to be professional. But every once in a while, this isn't Disney, let it rip, he says. Yeah. Well, the good thing about this game, I'm so used to Disney, you don't say kill. Like, things get banished, right? They get banished. Oh, that's so I got to get used to saying kill again. Like, things are dying.
The Riot is, if you watch the cinematics, there is blood. There is a bunch of stuff.
For sure, yeah. It's, saying lethal, like lethal damage in Lorcana is like, it's not frowned upon, but it kind of makes it sound like lethal, like it's going to kill something. So some people have been making up other ridiculous names for it, and it's just you have to really walk on eggshells not to say something that's maybe not Disney, So it is nice to have a little bit more freedom to speak like a normal human when talking about Riftbound. So that's nice.
One thing I'm worried about though is the player base, because if we're bringing in people from League of Legends into here, there's probably gonna be a lot of screaming, a lot of cursing.
Well, I mean, there's toxic players in every community, some more than others. 100,000%. Some more than others. I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a real bad rep. Not to say every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player is a scumbag, because that's not true. But they have a bad rep for, having some pretty aggressive players, or really, I definitely think we're going to get a mix. I think we're going to get players, like you said, from League of Legends that are just toxic and and just, really try hard and all that. But I also think we're going to get some really awesome players. And I think the community is whatever we make it, right? If we just don't allow that to be acceptable in our tournaments, and we make sure we nip that in the butt, I think that everything will be just fine. Will we get those players? Probably, but I think as long as tournaments are on top of it and not letting anybody be disrespectful or rude or anything like that, I would hope we could have a nice fun community here. But I mean,
I also hope that someone's not going up against the kid and he's just like, yo, he just starts going up on the kid.
We worry about that a lot in every game, and Disney especially, Lorcana, because that game lends itself to being kid friendly. And then you have this giant neck bearded dude, and he's just like, you can't do that.
Take your back.
You can't, no take backs, So Yeah, it's tough, but I'm hoping we can make a good community. I know there's a lot of players that are great people that are involved in trying to push this game also. So I'm hoping that they rub off on the community, but we're always going to have some bad apples.
I will say, since this takes a lot of different card games, I feel like this could be the card game that unites the community.
I hope so. I think there's a lot of, obviously it's new, everybody likes the new shiny new thing. But sometimes the shiny new thing is not fun. And that's the difference here. I feel like this game is a lot of fun. So that's definitely going to help. And you see what Stefan's writing in the chat.
You are too naive.
You are too naive. Stefan seems to think that the community is going to be very toxic, but I don't know. I think not. I think that, like I said, what the community will be what you make it. If you allow the community to be toxic, if you deal with the toxic behavior and don't address it, then yeah, it's probably going to be toxic. But
because I'm like, in trading card games, I'm not toxic, but I'm hyper competitive.
Sure,
so
there's a difference.
I like to talk trash, but I'm not. I will never go overboard and make it personal.
But not and you have to know the person. You're not just gonna randomly start talking to some random person and be like, "Yo, you suck." But it's some friendly banter is always fun. But yeah,
you see, Sean accuses me of cheating.
When Sean accuses you of cheating. Look, so there is a lot of Doombots here. I call them Doombots. Obviously, they are not Doombots. There are just whatever they are, recruits. If you guys have seen Arcane, you might recognize them. Victor's minions. Which, by the way, have you seen Arcane?
I'm episode 3, season 2.
Episode 3, season 2. You got some good stuff coming ahead.
Because I've been spoiled, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Because doom scrolling on TikTok, and you see someone hugging someone else, and you're like, "I thought he was dead."
That's like me right now with Squid Games. I'm trying to not. I don't either, but I'm trying to stay off social media because I'm not done yet.
I haven't even finished season 2.
Oh man, yeah, season 3 has been okay, but I don't know. But anyway, side topic. But yeah, Arcane, fantastic show. If you guys haven't seen Arcane, check it out on Netflix. You don't need to know anything about League of Legends.
Yeah.
There are characters from League, obviously, and if you know what they do or who they are, it's cool. But you definitely don't have to know the characters.
I will say it's more enriching if you do know League.
Of course.
Then you'll get like characters that you'll see like, oh, I played the guy for like 9 years.
Yeah, of course. So it is cool, obviously, but it's like anything, like you always want to see the characters you recognize, but it doesn't make it
Oh yeah, it's like
there's players that are great at Disney Lorcana that have literally seen like one Disney movie. So definitely not a requirement, but if you haven't seen Arcane, I can't recommend it enough. It's just a really cool show, amazing animation, and just a great story, cool characters, a lot of action. So
yeah, the one thing I can compare it to is like knowing comics and watching the MCU movies.
Exactly. That's a great comparison. Yeah, so like you could still watch the MCU and enjoy it, but if you recognize a character from the comics, you have that extra connection.
Yeah.
For sure. So, and then you see Ken's just cooking here. He did lose a little bit of his battlefield, and I apologize, guys. We've kind of been just chatting. I haven't really been following the game too closely, but essentially this Victor deck, as you can see, it just wants to create a bunch of tokens and use them to send them into battlefields and try to contest. Okay, so Jack is going to use his Gust. Gust allows him to send something back to the hand. I believe it has to cost 2 or less, if I'm not mistaken. 3 or less? Okay, which is why he chose his own guy to prevent him from dying to Victor, which is nice. So Victor will still conquer here, but Jack won't lose his guy. So that's what Jack's going for. And you see Jack has a ton of guys waiting in the base. Yeah. Those guys will all untap on the turn and be ready to kind of try to reconquer here. Okay, so we have a Cold a week. Love that card. So Jack's going to have to pick something here and remove it. Thankfully for Ken, all he has to do is get rid of one of his little 1/1s, which is no big deal. So Jack will lose something here. He paid the seal. He sacrificed the dude. Okay, yeah, we're on the same page here. Have you read Vi? She's really cool.
Oh yeah, because that's another question. So is it whenever you want you can recycle, or is it on play? Like what is?
It's whenever you want during your main phase, because it's not an action and it's not a reaction effect.
He called you first to Yap.
First to Yap, yeah, I know. Stefan is. I call him Stunning Steph, so it's okay. He'll understand.
Enriched by this gameplay. I was trying to figure out what the next play was for Jack, because I think Jack's gonna lose.
Yeah, so in his main phase, like right now, he could do it as many times as he wants.
Oh, really? And he keeps stacking the 1?
Yeah, he can do as many times as he wants. But once he moves into the battlefield, he can't respond by doing more. Like, he has to set the amount before he goes out and does the combat.
Crazy.
But yeah, you can technically recycle.
Trash.
Yeah, you technically. That's what she does, bro. The big punch, dude. That's fine.
Nuts.
So yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you know the card game and you know the regular game, it's very cool because
he wins here then. Because he's Superman. Yeah, he does that.
He's got the rocket.
Gets everything back under his deck.
And then he can take care of one location. Let's see. He's gonna cycle a bunch of stuff here.
He wants to figure out thing in there.
He's like, I'm gonna just get rid of all this stuff. So Vi's effect, for those of you who are watching. Oh, look, Ken's ready for the fist bump here, but he's like, all right, I'll wait. Vi's effect is that she can recycle as many cards as you want from the discard, and she gets +1 for each one, which seems crazy, right? Because you could literally make her like a 30-30 or a 30 attack or whatever, but
he wins because then he Super Mega Death Rockets again, goes there, takes that out, conquers both, and then wins.
And that's the game.
Unless he has something. No?
That's the game. Yeah, there you go. So Jack able to conquer both. And sorry that I'm leaning forward so much. The screen, I'm trying to see I'm trying to see the cards, so I'm like leaning in like this.
Leaning back.
But yeah, obviously Jack able to scoop that one up, which is really crazy because Ken had a ton of dudes in play. So it really looked like Ken was taking over there. But you see Jack able to string together a really nice turn there and take over both bases, which, as we mentioned earlier, if you take over both bases in the same turn, you do win if you go to 8. So Jack was able to get it there, even though Ken was right there. And that's another thing I like about this game too so far, at least in the current form of the game. You know, maybe there's more OP decks later, but it doesn't feel super like one-sided. Like, it doesn't feel snowbally. Like, I don't feel like if you get a good start and I don't, the game's over. You do feel that way? I don't.
At least in the matchup of Victor and Bolívar.
Well, you're playing. Well, that's different. That's just because it's a terrible matchup. But I do feel like there's a lot of back and forth. Like, I felt like Ken was ahead in that game, and then Jack was able to kind of come back. Yeah, that card's nuts for Jinx. Yeah, sorry, we were looking at some cards here on the side, but yeah, it's really good. Vayne is also really cool. She's pretty good. You can just kind of keep playing her and keep sending her in and keep playing her. And she has Assault 3, so she attacks for 5. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Charm. Yeah, very good. You can move it anywhere to another location and then start the combat.
Move it to your base?
No, that's the only place you can't move it to. So, yeah, a lot of cool cards. That Rune Prison's really good.
Okay, so stunning means it doesn't deal combat damage. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah. It's like, nice volley bear, bro.
Yeah.
nice volley bear, bro. Nice 10 power, do nothing.
Okay, so here's a question, because I think we've brought this up before. Or let me, because the example was.
You mean if nothing dies? Is that the question?
Like, where is he? Kane. He takes no damage, but what if I overdo his damage, but he doesn't take damage that turn?
So if you're the attacker and you don't conquer, which can happen if like both players minus each other to a 1, and neither character can kill the other character. The attacking player has to recall. So your characters that are still alive go back to your base. It's not considered a move though. So like the characters just say when I move or whatever like this, he doesn't. Recall is not a move. Yeah. It's just like both characters can occupy it. So yeah.
Okay, and this is the new Nocturne, right?
Yeah, this guy's crazy.
Holy Bart.
Yeah. He play me anywhere, by the way. Well, as long as you control the area, whatever. But yeah, play me. It's pretty crazy.
Well, it doesn't say as long as you control the area.
Well, because you could only play something to a location if you control it.
Unless it says otherwise, like play me and occupy it.
Correct. Teemo also super good. You can flip him, and then he just gets huge. So like you can just kind of spam the board early and put all these free characters down, and then just be like, ha! Invert timelines, super crazy for Teemo also.
Yeah, it's basically like card destruction.
Yeah, this card's nuts.
You play this, you're going to buff as an additional cost if you do ignore the spell's cost.
Sorry guys, I wish I could put this cards on the screen that we're looking at. I know it's kind of confusing that we're talking about cards you can't see. But again, I know I've mentioned it like 10 times, but definitely go to riftbound.leagueoflegends.com or just type in Riftbound on Google and click the link. There is a card gallery, and it does have all the cards that have been revealed. And there's a lot of really, really cool ones. So if you like League of Legends, if you're thinking about getting into Riftbound, definitely check them out. There's really a lot of cool ones. And then every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, there are reveals. So pretty soon we will have all the cards available for our brewing pleasures. So,
which I think this is overpowered.
You think this is over? Hidden Blade? I love that you could target your own stuff, which is great.
Because you're paying it for just one by bottom decking it.
Yeah.
Which is basically that cost. So you're ignoring the 2.
Yeah.
And then you just do that. Like anything that comes in just gets obliterated.
Right. There is a special rule for locations that when you flip a card at a location, it has to target a card at that location.
Okay.
So even though Hidden Blade normally says any battlefield, if you play it as a reaction or as a hidden, it has to target that battlefield.
So what happens if it goes up against a character with deflect?
You have to pay. You still have to pay the rune because in order to target it, you have to pay a rune. So yeah.
So question. So Call of the Week isn't a target.
No,
that's just me choosing.
Both players have to choose. Yeah, I didn't target anything yet. Exactly.
Okay.
I love that Victor alternate art, by the way. So sick.
Yeah,
it's cool.
I'm surprised. So like because of the arcane, Victor got a new skin.
Right.
Which makes him look like he's one of like he's of the essence.
Right.
I'm surprised they didn't do that for an alt art.
The thing is, in the game, in League of Legends, when they reworked him, which they just changed him, he still has skins, and they reworked the skins also. So essentially, that's a reworked skin. So that's why it looks a little different.
This is an old one. I remember it.
Yeah, but it's updated. Yeah, it's updated with the new look. That's why it looks like that. But yeah, guys, there's so many cool characters. If you play League, we got Darius, we got Volibear, we got Jinx, we got Kaisa. Yeah, Darius is also really good.
Abilities that add resources can be reacted to, get the effect. Okay, so what is this? Okay, so this is the legend.
So you can do it at any time, reaction.
So what does this do?
So you can add one for an if ability says you can do something, pay one to do something, you can use him as that payment as long as you've already played a card this turn because he has Legion. So if you want to pay, let's say you only have, I don't know, one resource available left and you want to play a 2-drop, as long as you played something else already, he provides, he taps for mana essentially. He taps for a resource. But it has to be after something's already been played because Legion.
Weird. I wouldn't expect that to be his ability.
Yeah, but you read his Noxian Guillotine, the spell, signature spell. It's like his dunk. If you have Legion, it kills it instead. It just slams it. Yeah, and I think the other Darius, like the character Darius, is also really good. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there that's really, really good.
Yeah, I saw this.
So just getting back over to the game. Sorry, guys. I know, again, I don't want to talk about stuff you can't really see, but we're just kind of going through the card pool here, and there's so much cool stuff to look at. But we see Jack here taking a double move here into that location. So both Ken and Jack control a location each. Yeah. There's some cool locations also. Yeah, for sure. There's one that says you have to get to 9 to win instead.
Yeah.
There's like a bunch of different ones. When you hold here, that's pretty good. So when you hold, you activate your When I Conquer effects if you have any. Beginning phase, that player gains 1 point. The first beginning, not each turn.
Oh, okay.
The first beginning. So we both start at 1 is the best way to explain it.
When you hold here, you may channel 1 rune.
Yeah, at the top.
So here's another question.
That's a good one for Bali, probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let me just double check.
Yeah, as long as you're holding, you.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, you get an extra rune per turn. Essentially, it's really good.
So what's that thing when you you're exhausting, not exhausting, but you're tapping,
exerting, whatever. Yeah.
To what's it called again? Hover or
float mana?
Float. So
float energy. Yeah.
What's stopping you from just like floating all your mana immediately from the start of the turn? Like, why do you float mana? Like, I understand you float mana because
the thing is that I'm pretty sure the floating goes away during the cleanup phase, so it doesn't sit all turn. Like, I think if you go into a combat, it would clear out. I have to double check exactly how that all works. But there are incentives to doing things one by one.
Yeah.
The only time floating makes sense is if you're going to recycle that rune. You might want to have it produce.
You still have the mana even though you're bottom deck.
Right. And plus, if you're just doing all your mana every turn, you're never going to have mana available on your opponent's turn. Sometimes you might not want to play everything because you want to have a reaction. You want to keep up So yeah, there's different ways to look at it.
It was kind of explained to me, and I was like, damn, I haven't been playing this deck properly. And then Stefan's like, yeah, and you're still winning somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the decks are good. But we'll as we get more familiar, and then comes the knowing what's in your opponent's deck, right? So as you play more, you're like, okay, he could have Jinx Rocket here, or he could have this. So you start learning what to play around.
Which now it's easy because obviously there's a starter decks, but when set 1 comes out,
that's
or
the thing.
when we do all the proxies for set 1, it's gonna get a lot harder.
Until you learn it, like any card game, you don't know it until you know it, and then after that, it's pretty.
And obviously knowing like the opposing player and everything,
of course,
like what they would play in their deck, just knowing who they are.
Right, which is the fun part.
Gus.
Yeah, Gus is really good. Gus allows you to bounce something back to the hand that costs 3 or less. He is going to use his Death Rocket here, which during his main phase allows him to. Yeah, so he's going to kill the guy first, and then he's going to move into they trade. He doesn't get the Conquer, but Jack does have to discard that card.
How do you feel about Yasuo?
I'm going to let him know he needs to discard that card.
Okay,
or maybe Stefan can do it. Stefan, can you let him know when he moves that guy he's got to discard? Yep, he got it. He figured it out.
Is this like actual time, or are we in a delay?
This is real time.
Okay.
This is real time, yeah. This is real time. Yeah, because whenever that guy moves, regardless, you have to discard and draw. It's not optional. So when Jack moved him over, he had to discard his card.
The merchant?
Yeah, the merchant.
Okay, yeah.
The merchant's not optional.
Which is funny because we called Mikey out for that.
Yeah, Mikey was pissed because he didn't want to discard. And then Jack's like, dude, the whole point of the deck is to discard. Yeah. And Mikey's like, I don't want to get rid of these cards. So.
Which question? Can we just say no to an ability?
No, it has to say may. Okay. If it says may, you can choose yes or no. If it says when this happens, do this. And when this happens, do this. Like there's a location that says when you conquer, recycle a rune. It's not optional. Like you have to, which sucks because like if you're conquering it and you don't want to be recycling runes, it's like ugh. But yeah, it's not optional. If it says may, you can do an optional effect, but not if not, it has to be mandatory. Okay. Yeah, so that's something interesting to know. That big giant dude that Ken just played, when he comes in, he does just kill a unit straight up. So it doesn't matter where it's at.
So question about him.
Yeah.
Volibear that has deflect. Does he cost more if he targets Volibear?
Yeah. So when you play him, it's not that he costs more, but in order to target Volibear with the ability, he would have to recycle an additional rune. Yeah.
Oh, so it's not tapping, it's recycling.
Recycling.
Oh, that's what deflect.
Deflect does, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Deflect makes you recycle. Every time that card gets targeted, you have to recycle to target it.
Which I think is worse than tapping.
It's good. I mean, it sets your opponent back, you know.
No, like worse for them.
Yeah, for sure. It makes them more of a drawback. Which I like. In Lorcana, there's an ability called Ward, which pretty much stops it from being targeted at all. And it gets really cancerous because there's some cards that like are so hard to interact with. And it's like, it's not good game design because the card just sits there all the game and you can't mess with it. Yeah. And there's some colors in Lorcana that cannot interact with that kind of card and you just lose. Like you just have to sit there and... So I like that here they have the effect. Like you have to pay more to target it, but it is targetable technically. So there is a drawback, but it's not like it completely stops you from targeting.
Yeah. It's the same thing with Magic. They also have Ward, and I definitely understand it can get very annoying.
Yeah. Magic has a hexproof, and then they have hexproof, and then they have one that only they can target it, which I forget what that's called. But yeah, Magic has something similar as well. All right, so we see this guy who I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah, you said you weren't a big fan of.
He's big, but you pay 6 and a rune for him, 6 and an energy rune, and then he only draws you 1 card when something dies. The first time it dies, I don't know. I'm just not.
At least it's an energy. It's an extra draw every turn.
It is potentially if something dies. I don't know.
Is it only ally or is it anything?
No, whenever one of your friendly units dies. So, I mean, it's just a little slow in my opinion. Maybe in another deck, but I mean, you could technically leave him there, and every time your bots die, he draws. But I don't know. I think it's kind of meh.
Yeah, that's fair.
A little slow. I was hoping Annie was going to be super good, but yeah, she's pretty good.
at battlefield.
Yeah, but look how much he costs though.
I mean, yeah, but,
but he just goes Timbers and blows everything up. Yeah, Annie's cool. Is that the alternate art Annie go up? Or is there a different one?
Yeah,
I saw another.
there's a champion.
Oh, that's the champion one. I got you. Okay, see there. Oh, that's the alt art of the champion.
Which this looks nice.
Yeah, it's super cool. I think she's a little too slow too. Firestorm, I think, is too expensive.
Yeah.
6 and a thing for 3 damage each? Yeah. No.
Because it's like
I'd rather just play Tibbers and just Tibber somebody for 8.
Because there's the same card that deals 3 damage for 4 cost with no energy rune, and you draw a card if you kill it.
Yeah.
This is dog.
Yeah, it's bad.
This is one of the cards that we were talking about that becomes bulk.
Yeah. They said, too, that the cards that come in the Proving Grounds are going to be a little less powerful.
Which is crazy, because this is the nuts.
Yeah. But not all of them are bad. You know, some of them are not that great, but yeah. So.
Flash. Oh, okay. To base. I thought it was
to base.
Okay.
Like you flash away, not flash in, you flash out. Yeah.
I was about to say, damn.
Which is cool because you could do like exhaust, you could do like all that stuff. Master Yi.
Ready.
He just comes in ready. He's ready to party, dude.
Kill a unit at a
Lux, Garen.
I play 4.
Ooh,
what?
It doesn't say where either. You can play it either or.
Thank you.
Yeah, either or.
I enter ready. Okay, so Master Yi is going to be a very aggro deck. Oh, no, never mind, because it's orange.
Yeah, so you are limited to, you probably slap Red Annie in the Kaisa deck. Yeah, Kaisa seems like it's going to be really good. Annie being able to just add 1, making Kaisa's missile have 1 more attack.
Yeah.
I want to play an Annie deck, though, man. I really like Annie in the game. I don't know if her ability is going to be strong enough to be on its own.
Yeah.
Oh, but they all say starter. I hate that says that.
What do you mean?
Underneath their names, Might of Demacia, starter. Lady of Luminosity, starter. Okay. Dark Child, starter.
Yeah, they don't come with alternates either.
No.
Only like the actual champion.
I mean, you still have to buy that day 1. I mean, Proving Grounds.
Oh, no, it's not the same. These
are different ones. Cards. It's a different card.
You return a spell from your trash to your hand.
There's a purple one and a red one. Yeah. So every leader has 2 champions of 1 of each color. So at least 2 champions rather, because I'm sure there'll be others in the future. Look at the art they chose for Yi. They gave him look at the what? They gave him a sick costume there. It's crazy.
What does he even do? Oh, that's his hair.
Yeah.
I thought his sword was doing some weird thing.
No, he has his hair. Yeah. All right, Jack and Ken getting back to business. Stefan, have you heard any update on food, sir? Any update on food?
Ray was supposed to get Taco Bell.
Any update on food, please? No, we're dying. Yeah, I'm dying. All I've had today is coffee. It's 4 p.m. Why am I?
Yeah.
What is happening here? This is not part of the agreement to come here and die. And now they're doing Poros, which is cool. And in the digital game, there was a whole Poro deck.
Really?
Yeah, all the Poros had a different keyword, and then you had the Master Poro, and he would absorb the Poros and become have all the effects and stuff. I don't know that that'll be the way the game works, but yeah. So that's what Skip was saying in the chat, that when you play Annie in that deck, it makes the deal more. So you do 5, draw a card, which is really nice.
I do like this card.
Draven. I love his effect too. I love that the amount of points you have is his strength, because he's
because that's also
he's a show off. Yeah, exactly.
He gets stronger with his passive points.
It's pretty cool. So much cool stuff. I love the Volley Bear alt art. It's cool. Yeah.
I think it's what it's called.
Yeah, it might be something like that. I forget the name. Defy is pretty nuts. I played it against Jack. He's like, that card costs 1? I'm like, yeah, bro. Defy.
I think this card's underrated. Clockwork Keeper.
If you play me, pay additional 1 to draw a card.
Yeah. You pay it for 2, turn 1, and if you go second, you can bottom deck 1.
Yeah, possibly. I can see maybe a world where that card's not terrible.
I really think Yasuo is a really good leader. He just doesn't feel as strong right now.
Friendly unit. Additional +1. Ooh. Pretty good. You know what cards are really good? Go down to the sword. Go down a little bit. That
this
one. Nuts.
Already. Yeah.
Dude.
This is,
When you play that on the deck where
reaction.
everything's getting... I played it in Leona.
Mhm.
And like Leona, she says whenever you stun a unit, give a buff. And I just had a bunch of dudes that were buffed, and every time Jack wanted to target something, it's like, bro, recycle that rune.
So what's a gear compared to a spell? How does that work?
So a gear is a permanent that stays in play.
Okay.
Up until now, at least I haven't seen any card that interacts with gears or removes gears. I would imagine at some point we get something that says destroy gear or remove a
this
gear.
is like the seals. Like,
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just kind of sit in play. The seals are the same. They come in ready. They don't come in tapped.
Right here. When I conquer, you may kill gear.
Oh, there you go. So there's a guy right there. When you conquer, you may kill a gear.
If you do buff.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So again, that could be potentially a sideboard card, right? So like if you're playing against a guy who you know has a bunch of like annoying gears, you bring in that card, and because that card might not be good otherwise, right? So Robbie up there, and he seems kind of understated. Yeah. Like I said, apparently based on what the devs were saying, I love how they have Arcade Ari, by the way.
Yeah, Arcade is my favorite.
She's so good too. You see her ability
Yeah.
when you hold, gain an extra point. Yeah, Annie. I hope that I hope she's either playable or they make a version of Annie that's better, because I really like Annie. And they said that all the cards that come in the Proving Ground were going to be a lower power level, just like as an entry level product. But it still has cards that are exclusive to Proving Grounds, so it's definitely still worth picking up. I think that card's terrible.
Kill it at the start of its controller's beginning phase.
Yeah, so you double it, but then at the beginning of your turn, before you get the hold point, it dies. So it's good to like conquer, but then like on the hold, it's dead.
I mean, this could be used for like an end game where you're trying to conquer both lands.
It also holds. It doesn't hold for the point, but like it stays there while your opponent attacks in. So maybe it's all right. I don't know.
Card is good.
Tarek is very good. Yes. Zonia's is cool. If you know what Zonia's normally does.
I remember it was like, oh wait, when it dies,
next time you
kill
would die.
this instead. It's a gear,
Very cool.
Unit exhausted. I really like the way they're going with this stuff.
Yep. Consult the Past looks like a really good card. All two. And you can play it hidden. It's pretty good.
It's so crazy to me, the hidden concept where you just like recycle one rune, and then with Teemo, instead of recycling, you just pay one.
Teemo's nuts with
That's
that.
crazy to me.
Just pay one, pay this down, face down. Have a good
See,
one.
now this is better than the Annie one. Like it's 5, a little bit more, but it's double the damage.
It's different color too, though.
Yeah.
So it's not in the same deck. But yes, I think it also is better.
I think this card is underrated.
Yeah, it's super good. Anything that cycles is good.
Yeah.
And it throws math off a lot. Like sometimes you might be tied and all of a sudden you're not. Flash being a Proving Grounds exclusive is interesting. Yeah, I think there's some cards that are interesting. I think it's an interesting choice in general to have cards exclusive to the Proving Grounds. I hope that there's enough copies in Proving. Like I hope I don't have to buy 2 Proving Grounds to get a set of a card or something, you know? I know they might do that because, you know, money is good.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that we get a set of each card there, that we don't need to buy multiple Proving Grounds. But
like Devin said, they're definitely going to make a lot of money. They know what they're doing. They could make a lot of money off the card game.
That's the thing, is that I was saying earlier that the people always ask, like, why did this exist? Like, why would I play this game if Runeterra failed? You know, and it's not that Runeterra failed. Runeterra was incredibly popular, actually. They just didn't have a good monetization system. League of Legends has amazing monetization. Like, there's no pay to win, but like the skins are so desirable and so cool, and like the animations, that people love to buy skins, right? I feel like when Runeterra came out, you could buy sleeves and all that kind of cool stuff that, you know, but nothing was like that cool where you're like, oh, I got to spend all this money, you know? So people were just playing the game for free. You know, people were grinding, getting all the cards they could get, and then not spending any money. And when you're not spending money, it's hard to keep a game going. But now that we have a physical TCG where you have to buy singles, you have to buy packs, you have to go to these tournaments, you have to do all this stuff, I think now they'll be able to properly, you know, get their money back on their investment here.
So here's a question.
Talk to me.
Can I play Carnivorous Snapvine and then play this on top of it before its effect goes off?
No, because
Okay.
that's Primal Strength is an action, not a reaction.
Okay.
So you cannot interrupt the chain with an action. You can only start a chain with a reaction with an action. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Udyr, absolutely correct.
I'm putting this in my bully bear.
Absolutely correct.
Which there's
Yeah, Riot puts on really good events. Absolutely skips. Every time I've seen somebody go to a Riot event, they have like awesome statues of the characters and they go all out on the stage. Like that's why I'm really excited for this game is because they run an esports scene and they know what it's like to pack a stadium. They know what it's like to have people interested and sign up for big events. And I think that that's going to lend itself really well to this. You see Jack realizing something here as he's like, oh my God.
Which I think it was Skips that gave us this deck list from a player, Mo.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I know Mo. Emotional. Yeah, he played a little bit of Lorcana
This
too.
is a deck that he cooked up that he's currently playing with.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Which of course 3 of, like I said, this has to be a 3 of.
Yeah, this is good to use like as a base, and then you can always make adjustments as you see fit. First Mate, I think, is an absolutely nuts card.
Yeah. I also like this that you need 1 more point to win.
Increase the points needed to win. Yeah, it gives you more time to get in the game.
Yeah, no. I do really
Kiana also super sick in your deck.
No, I do really like every time I see a card, I'm like, wow, all these cards have so much potential. Like you said, like they're like the starter deck or like the starter
Proving grounds thing.
Proving grounds. Like there are some cards where I'm like, I don't see this happening at all. But overall, just like I see everything having a role.
He says, I think the deck might be missing the Herald of Scales card, though. The card that makes all dragons cost 2 less. Is there a lot of dragons? I didn't really get a deep dive look at that, but does it look like
there's 2, I think. There's Dune Drake.
Okay, he's a dragon.
This one, which
I don't and the Mountain Drake.
I don't like this card. It costs too much for like whatever. It's not. You can draw like up to like 2-3 cards maybe. It's.
What's cool is they have the different drakes, which are like the different.
I did say that.
The different dragons you fight over. Like there's Mountain Drake and whatever Drake.
Baron's got to be the nuts one.
Baron. Oh, Baron's gonna be there. Void. What is it? Void Walker? No, Void Rift. I think it's his name.
I think.
I forget.
Like the one before Baron. Yeah.
The Rift Walker.
Because you have Void Grubbies.
Void Grubs.
And then you have the Void Rift.
I forget. The one that comes before Baron.
Yeah.
And then we also have blue buff. Do you think there's a card that like when you do something with it, you get blue buff or red buff?
I think that would be cool. Gear.
That would be cool. There's so many interesting things that can happen.
The one thing I'm worried about when they make the card is the Elder Drake. How's execution going to work? There's going to be like Warwick, where when you do a certain amount of damage, boom, they're gone, or
maybe they just make it do something totally different. I mean, the dragons we just saw there don't like buff the team or anything, so they could just make it do something totally else. But I do think Baron is going to be cool to see like a Baron card. I think that's going to be nice.
Baron Nashor,
or even the minions, like the creep, the canyon minions and stuff. Yeah, so much potential, and that's just characters that exist in the game. How many characters that don't exist in the game that can they just make up? Be like, Freljord Assassin or Shurima Dude, or they could just do whatever they want. So Mo definitely knows better than me, though. Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with Mo. He was playing Lorcana for a brief period. I don't believe he plays anymore, but I do remember seeing his content. And I did see that he is interested in playing Riftbound, which I think is really cool. I do plan to go all in on Riftbound content ASAP, so definitely follow me on YouTube if you haven't. On First 20, we'll definitely be making some content. Yeah, we're trying to get an update on food here, guys. It's been 3 hours and 42 minutes, and I have not eaten today.
Yeah, that's definitely.
SSG's trying to starve us out. I mean, I could probably skip a couple meals, so it's not so bad. But Mustache, he looks hungry. His face is getting thinner by the moment. I see it. His cheekbones are showing a little more. He's going through it right now.
No, because I've also just been at a huge calorie deficit. I've been eating like 1,000 calories a day.
Oh no! I mean, good for you. But,
I've lost 20 something pounds in like a month and a half.
That's amazing. I need to get on that train.
I mean, it doesn't matter, but like, we could.
All right, we'll take a quick BRB, guys. I know people hate staring at the BRB screen, so I apologize. I will do our best to not leave you sitting here pending. But we do need to take a quick break just to figure out the food situation. I'm more than happy to hang out more and just go over the games, and keep going, playing some more games with you guys. But I definitely need to find some food because I'm feeling a little out of it. So we'll be right back. We're going to go on a quick BRB screen. So thank you guys again for hanging, and we'll see you in a bit.
Sick. I love when audio's live.
Live audio, no
What?
way.
Welcome everybody who is listening to our live audio. We are on episode 3 of Stranger Things. Oh, we're back. All right, let's see. So we got Victor versus Jasuo. I'm gonna just keep. I kind of like this hand, so we'll stick with it.
This hand also has a lot of tricks.
He
but
sure does.
I feel like into this deck where you're just making a bunch of guys, I feel like I need a couple more units than I have.
Okay. I like it. And I'm just gonna put these out for now while you decide there.
I'm gonna return these two.
Okay. Got to get used to not shuffling after a mulligan. I'm so used to like sending stuff back and then shuffling. All right. Good luck, sir.
You
Let's
as
see.
well.
Let's see what we got here. We will play the Soaring Scout. So when she dies, I get to channel a rune, and it's your turn.
All right. So I channel 3
Mhm.
and draw. I will tap 3 for a Wielder of Water.
Okay.
And I'll pass.
Yep. So when he's solo, he's a 4, right?
Yep.
Okay. Sweet. Let's do this. Draw for turn. All right. First thing we're going to do here, we'll move to the ganking location here.
Okay.
So any responses? No, you're tapped out, right? So
Nope.
I'll go to 1. Where do you want this dice, Stefan?
That's good.
You're just good here? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
You're at 1, you said?
I am at 1. And then I will play Victor to the base. I have to pay a yellow, which I will pay. And it's your turn.
All right. I will draw.
Mhm.
Hmm. Hmm.
Let me read this real quick. I forgot what this guy is. Yeah, it's pretty
I think
good.
I will.
So,
'cause
one enemy unit. We hear the Discord notification. Not the end of the world, but just so you know.
I will tap 4 and play a Stealthy Pursuer.
Okay. I take a read here. I haven't played against this deck yet.
So the Stealthy Pursuer, when she moves or when something else moves from her location, she moves to it.
Cool. That's pretty cool. So she can kind of tag along.
Yep. But I do have to pay a purple.
Yep.
And I will go here, not activating this effect.
Sure. So you're just a 4. No effects here. So you will win. I will do a effect here.
Yep.
And channel a rune.
And
you will gain 1. So you got a
Yep.
1.
1.
Is that okay for him?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And so you control that. Anything else?
Nope. I will pass.
All right. It's back to me.
There you go. Fan club.
Fan club.
Got Tommy, Twitch, saying Spear on the Code.
Wow.
Hey, it's Brando. Dinner.
Oh, look at this. I have all my friends in the house. What's
Oh,
up, friends?
wow.
Good to see you.
I didn't bring the things to you.
I'm so, I got so many friends. Let's see here. So how do I want to do this? I don't want to stick Victor out there because that could be bad. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to. I don't want to do that. And I lose access to that. All right, I'm gonna pay 1 to activate Victor and make a dude. And then I will pay 4 and sacrifice a dude to play this guy. He's just a 6 power. Just
He's
a big,
a 6. He's just
a big dude.
Just a big guy.
Just a thickie. And I could move Victor here. However, you could have a lot of tricks and stuff, and I really don't want to risk losing Victor at the moment. So I will pass back to you, and you'll get a point on the beginning of your turn for the hold.
Yep, for the hold.
Yep. And it's yours.
Skinner, you're going to be playing Victor until set 1 or so?
I think so. I really like Victor. I mean, obviously, I want to learn other characters too. Like, I think Annie is probably a character. She might not be that good, but I really like her in the game. So I would hope that I can make a decent deck for her. But so far, out of the trial decks, at least, Victor's my favorite playstyle. Yasuo seems really cool too. He's got a lot of combat tricks and stuff.
Yeah.
That ability is one of my favorite abilities with fiction. Just teleporting things around, moving things.
Yeah, it's really, really good. Just being able to move characters that are tapped or exerted or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to tap out.
Okay.
And I will play Yasuo.
Okay. He costs
Returning
2 green.
2 green.
Yep.
And I'll pass.
Okay. All right. Yasuo's in the wings, waiting to come down. Let me get 2 runes here.
Be careful, he has a key.
A key! He has a key! All right, let's see. So I could do that, which I think is what I think I feel like doing here. All right, so before combat or anything, I'm going to pay 6. And I'll recycle a blue as well. And I'll play Wraith of Echoes. So the first time a friendly unit dies, I draw a card.
Yep.
And then I will move the Cruel Patron into the battlefields. And I pass priority to you.
Okay.
I'm a 6 to your 4 right now.
Yep. I am tapped out, so I have no response.
Okay. So I will take over that. I will get a point. I'll go to 2. And then I will pay 1 and activate Victor's leader effect. And I will make a dude here. Do I want to do that? Yeah, let's do that. And it's your turn.
All right.
Yasuo is very scary.
He is he's a big boy. He doesn't mess around. You have 1 open?
I have 1 open.
Dang. Is Call the Weak a 1 mana card?
It's 2.
It's 2? Okay.
It's 2. And it's not a reaction. So you have
Oh, it's an action. Okay.
Not even an action. You have to play it only main phase. You can't even play it during combat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought how it worked was like if I pass to you, priority to you, and I don't play an action, you then have the speed to play a normal action.
Yes, but he's saying Call the Weak isn't even.
It doesn't say action at all.
Regular speed, like.
Oh, it's just regular speed card.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's kind
okay.
of like Jinx Rocket. It doesn't say action or reaction. It just says the effect, which means I can't play it ever on your turn.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, if it's an action, then I could, when you pass to me, I could play it. Yeah.
I think for now, I'm going to swing here. I'm going to move Yasuo here.
Okay.
His effect says when I attack, I deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit here.
I
will do.
I have a response to that effect.
Okay.
So that effect goes on the chain.
Okay.
I will stupefy, giving him -1, and I get to draw a card.
Okay.
Do you have any reactions to that?
In fact, I do. I will tap 1.
Defy?
No.
Oh.
I will on guard.
On guard?
Give a friendly +1. Okay. Then if there's an additional +1 this turn if it is the only unit I control there.
Okay. Perfect. So you get that first. Unit you control here? Okay, yeah, it is the only unit you control here. I was thinking that if you had to have control of the base, but no, it's just a unit. Okay, yeah. So you get the plus, you get the minus, which equals out to 6, and then I get to draw a card off of this.
Yep.
And then your Yasuo trigger happens, which is 6 damage. So you get to choose how you want to assign it. I'm pretty sure.
Well, no, because I get +2,
7.
right?
You get plus.
Oh, no, so I get +1, so it's 7.
+1, so it is 7. Yes, you are able to clear.
So I will clear.
Okay, perfect. These are dead. You are correct. Womp womp. But you do gain a point also for conquering, so you're up to 3. I do also get to draw a card the first time a unit dies, so I'm going to draw for that too. What's crazy about this deck for those watching is that this Yasuo lets you move stuff. So he could literally like move something and then like get the effect again.
Well, for Yasuo, it's only to and from base.
Oh, it's to and from base. Oh, to or from base. I'm sorry. That would be, I guess, super cracked.
Which is
still good because you can still pull it back if you needed to or whatever.
Which is exactly what I'm going to do.
Perfect. Yasuo got in there and got out of there.
And then I will pass.
All right, Yasuo.
He is here to stay.
Yeah, he's going to do the damn thing. Let's get 2 energy here. 2 runes, draw a card. All right. Yasuo, you're pretty annoying. You are pretty annoying. Let's think here. All right. I'm going to move Victor.
Okay.
And I pass priority to you.
I will not respond.
Okay. So I'll get 1. I will move Wraith of Echoes and pass priority to you.
I will not respond.
Okay. So I'll go to 4. Now, let's see. It's 3, 6, 9. I will play this guy. He's just when he dies, he draws a card.
Okay.
And
Loot Hoarder.
Then, yeah, Loot Hoarder. And then do I want to do that? Yeah. I guess that's fine. All right. And I'm cool with that. You can have your turn back.
Okay. You have a bunch open.
I sure do.
Sarah, what's your score?
I'm at 4. Zach's
I'm at
3.
3.
Trey. I'm just bluffing. Oh, wait, you can hear me.
Yeah, a little bit.
I thought only chat could hear me.
My hand.
See, in this game, you really got to think when your opponent leaves stuff open, which I love. It's not, you can't just be like, okay, well, it's my turn, and then I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, my hand is just a little awkward.
Yeah. That tends to happen with these trial decks. Sometimes it's just like super clunk.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. We're going to swim with Yasuo and attempt to clear. Passing priority to you.
Yeah. So I don't have any reaction. So that is an effect that goes through.
Okay. So
yeah. So how does that work? You pass. I can only react to it, right? I can't play an action yet. Until
no, I believe because I'm not playing an action, you are allowed to play an action because I
thought actions could only be used to start a chain.
Right? Because even though it's my turn and I swing and don't play an action, he is then allowed to play an action because we're still at action speed.
Yep.
No, because when you move him in, it's it's a when I attack ability. So that thing goes on the chain before showdown or before anything. As soon as you move,
it's already on the stack.
No, the showdown begins and then you do.
No. As soon as you move, when I move effects happen before the showdown.
Yeah, this isn't a move. This is when I attack.
When I attack
during the showdown.
No, yeah,
no, it's
literally the only thing that's happened this turn is I've moved to attack.
Yeah, so when he attacks, it's when I attack and when I defend effects go off first. I don't have any when I defend effects. He has the when I attack. I can't play an action to respond to that. I would have to wait for this to clear, and then during the showdown, I have an option to play an action.
Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying now.
So I can't, even though I have a response to this.
Okay. Sorry, I
Yeah, I misplayed that. I forgot about Yasuo's effect. Yeah, I probably just.
Now you guys can. The text is small, but.
Oh, sweet, dude!
Oh,
I
sweet,
can
we can read
I can
chat.
micro chat here. I'm pretty sure I screwed that up. So I think.
Hey, don't make fun of my micro chat.
I think I think I just lose this because I definitely thought I could respond with something that's an action, but I definitely can't do it to Yasuo. So live and we learn. So these will die. I'll draw 2 because I draw 1 from here and then I draw 1 from here. Okay.
Yep.
And then you will take control and I'll draw 2 here.
And I will have.
That's
one
my
additional
bad. That's my bad, guys. All right. It's your next move here. I left all this mana up because I thought I could do something that I can't do. So that's a pretty big whiff. You out of here? Oh, okay. I was like, what? I saw you with the bag. I thought you were heading.
I will tap 3.
Yeah.
And I will play a cemetery attendant.
Okay.
And when it says when you play me from hand, you can add a unit from your trash to your hand. So I will add the wielder of the water.
Sure. And you paid the purple rune for it?
I'm about to.
There you go. Anything else?
I didn't restamp this. In fact, I will tap 2. And move Yasuo back to base.
It's okay. Whatever he says.
Whatever he says.
It's okay.
And it is your go.
Oh, this Yasuo. I really wish I didn't
I just
screw that up.
I haven't even really been making the best use out of it because I can technically attack for 10.
Yep. And then move them out. And then she follows
him. Yeah.
Yep. That is definitely a thing. Let me see here. It is tough because I definitely have stuff here, and I wish I wouldn't have screwed that up before. Let's. All right, let's play her. She makes a dude. Let's play call. So I'll pay 2 and recycle. I'm gonna sack the bot. And you
Hold
have
on.
to sack. Oh, sorry. There's responses. I forget. My bad. I forgot Yasuo is a. I'm so used to playing against other decks that don't do anything on their turn, but yeah, Yasuo definitely does.
I will. Wind wall.
Wind wall
Counter that.
Counters it. Okay. So that doesn't do anything for me.
I pay 2 green.
So he doesn't want me to touch his stuff, eh?
I like the tempo right where it is.
Let's see. We'll play this Legion girl. She makes 2 dudes, 3 dudes. She makes 2 dudes.
Have you played another card?
Yeah, I played this one just now.
Oh, okay, cool. No, Call the Week didn't get played because it got.
I know, but
That card came first.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, that one did. And then what do you got? 4? Oh, I didn't game mine for holding. I'm sorry. I should be at 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my fault.
You'd like it as better than Lorcana?
Better than Lorcana? Maybe. I can't say that live on stream right now, but if you ask me afterwards, I can maybe answer that question for you. All right, so I'm going to play this, and this dies. Whenever a friendly unit dies, I draw a card. So
yep,
I'll draw a card for that. And then don't want to move this guy out. Maybe. Yeah, I do, because Yasuo was annoying as hell. All right, I'm out. You pushed me out, dude. Go ahead. Way. I finally learned my lesson. Stop getting Yasuo'd here. I literally thought I could put my guys last turn, and I just got rudely awakened when I also just like slashed all my board. I'm like, oh, okay, wait. Can't do that. I hate Yasuo in the video game too, so it's like, it's like a double hate.
Works out that way.
He's obnoxious in the game.
I will tap 6. And I will play a Kane.
Ooh, Kane.
Kane has ganking, and he says if I move twice this turn, I don't take damage.
Oh, it's pretty good.
What's his strength?
6. So he's a 6/6.
He's a 6 might. Did you pay your purple there? Trying to cheat?
I'm just forgetting.
Gotta keep him honest. Gotta keep him honest.
Gotta keep me honest.
This guy's too busy slashing me up with Yasuo to realize. All right, let's see. Oh, we untapping, guys. All right, let's do it.
Let me think here.
You got 2 brand new, beautiful battlefields to choose from.
This is true.
Yeah, you could do all sorts of stuff here.
So let's see. Am I okay expending Yasuo here? I kind of don't think so. But you're also not necessarily in a position to take over. I kind of have to use him this game. This turn. Let's do it this way then. I'm going to put 6 here, and then
She'll follow around.
she'll fall around.
Okay, so we putting 10 in there. I've got no responses.
Okay, so I will gain a point.
You go to 5.
Let's see. I will then expend 3. Go here.
Mm-hmm. No response. You go to 6, unless you have something else. Okay.
Then I will pass.
And then he will pass. And then he will pass.
Pass, I say.
Pass, he says. All right, so he's got 1 open. 1 open. I will draw for turn. Okay. Okay, he's at 6. Cards in hand?
5.
5. That's a lot. That's a lot of cards.
Don't you have 6 or 7?
2, 3, 4, 5. Don't worry about what I have. I have 6. All right, let's see. All right, let's do what I thought I could do before, and I got bamboozled for not knowing how to play the game. I'm going to recycle 3. I'm going to grand stratagem.
This is the card that's...
Everything gets +5.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
No response.
Okay. Like I said, see, it's an action. So I was thinking I could react to your trigger, but I can't because it's just an action. All right, so everybody's +5. So that's pretty good.
That is quite good.
It is quite good. So... Let's move the big party in here.
Those are some large men.
They are very well. Some of them are women as well, but they are very large. Yes. I will pass priority to you. I am a 5, 10, 15, 22, 25, 26. I am 27 worth of might right now. It's just a little bit higher than 10.
That is a copious amount of might.
It's a little more than 10, but
a little more than 10. Yeah, you will have it.
Hisake. All right, you get to deal damage back though. How much do you have?
I have 10.
You have 10. So remember, my guys are +5, but you can.
So +5.
So these are 6s, and then you know the rest. I'm sure you know math.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna insult your intelligence to count to 10.
I will. I guess destroy only your 3.
Okay. Yeah, he's an 8, so he will go into the waste bin. First time one of my friendly units dies for the turn, I get to draw a card. And then...
But wait, there's more.
Oh, yeah, I get a point for this first, so I'm at 6. Hold on. And then these guys are still +5. We're coming in. I pass priority.
Nope, you got it.
Did. All right, so we're up to 7. The comeback of the century, maybe.
Yep.
Unless he also blows me out next game. I will recycle a rune. I will play a trap card or a hidden card if we're playing the game correctly. We'll play the scout. And we'll play this guy here as well.
Okay.
It's your move.
Your move.
Come on, Kane. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got. I would say I'm in a bit of a pickle.
Could be.
3, 5. Okay. Okay, I've got some options here.
Okay. I'd like to hear that. I forgot these guys also have plus here. So that's
You
pretty
have 2
pretty
open.
good. I do have 2 open. That's a great observation.
So I'm going to move into attack.
I'll allow it. So you're moving into attack. All right. Right now, I am a 2, 3, 4, 5 to your 6. You have priority to make an action first if you like, or you can pass to me.
In fact, I will.
Okay.
I will tap 3. Last breath. Will ready a unit.
Okay.
I return 2. And I deal damage to an enemy unit at a battlefield. So
Okay.
I'm going to kill this guy.
Okay. I can respond. I will siphon power.
Defy.
Okay.
Oh, well, I was going to say that doesn't even do what Skinner wants it to
Yeah, it
do.
does. It pumps everything here.
Yeah.
And he's a 6.
Oh, because of that.
Mhm.
Okay.
And it deals damage. It's not dealing combat.
Yeah. No. So that part all tracks. I was just thinking.
He
this
thought it
only
was a
comes up to
6, but he didn't realize
I
that
forgot
it's
it's getting buffed from the battlefield.
Okay. So you got me. That's defied. So it gets countered. And then your damage will all do its thing.
Yep.
And then this will die. I believe I still draw a card. The first time a friendly unit dies. It doesn't say other. So I think I still draw. I'm pretty sure.
But doesn't this resolve first before because that unit itself is dying, or is it its own like when I die?
Triggers from its own thing. So
Yeah, like when
whenever a friendly
it says
unit-
whenever a friendly unit dies. So
Right,
yeah, you are
okay,
resolving and you are
okay,
killing it.
if
And I think it draws off itself.
Okay.
All right, so this will die. We're still in combat here, so that was another side thing.
Yep.
So now we're in the showdown. I've got nothing. So 1, 2, 3, 4 to your 6.
You have 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to your 6. Excuse me, I can't count. So yeah, anything else before I
Nope.
remove
Combat can
all these
resolve.
guys off the table? All right. So when this guy dies, I draw a card. Everybody else is dead to the world. I draw a card. These guys are gone. And Kane is alive.
That he is. However, I will then. Yep. I will move back to base.
Okay.
And now he no longer takes damage.
Okay.
Because he's already moved twice.
This turn though, right? If I move twice this turn, don't take damage. Okay.
So I will tap 3
Oh boy. Comes some
and do it again.
Here comes some shenanigans. Oh boy. All right. So you're sending 6 more damage.
Right here.
Right here. Remember, this is a 7. You can take it back if you like. But yeah, this is a 7.
Then I will kill and you can get a rune.
Okay.
I think it is.
So instead of coming back there, why not come here?
Because I can't go from. Oh, because I can gank.
Yeah, he's got ganking.
Oh, yeah.
Double-
I can gank.
He's got double ganking.
Yeah.
He's got a gank gank.
Yeah, so you come right
Yeah, I have double
now
ganking.
he's 7. Now you do it, and you hit that.
Yeah.
And now it doesn't take damage.
No. does not
Sure.
take damage.
But I will. But I can respond now
Yeah.
That you can.
with this.
And that overrides it.
Trap card. The hidden blade.
Damage just straight kill.
It just kills. It just straight up kills a unit.
Jack's trying to set you up, dude. You had the right play to go. Jack's like, yo, go here so you can lose, dude. What do you got? We got another Defy out there?
Nope.
No? All right. Dead to the world. You get to draw 2.
Yeah.
I draw 2.
Jack's like, sorry about
I've
that.
been baited.
Oh, just a Jack on Zach crime.
No, I thought, wait, you took that last breath back.
Um,
You actually used it. 'Cause you moved to Kane instead of using
There's 2 Lost Bros.
No. He didn't use the second one because he moved.
Because he moved
I
instead.
thought you responded right because isn't this a reaction? Well, because it's hidden, so yeah, it is a reaction.
Yeah, but he didn't play this because he played this before the whole re-movement thing happened.
Okay.
So you should still have that, yeah. I think that's
So I still got some mana.
Yeah, I think.
I just cannot deal with these units. I could have dealt with it if there was 1 unit. There are 2.
Is that GG's?
Right here.
It is indeed GG's.
Good game.
Good game.
That was a big hitting card. I blame Jack for that one.
Yeah.
I think you
The way I did it was right.
You did it right. Even though had you known how it worked, you might have done it the way Jack did it. But still.
Yeah.
I didn't see the hidden card.
You didn't see a lot of things, Jack. You need to get your eyes checked. Let's run it back. I got game 1. I got game one by the skin of my teeth because he was definitely doing Yasuo stuff the first half of that game until I got smart enough to move my dudes out to not get assaulted every turn.
But Yasuo does some pretty good job at assaulting some pressure.
Chat, been trying to learn Riftbound, and this is really fun once you start to figure it out. Yeah, absolutely. The game is great. I was mentioning earlier in the booth, game's deceptively simple. Like it looks like, okay, you just move the battlefields, you fight over the battlefields. That's pretty simple, but there's a lot of nuance in the reactions and the chains and the effects, and it really makes it a lot more intricate. And I think that's makes the game a lot of fun. And I also love that the battlefields change the game dramatically. Like depending on which battlefields are in play, the gameplay is very different. So we'll move on to the next battlefield here. I'll just grab a random one off the top here. All right. So this is the one. If you have 7 or more units here, you win the game. So it's an alternate win condition.
Huh.
And then yours is when you conquer here, choose 2 runes and then ready them at the end of your turn. So both pretty good. You're good here. If you want to cut, we're good. Would you like to go first or second, sir? Actually, makes a difference in this game because
rune count real fast.
So for those who are watching and don't know, if you go second in this game, on the first turn, you have 3 mana instead of 2 mana. So there is actually a nice incentive to going second, especially you get to draw a card. Not every deck wants to go second, but it is nice to have a little bit of a boost if you're playing like a lot of 5-cost cards because it lets you get to them quicker.
I will go second.
You go second. All right, convinced you. Part of my strategy. I was trying to sell going second to try to trick you. No, I'm just kidding. There is actually a lot of incentive to go second in this game. I don't know which is better for which deck yet, but
yeah, I'm just trying to think of like if on average between my 2 turns, I return like 1.5 runes, then I'll probably be able to play a 6-drop on my turn, which will more likely be Yasuo.
Let me see here.
So I'll return this.
This is tough because I know this is only a 1 of in this deck. And even though it's expensive, if I put it to the bottom of my deck, I will never see it.
Oh, I know what card it is. It's a very good card.
It's a very good one. Gosh.
It's wild that
they don't let you do what now?
trying to increase the font size.
Increase the font size so I don't have to worry about micro chat.
You guys are
Micro chats.
our eyes are.
Hey,
you know
don't make fun of chat.
It's not about the size of the chat.
It's about the motion of the text.
Something to do with that. It's not about the size of the chat, guys. Never judge a chat by its size. All right, so let's do start with 2. We will play the bird. Bird's the word. When this bird dies, I channel, but you can go ahead.
You guys are gonna have to squint.
Squint games. All right.
All right, now we'll draw. Oh man.
All right. We don't have any recent chats, so we're good. We're good.
Yeah. I will pass.
You will pass. Nothing on the first turn, eh? All right, guys.
I'm afraid not.
We're cooking. Let's get that in there. All right. Let's conquer here. Any effects?
No.
Okay, so I'll get the point. I got a 1. I will. Oh, You know what? You know what helps if I have my champion out, but it's okay. I totally forgot. Do you care if I put it in draw card, or do you want me?
Yeah,
not
that's
to?
fine.
Okay, sorry. The champion should definitely be there. Let's do. I'll pay 4. I'm gonna play this dude. I have to sacrifice a guy to do it, so I'll sacrifice this, which gets me a rune. And it is your turn.
Okay.
And at the end of the turn, I get to untap 2 runes because of this thing.
I draw.
Yes, sir. 1 point. Yes. I conquered, and then I sacrificed it to the cruel patron.
He came. He conquered.
He did. The bird. And then he got he got sacrificed by this dude.
Yep.
Chicken dinner. Okay. Water guy.
Another water guy.
Water guy.
That will
Water
pass.
boy. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. No, it doesn't. I love water. All
I
right.
love water. I hate Florida water though. For whatever reason, it just tastes awful.
It tastes better down here than in Tampa. Like Tampa's got some nasty water. Or Lakeland.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. All right. Let me not talk crap about people's water. Let me tap and make a dude. I will attempt to call the week. I do have to pay for it before anything happens here. And I will start the chain with that.
All right. I am thinking.
Think hard and clear.
I think I do have to, or I lose too much on tempo, but that's okay. I'm going to tap 2 purple to rebuke this back to my hand.
Interesting. All right. And then it resolves, so I do have to still sacrifice something. I'll sacrifice that. Let's move big boy in here. You're tapped out, so I'm guessing no effects.
No effects.
Put a 2. And then I'll pay 4 and play these 2 guys. 1 card in hand and pass it to you.
Okay. I will draw. Untap some manners.
Oh, I got to untap 2 here. Sorry. Go ahead.
Let's see. I've sent 2 purple to the bottom, and I've seen 1. So I've got like 4 and like 7 ish. No, 3 and 7 ish. I'm trying to math out my mana and see how likely it is that I get another purple.
I know it's so crazy that we have to do that now. We were talking about the Teemo deck and like it recycles so much that you actually have to memorize the order you're recycling because you may actually see those cards again.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy.
All right. So we're gonna do it.
What happened?
Is there no taken in the game?
That's a good question. They haven't announced tournament rules. There's only been like game rules. So there's some stuff that's unclear. So we don't know yet. I would think so. I mean, but I don't know if you can write down. What the heck was that, dude? You gave us some dubstep out of nowhere in my ears.
Some KDA jump scare.
I was like, whoa.
I will play Misfortune.
Misfortune, yep.
You may play me to an open battlefield. Friendly units may be played to open battlefields.
Yep. She's pretty good.
So
she'll jump right in, and I got nothing to do about it. So she is on the board.
Cool. I will gain a point.
Sure.
And I will pass to you.
Get that MF out of here.
What'd she do?
She done did. All right, we'll do this. We get 2. Finish untapping my guys. We'll draw for turn.
Choose a new champ now. Master I'm still waiting for
Teemo.
Teemo.
Let's think here. She's a 4. She's a 4. I'm at 2 to your 1.
I'm a Thresh guy myself. Hook 'em and cook 'em.
Thresh is awesome, and I would love to see. Nod is another annoying character. Yep, that's a good one.
His leader effects is so stupid. Stun everyone on the battlefield.
Yeah.
The doosh, 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 the thing, the wave. So I'll play this guy.
Yep.
Play this chick who makes a dude.
A dude.
A chick that makes a dude. And I will. She can move over. Or no, she can't. She can't gank. I'll put 2 guys here just to pass the time. And I'll keep my one in hand and pass to you. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I'll make a dude before I do that. I'll make the dude here at the base. Your move.
All right.
I forget that Victor's pass or ability is pretty good.
5, 7, draw.
All right, 1 card. Do me good.
All right. Well, I think it's time to play the big man.
Uh-oh. Isekai, or whatever he says. Isekai.
Yeah, I'm sure some players wish that they would be isekai'd from his game.
Wait till his brother Yoni comes in here. Yo and whatever.
Yeah.
I think Yoni's
I will pass.
when you conquer battlefield, you can go back to base.
Yeah, he like comes in and he's got a 1, got a 3.
Oh, and then because I held here, I go to 2, right?
That's correct. Yes, you are right. I'm sorry about that. All right, let's do this. Everything's untapped. I feel like there's so much to do at the beginning of the turn. Like, untap everything, get onto this deck, then go back over to this deck. I'm like, all right, here we go. Well, that's a pretty good one. 1 energy. I don't think this can stop. I don't think you can stop this with 1 energy. That's 6. That's 8. We'll destroy Yasuo.
That is a big guy.
That is a big man.
That was not what I was equipped for.
So Yasuo bites the dust. We will I'll set in the 4 here.
Okay.
And I pass priority.
I will tap 1.
Mhm.
And play on guard.
Yep. So you go to 5.
I go to 6 because that's my only unit here.
Oh, you're right. So these are gone. I do get to make a character out of this guy. So he plays 1 there. And then I will pass to you. Actually, sorry. I always forget. I'll make a dude and then pass to you. Make a dude. Dudes. A dude. He's a dude. She's a dude.
What?
We're all dudes. No? Never heard of it? No Good Burger?
No.
Maybe I'm showing my age here. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the good burgers. Chat knows. Even though they're not talking, they know.
Because I held, I'll go to 3.
Unbelievable. MF is holding it down.
And then you held this one down, right? So you go to 4?
You are right. We're just forgetting all about our points. Who needs points?
Who needs points?
Something else I forgot to do at the start of my turn. There's so many things to do. Gain point, untap, add your resources, and then draw a card. Drop your cards too. That's part of the turn. Excuse me.
Okay, here's what I'll do. I will top 6 and play Kane.
Kane.
I will return a purple.
Yeah. I see you, Kane.
Then I will tap 3 and play a last breath. Returning 2 green. Allowing me to ready a friendly unit.
Yep.
And then deal his damage to something on the battlefield. So I will choose the 6 cost guy.
Okay. They don't do damage to each other, right? It's just a one-way.
Just one way.
Okay. So this guy will bite the dust, and I'll make a 1/1 from that.
Okay. And then, because Kane has ganking, I will gank.
He sure does. And it's the second time he's moved, right? Yep.
I'm not
twice.
sure if placing him counts as ganking
Oh,
because I
you're
placed
right.
him onto the battlefield.
So yeah, that's not a move.
So I don't think that's a move.
You're right. So he still takes damage technically, but I don't have enough to deal with it anyway. So you will win the fight.
Yep.
I will get a couple of effects here. So 2 bots, draw a card, and gain a rune.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll make 2 robots.
Because Victor says every time someone dies, get a bot.
Yep. Every time a non-recruit unit dies. So it can't be a bot. It has to be a non-recruit, which both of these were.
Gotcha.
This guy draws me a card. The other one ramps me one.
All right.
And there are lots of bots. Lots of bots.
And I will pass to you.
All right. He will pass, he says.
And then I gain a point for conquering that battlefield.
You sure do. And I don't gain anything because I'm no longer holding. Let's get all these guys up.
But I will say, you have a lot of dudes.
I do. I have a whole dude party, actually. Let's see. That's pretty good. That's
Almost
pretty
a whole
good.
Ram Ranch there.
I like it. I like it. All right. Oh, you get to untap 2 also because you conquered this turn.
Oh,
very important.
Right. Very important for me.
Yeah, very important. I want to make sure we don't miss that. All right. Let's see. That could potentially be... All right, we're going to pay 2 and recycle. We're going to call, or we're going to attempt to call at least.
Unfortunately, I must say no.
Okay. So call. Adios. Now, I will pay 2 and recycle a yellow to Hidden Blade your cane.
This
kills it and you draw 2.
Yep, that'll certainly work.
All right. So you draw 2. Cane hits the dirt. And then let's move our big 6-powered boy into MF. And I pass priority.
Yep, there's nothing I can do about that.
All right, so he stomps her out of there. I'll gain a point for Conquer. And then got no guys as of right now, but that could change.
I mean, you could win the game.
I can go to 6.
You can just go have 7 here and win the game.
At the start, I have to have it at the beginning of the turn. If I hold here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess, I mean, unless you could always place something, move it in, and then kill some of my guys off if you really wanted to. I get what you're saying. Like, it's not...
Like, with no units on board, like, I'd have to spawn a unit and have, like, targeted removal.
Right. You could play, like, let's say you play a big guy.
Because I'll have
and then
7 mana.
Okay. You know what? For the memes, let's do it. Let's do it for the memes. I'm gonna move everybody in here. All right. Let's do it for chat. And then I'm gonna activate the effect, which I just paid for, to just throw an 8th unit here, just to keep it froggy.
Have a whole party there.
All right, my friend. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. I got 1 card in hand. 1.
Right, so I'm going to 7.
Is the loneliest number that you ever
draw.
Are you trying to set me up like Jack set you up? Like, dude, you could definitely do this. And then all of a sudden, like, wipe your board at one location. Kill everything at one location.
Huh.
You got to play Kog'Maw on that deck. That would be pretty good right now. Have you seen Kog'Maw?
I have not.
When he dies, he's a 1-powered guy, so he's like super weak. But when he dies, he deals 4 damage to every character at that location. Even your friendly
that's awesome.
ones. But you could play him and then just be like, move him in, and then he blows up and just takes everything.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet.
And he's in color. He's purple, but obviously these are trial decks. But I'm just saying, yeah, it'd be a good spot for that card.
Be a great spot for this card, or for Kog'Maw. Unfortunately, it appears that the only thing I can really do is tap 4, play Misfortune, because she can be played on an open battlefield.
Mm-hmm. So you go to 4. You go to 5.
I go to 5. I pay purple.
Yes.
And
then
I have to tap my remaining last breath to ready and deal damage.
See,
to a unit. So I would have to hit your Victor.
Dude, I knew he set me up. Is it all to 1, or is as you spread it as you choose?
All to 1. So and enemy units.
I thought you could go like that. Okay.
No.
That would be
so
amazing.
I will deal damage to Victor.
Okay. I think I still have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 after. Yep. Victor's dead. Man down.
I will move Misfortune back. I almost forgot to pay 2 green. Right, because I've got 7. And I paid 3. Yep. And I will pass the turn over to you.
All right. I win the game.
You're a 5.
We talked about this.
That's... Yeah. You do?
You do.
I miscounted the number of units.
That's why I said I still have one, because I had 7 and then I made a dude. So that put it at 8.
I forgot that he was that dude made the 8th dude, not the 7th
not
dude.
the 7th dude.
But either way, I had not a whole lot I could do.
Well, I owe you for the win, because I wasn't going to do that play. So you set yourself up.
A little bit. But that's twice I've done that now.
No, it's good. But it's true. The only thing I was worried about, like I said, is you like, I don't know. Again, it wouldn't put you in a great spot, but like if you played this guy, for example, and you moved him in, that's like 6, what is that, 4 power worth of stuff or whatever? 4, is it 4? Yeah. And then you could have been like 1, 2, 3, 4. You would have died, but then it keeps me off of winning the game off the location. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can, but like at a certain point, like at that point, like I'm like fetching for cards.
Right.
Oh, that would have been a very helpful card.
That
you know,
now that's
a helpful card.
That card, as I was holding this since the mulligan. This is the card that I didn't want to mulligan, and I never played it. I was just holding it all game, waiting for this mass.
I forgot
super attack.
I thought you were going to play the what's the 7-mana board wipe?
Oh yeah, the unchecked power or whatever it's called. Unchecked power, yeah, that's another good one too. But yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the first time I've ever won a 7 guys at one location. So where's Mr. Stefan? I was gonna see if he wants me to jump out. You want to play? Yeah, you want to play a game with him? Is that cool? Sure. Or are you running out somewhere?
Let me check the time. No, I'm still good.
Okay, cool. What do you want to play, Victor?
I'll play something else.
Okay. I don't know where the other decks are. Do you have one? You have one there? I don't know where they're at. I can ask. Just want to give everybody a chance to play. I don't want everybody to drive over here to watch. I'm going to put Ken in. He wants to play.
Okay. That'll probably be the last game.
Okay. That's fine. Perfect. That way you guys can get a game in. I feel bad. He came all the way here. I want to make sure he gets games.
Yeah.
Like, who wants to play Ken?
Does anybody else want to play?
I would say, Mustache, if you want to play the last game.
Oh, no, I'm just asking because if we're closing up stream, I'm head out. That's why.
Yeah, this game will be the next one will be the last one. If you want to play, stay. If not, okay.
All right, I'm gonna pack this back in the box because he said he's gonna play a different deck. So
okay,
we'll put Victor away. All right. But yeah, brother. I'm sure this won't be the last time we meet. I do plan to go heavy on this game, and I'm sure we'll be seeing each other at locals. So it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to this game, even though it's not till October, which is really sad. But at least we can proxy and do that stuff in the meantime.
Exactly.
All right. Where since it's not my deck, where do I put this in a way that it's where it needs to be? I know that's where everything goes here, but like I just don't want the decks to go. I mean, they're not real cards, so it's not like they can go missing and be worth anything. But all right, stream. Thanks for hanging. I'm gonna pass it over to Ken. doesn't cheat like I do.
Everyone is cool, by the way. Awesome.
Hey, what are you playing?
Volibear.
Oh, there. You're sticking with Yasuo?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the Yasuo. See how it goes. How familiar are you with this game?
I just started playing like Friday.
Oh, okay.
I saw Joey playing Volibear, so I'm gonna give it a shot.
There you go. Okay.
There's one. One shuffle.
Alright.
Want to do a high roll or?
Yeah, either is fine. 13. Now we got. Is that a.
Is that 20?
I don't know if that's 1 or 20.
Want to reroll?
Yeah. 6. You can decide. Do you want to go first or second?
I'll go first.
You go
Look.
first? Yeah.
And then we'll shuffle, or do you want to choose?
Yeah. Hold on. I forgot to pick out my champion. So I need to reshuffle. Alright, so let's see. We have Void Gate, spells and abilities. Affecting units here each have deal one bonus damage. And the one from 2 games ago now, units here have ganking.
Want to get rid of 2.
Alright.
Oh, I don't think we. You just put the 2 on the bottom.
No, because I fetched my champion out of my deck. Because I forgot to.
I gotcha.
I just want to make sure my hand
Oh
is
no,
still
you're
random.
good. You're good.
Alright. You said you wanted to go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll wait till after you mulligan.
Yep. But I think I will keep.
Okay.
Go ahead and start us off.
2. I don't draw a card. I will pay 2 for Legion and pass.
Okay. 3. Draw. I will tap 2 to play a Clockwork Keeper, and I can recycle a green as an additional cost to draw 1 card. And I pass.
2. Draw. Just want to move the Legion there. Unless you have a response.
I do not. So we're going to use this as our
Yeah,
attacker.
sure.
1 point.
And pass.
All right. 2. I will draw. I will attempt to clash. Both KO.
Yep.
And I will pay 2 for a traveling merchant. I will then pay an additional 2 to tap Yasuo and move him to over here.
Got it.
His effect procs. And I discard 1.
Yep.
And I draw 1. And then, because I have conquered this battlefield, I will gain a point. And I will pass.
Draw. Going to pay 5 for the Carnivorous Snapvine. Takes out. We deal our mites to each other,
Okay.
so I'm gonna have to cycle to pay.
Yep. 2 orange.
And and I will, whenever I play a mighty unit, because he has 5 or more, I exhaust him. Channel Rune Exhausted.
That's the big part of the Volibear deck is he is big on ramp.
And I will pass.
Right. You will draw. So normally, this is where I would just like play Yasuo on curve. But between actually I think I still will. Yeah. We'll play the Yasuo. And I will pass.
Turns. Ready the Volibear, draw a card.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay 4 to Catalyst Ends. Channel 2 Runes Exhausted. Then I'm gonna pay 2 for challenge. So the Snapvine and the Yasuo take each other out.
Okay.
And I will pass.
Okay. Draw. Well, if it didn't work once before, we shall try again. And I will pass.
Channel 2 runes. Draw. I'm gonna pay all 10 for the Volibear.
Ooh, yeah. I definitely feel like I'm in a little bit trouble now.
And then, because he's mighty, I can exhaust him, channel the rune.
Yep. And then I'm gonna move him back here because he's not in your. He's in your
Oh, yeah,
base,
he's
not a
not there.
location.
And pass.
All right. Okay. Okay. So don't think I need to pay. I don't think I'll need to play this. So. Four. So I got another 4 to mess around with. Okay. So I'm gonna tap 4 and play a Stealthy Pursuer, returning 1 purple. And then I will attack with Yasuo, and Stealthy Pursuer's effect will let her follow. So I'll conquer for 10, gain a point, and then I will pass.
Draw for turn. I'll pay 2 for immobilize. Channel rune exhausted. Then I'm going to pay 9. Recycle 2 for Catagran. So when I play him, I can draw a card for each mighty unit I have.
Okay, so that would be 2.
Yep. And then when I play the mighty unit, I can exhaust them to channel rune exhausted.
Yep.
I don't remember if I put the 2 Fury runes under when I played the Catagran.
Let's see. You were at 9, right? Because you played Volibear last. You played Volibear last turn, so you were at 8. Then you channeled 2 to go to 10. So you should have 1 open, right?
100% sure.
Let's assume you haven't paid this. So
Okay.
I think you paid it for the Volibear, which I
Yeah.
think is fine. So I think you just tapped out, but you didn't pay the 2, and then you channel back 1, right? So you should have. Because did you tap out last turn to play Volibear? Like used all of
Yeah.
your mana? So you went 8, tap, went 2, then went from 8 to 10. You should have 1 open, or you should have 1 untapped mana because this card costs 9, right?
Yeah. Oh, but I also been channeling the runes. So I've channeled 2 runes with these, with the Relentless Storm. So
Yeah, you would have put 2 back. So you should be still at 8, but have 1 remaining mana.
let's
Right.
do that then.
So how much do you have there?
So I've
have-
got
8.
9 here.
Oh yeah, and then you go to 9 with the channel. Oh wait, that does change the math. Hold on. You were at, hold on. You were at 8. Go to 11 or go to 9. Turn pass. Untap. Go to 11. Tap. So you should have 2 open, 9 remaining.
Okay. Then we'll just do that, and I'll put these 2 back on the bottom. He's ready. Here's my hand.
Yep.
And I'll just move the Volibear to the Windswept Hillock. Do you have a response?
I do not.
Okay. 2. And pass.
All right. Let's see. What can I get into now? 4, 6. You have 2 open. Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to move Yasuo back to base. And the Stealthy Pursuer will follow. Then I will tap 3 and play Last Breath. I recycle 2 for its cost. And I ready a friendly unit, and it deals its damage equal to its might to an enemy unit on a battlefield. So I'll deal to the Volibear.
So both of them deal to the Volibear?
No, it's
Or
one
just,
way.
Just one. Okay.
Now I have Yasuo come, ready, and then his ability activates, which deals his damage to an enemy unit, to the Volibear, and then you have a chance to respond.
No, I don't have any responses.
Okay, so then the Volibear dies.
Yep.
I will gain a point for conquering. Ooh, and then I didn't get a point from holding.
Oh, so go ahead.
So it'll be 4. Do I want to tap 4? Yeah, I'll tap 4. Tap 4 for another Stealthy Pursuer. Cycling a purple. And I will pass. Or actually, hold on.
Yeah.
I will use my Yasuo ability.
Okay.
Tap.
2.
Tap 2. Move a friendly unit to and from your base. Move. Follow.
There you go.
And I'll pass.
Draw for turn. Pay 7 for an Earth sign. Channel 1 rune exhausted.
Yep.
And then move the Catagran. You have any responses?
I do not. So you gain a point.
Yep. And I'm gonna. Well, I don't even have any to use that, so I will pass.
Okay. Untap. Draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, this is what I'll do. I will tap 2. And I will play Discipline. Discipline allows me to give +2 to a unit per turn. And then I draw 1 card. Any response?
No.
Then I will move in to attack.
Yep.
And on reaction, I will tap 1 more. And play on guard. That gives a friendly unit +1 this turn. Then an additional +1 this turn if it's the only unit I have there.
So he's a 10 right now.
So he's a 10. And then when I attack, he deals damage equal to his might. So on the attack, proc.
So if I pay 4 and play Disintegrate, what would happen there? I'm assuming this is before the showdown, so he would still die.
Yeah, before the showdown, and plus I don't think you can react at that speed to reactions.
It's not showdown yet, so yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so he's up. I have no. So then I'll just ready the 4 because I can't pay him. And you get a point. Did you?
Oh yes, I do get a point.
Very good.
I will then tap 2.
Yep.
Tap. Move him back.
Nope.
And I will pass.
All right. We'll just leave that down there for now. Draw for turn. Pay 5.
Yep.
For a Blazing Scorcher, put a red 1 back.
And you tap 1 more to give it accelerate?
So I got do I have to do 6 or is it just
so the so it costs 5, but the accelerate is 1 tap plus the red.
Got it. All right, so I have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
And I will put in the one swept Hillock, and I'll put the Earth Sign and the Void Gate. Any responses?
Well, hold on. These happen one at a time first.
Okay, no, you're good. Yeah, sure.
So this resolves, and you get a point. And then make your next action, which would be this attack, right?
Yep.
That is also fine. So you will go to 5.
Okay. Then I will pay 2 for another mobilize. Run exhausted. And I will pass.
Okay. Draw. I will tap 3 and play a Wielder of Water because I haven't used this yet. I will then recycle 1 to play a seal. Then I will tap 3 to play a Cemetery Attendant. Cemetery Attendant lets me return a unit from trash to my hand, so I'll add a Yasuo. And let's do it this way. I will move Yasuo here. He will attack, followed by Pursuer. The Yasuo effect happens. Deal 6.
Yeah.
No response?
No response. And so you'll be up
And
to 6.
then I gain a point.
Yep.
I will. Yeah. I will tap 2. Tap Yasuo.
Yep.
Have them both move back. And that will end my turn.
Good.
Yep.
Okay. Draw. So pay 3, recycle Rune to play a Legion rear guard. I'll put him in the Void Gate.
Yep. Are you paying the accelerate costs?
So I paid 2 plus the 1, or
Oh,
do I have
yeah,
to pay
yeah.
4?
No, you just have to pay 3 and then the 1. You're right.
Move him to the Void Gate.
I have no response.
Okay.
So you will gain a point.
Yes. Thank you.
And then you also gain a point for holding this
Holding.
one.
Yep. Thank you. Then 7 for Trinimir. One over cycle 2 red rooms.
He's at your base, right?
He's at my base, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. See if I can make this. And then, because he has more than 5, I can exhaust the Volibear, Channeled Rune.
Yep.
Want to gank and use so the Blazing Scorcher does it tap?
Yeah.
Okay. So
It does tap.
and then I'll pass.
Okay. I draw. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Can I read Trinimir real quick?
Sorry?
Can I read Trinimir? Let's see. When I conquer after attack, if you assigned
Excess.
5 or more excess damage to enemy units, you score a point. Okay. But that effect doesn't really matter because we're about to go to our 8th anyway. Or go to our 7th. And that can't be the victory point, I believe. 3, 6, 3, 5. Okay, let's do it like this. I'm going to swing with Yasuo and have Stealthy Pursuer follow. Yasuo effect happens, dealing 6 here. Any response? Okay. No response. Then we move to attack phase, right? And then anything?
Nope. Do that. Yep.
And then I will gain a point.
Yep.
Then can I win by conquering the other battlefield?
If he has no response, yeah.
Okay.
I figured that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah.
You tapped out?
Yeah, I'm not that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the way the winning is a little confusing, but either you hold for your last point. So like let's say if this didn't happen, right? And you were there and it
Yep.
goes to his turn and he has nothing, there's nothing he can do. When it passes your turn, you win. Or you can double conquest for that 8 point. And that's the other way of winning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. But the way to think of it is that if you didn't double conquest and you're already at 7, you would just draw, and then you just hold.
Well, I just didn't start the turn with 7 points. That's why I was asking.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Even if you're at 6, if you were able to double conquest, you win.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. Good game, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I do believe it's time for stream to end. So thank everybody for watching stream. Hope you had some fun today. Please drop a follow and come join the Southside Discord. Discord.gg/Southside Gaming, I assume. Something like that. If you're looking to print these proxies yourself, you can do so at piltoverproxies.com. That's where I got these to print at my home as well. And we'll see you guys here tomorrow.
Thanks, man. You guys are good.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for carrying that last hour, man. I was toasted.
Yeah.
Who are you on the Discord?
Huh?
Who are you on the Discord?
Darkwall. I posted the proxies link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a Rooster 5 man. I saw your post on the SSG, but I didn't.
Oh yeah.
Oh, just one of them. Sorry.
I think it's this one. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Are you guys planning to do this every Tuesday, or?
I do not know.
Okay.
This is honestly my first time on stream too.
So we were originally planning on doing just a recording session.
Oh yeah.
But there was a lot of people, so we thought it'd be interesting to do a stream. Next week we'll be doing a closed recording session, like learning how to play. We'll post it, and then when we start having the learn how to play, we'll link to that video and start inviting people. But
Beautiful.
the response was way more than we expected. I just want to make sure everybody got a fair amount of time to play each other. But
yeah,
it's pretty good. You guys like it?
Oh,
stick
absolutely.
around?
Yeah.
For the game when it comes out.
Yeah. I'll play it casually. I still think Pokemon. I mean,
Yeah, I come from the Lorcano space, so.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Waiting for.
I used to play Smash Up, so this game's super simple.
Oh, okay. Oh man, thanks again.
Thank you.